Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the main event, the playoffs of the main event for Wrath of the Gods. $15,000 this entire event. So huge. So thank you very much to the Microsoft team for sponsoring this whole thing. We could not have done this without them. It's going to be incredible. The top 8 players are here. And we're starting off with Chemo versus Rappel. So let's waste absolutely no time and just take a quick look at where we are so far. Hopefully my browser source works, or maybe not. As is tradition, I have to click it. Alright, we've already got the drafting process well underway, and Chemo is banning Elysium, whereas Rappel is picking Midgard for this one. Giza, Marsh, and Kalagar are Chemo's picks. And then for Rappel, we've got Ghost Lake, Blue Lagoon, and Mount Olympus. That leaves Land Unknown for our starting map. And then we've got the gods, where Chemo will be banning Loki, Rappel will be banning Set. We've got Poseidon, Zeus, Gaia, Kronos, Ra for Chemo, and for Rappel we've got Isis, Uranus, Thor, Hades, Odin. I actually really like Chemo's picks in this one. He just seems to be able to always get his comfort gods. So let's set up my little interface, and in the meantime I'll show you the entire bracket, okay? So we've got this one, which is for the top 8 players. And Boyd is covering Magic versus Mista. I think, I'm not sure if it's Yodesla or Maiden doing Recon and Super. I think it's Maiden. That's Maiden. And Kvath versus Grass is going to be on Yodesla's channel. So now you know it all. There we go. Alright, so, and I'll be joining Boyd after this one, all the way through the finals. Now, as for setting up these gods, let's go real quick. We've got Loki ban, Ra pick, Kronos pick, Gaia pick, Zeus and Poseidon. Then on the other side, Set ban. So Uranus, so many clicks to do. But later it will be easier because it will be done for us. Okay, I think that should be it. I think we've got a setup. And the guys should be able to go into their match any moment now. And I just need their initial god. Chemo's hosting. Just making sure they know. Ah, Chemo needs 2 minutes. But we've got the Poseidon versus Odin for the first match, and the first map was Land Unknown, so anything could happen. We can talk about this matchup a little bit while we wait for everything to get started. Just let me add up the map for the layout here, and then we'll talk about the matchup a little bit. There we go. There we go. We've got Land Unknown. Poseidon versus Odin is coming up. Land Unknown is, well, it's unknown, right? It's one of those maps where you just don't know what's gonna happen. Anything could happen, and the players have to be ready for many layouts. But it's still a standard land map for the most part. There are sometimes crazy cliffs that can throw a wrench into the engine, right? So it could be a little bit crazy, but it probably won't be. It probably won't be. You are relatively safe to go with this map as the first one, especially picking the more standard gods. And Odin gives you a little bit. Oh no! Rappel did not pick it. So if we go back to the pick and drafting thing, it's actually a neutral pick at the end. You can see here with the gray color. So the map that's left after the drafting process is going to be the first one. That way we don't give any big advantage to either side, really. So that is how we got to this spot. And the reason it's good to pick Odin and Poseidon here, after knowing the map, the players do know the maps, and then they pick. Uh, that is reasonable because if the hunt is in an easily raided position, if it's too far from home, then Odin can just use the Great Hunt initially. Poseidon can lure them back home with his lower god power, and overall, this makes for some rather safe food back in your home base. So I'm pretty sure these guys are gonna be having a decent time with that. Other than that, if the map is relatively open, it's going to help Odin quite a lot with the raids. But Poseidon is no slouch either with that kind of stuff. So both of them really like cavalry and can get a lot of raiding done for sure. I don't think I'm getting a game URL. Yep, Rappo says he's waiting for one as well. I see the lobby though. I see it. Chemo will be right here and then we can get going. It's going to be a best of 5, by the way. So most of these gods will be used in this one. Maybe not all, but between these two, I wouldn't expect a sweep. It's very unlikely. Very unlikely. They're rather close in skill level overall. Chemo has historically won way more tournaments than Rappel did. Rappel actually has not won a tournament as far as I recall. So it would be a first for him. But he can certainly throw a wrench into this. Chemo is the guy with the most meta place tournament wins as far as I recall. Only Matrius would be close, but Matrius doesn't participate in as many tournaments as Chemo does. Chemo is just playing all of them. This time he couldn't play all the qualifiers because we had this whole ruling of if you win, then you get an automatic high seed, essentially. Alright, anytime now, we should be ready to go, but then there's another 3 minutes delay as well. The lobby disappeared, so that's a good sign. It means the players would have started by now. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Something's happening. Oh, no, I see the lobby again. I don't know what's happening. Chemo needs some minutes, apparently. Well, as long as it doesn't take too much longer than the other games, then we're fine with that. As yesterday, you would have seen a huge amount of delays, especially when it came to the other streams. Yeah, we're making sure that everything gets covered today. I'm just not getting the game, man. Having to argue with the players now. Guys, we're getting going, I swear. I swear, but it's not getting done by itself. I must interfere. Alright, that's good. Rappel has joined now. We're making progress. At some point, they'll even press the start button. You hang tight there, boys. You hang tight. We're getting this done. This chemo. Oh, yeah. It's like this every time, I swear. I'm impatient too. I just want the action to start, man. I just wanted to start. Kimo just wanted 2 minutes. I told him it's been many 2 minutes now. We've been patient enough. The viewers are hungry. Well, the lobby did disappear, so hopefully they will have started by now. Pausing in the game is... you're supposed to do it when you actually have a problem. Yeah. I mean, if there's something very urgent happening, then you can do it, you know, like we're reasonable people, but it better be a good reason. Well, the game is gone from the lobby, but Rappo says good luck, have fun. So I'm assuming that means it started. And maybe I will even find the game, but I think I have to rely on AOM stats here. Search for the highest rating. And we should be good to go. Ah, there it is. There it is. They're starting. Okay, guys, finally. Finally, we've got this figured out. Okay. So, if Poseidon can get everything sorted out and has an opportunity to get a bronze fight where Odin doesn't have Frost available anymore. If that's somehow possible, then it's extremely prohibitively difficult to make anything happen with Odin in that kind of scenario. But if you do have Frost, you can freeze the whole thing and it will just last longer than the bronze. So technically speaking, Rappel should have the tools to deal with it, but if he gets into an uncomfortable position where he's not in control, then you know, that will go definitely the other direction there. Other things to think about is, would Poseidon actually consider some kind of pure Hippicon play in H2? Because that's a thing that you can do, and it has a relatively strong transition into H3 still, because you got all the gods that benefit cavalry, right? So you can just stick stack your attacks. If you have a substantial amount of relics on the map, which could happen with Land Unknown, maybe you find some cavalry relics as well to further stick stack the benefits. Certainly Kimo is no stranger to stuff like that, but he's a more defensive player in nature, so I would suspect he would boom a little bit, 2TC into heroic, wall off a little bit, and Rappel will probably be more aggressive, but he's also kind of a middle of the road player. So won't be all in chemo, most likely. Then again, you can do a lot of work with your initial Valkyrie, but Poseidon also advances fast, so the heroes will be there to meet her, and Atalanta is fast enough to catch it. Difficult to stop a fast second town center from Poseidon, especially with ceasefire available, but you do want to save your ceasefire to not use it defensively like that. Anyways, the time has come, ladies and gentlemen, and we are gonna head to Land Unknown now. Enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the playoffs of Wrath of the Gods in the blue color. Playing as Poseidon, this is Chemo. On the other side, in the red, playing as Odin, this is Rappel. Now we're in the quarterfinals here in the playoffs. There's $12,000 on the line. Gonna be rather epic here. But only one of these guys can make it through to the semifinals. This is just a single elimination tournament after all. At this point, the group stage is already done. So, you either win or you lose. There's no second lives. It's still a best of 5, however. There is that to think about. The map itself is Land Unknown, and it's more like Cliff Unknown. Holy moly, that is a big cliff behind the bases for both players, which will then essentially push the rest of the object inward, right? So you're looking at very low rush distances. I'm not entirely certain that cavalry is the play here. The town centers are also very secure, right next to forests and gold mines. Especially the gold mines make it such an important grab, and hunt amount is enormous. So if you're Odin, I think you're gonna want to save your power and not use it immediately, but oh my god, that's a Giga Buffalo. 600 food in it instead of the 400 of the normies. Yep, that'll do it. It's a completely normal cow, however. They're just that big. That's a big chonker, man. Maybe it was worth using it. Maybe it was worth it. I mean, after all, if you gather favor later and just use another great hunt, let's say in the classical age, then it will produce 1,000 more food. Rappel will basically never need a different kind of food source than hunt in this game. The farm transition is, that's with sissies. We've also got 6 relics on the map. 6 relics. Archimedes' Ledger is one. That will reduce the population of siege weapons, allowing you to make more stuff. Harmonious Necklace for gold gatherer, it's a very good relic. We've got the Kephara of Apollo, which is giving some movement speed. And then we've got the, for villagers that is. Then we've got the Hermes' Winged Sandals, hero movement speed. This is the Nose of the Sphinx for stronger buildings, which Poseidon may not want, because you get militia, right? If your buildings are harder to destroy, you get fewer militia. That doesn't make sense. Then you got the Bow of Artemis, which will reduce the cost of ranged units. As predicted, we've got the... Oh, it's not a quick advance actually for Chemo at all. He's made a hero before advancing. It's not a quick advance, but he will be going for a second talent center after all. It could have been like a 330, but it's going to be more like a 345. Anyhow, no worries. Oh, why is the buffalo so thick? Question in the chat. It's because of Great Hunt. So basically, you don't just get more animals spawned in, but sometimes you just get a big chonker. And Chemo does have a lot of cows. That's exactly right. That's one of the advantages of Greek, that you don't need to use your scouts to build your stuff, but you just go out there and find the moose. So far, picked up Hermes' Winged Sandals. And also eyeing the bow of Artemis, a very nice relic indeed. Atalanta is coming out for chemo. That should be dealing with the Valkyrie. Rappo looking to come over here to cause some trouble, but I think he's gonna get the chemotherapy here. Oh boy. She was not ready for this Valkyrie getting out of here, but I'm not even sure she can, considering the whole snaring mechanic that Atalanta can deliver. Look at that! Just down to 5.1 speed, then she catches up with her own 6.2 because she's got the relic for the movement speed. She's faster than the Valkyrie anyhow. This Valkyrie is going down, even if the TC will help. Eventually, Atalanta will get her, and it's worth it. It's 100% worth it to go for that, but I think Chemo is not going to. Either way, the pressure's off him. He's trying to get a TC made. Right under the nose or beak of the Ravens. Atalanta coming back home for the fence. Chemo does need some units in order to hold here. I guess the town center is an absolute unit with its arrows it can shoot, but if Rappo's going for all-out aggression in order to try and stop this, Chemo might actually be forced to use his ceasefire, which he really doesn't want to do, but he might have to. There's no choice if everybody is here. But the kitchen knives are pretty good too. And Chemo's making really good use of them. And that TC should be coming up. Rappo just trading a little bit of health for health. The Poseidon units don't have regeneration unlike his own. So yeah, I guess one thing he can do from here is make his own TC, but he's so far away from having the resources. He's just better off trying to make units himself. See if he can find some outside villagers that he can maybe pick off. Eventually it should be possible. Oh, the reason he didn't have resources was because he's making a TC himself. Very good indeed. So Rappel's on the job, and he's on the hunt. That's a very weak villager right there. Right for the picking. And with the new UI features that show you the damage units, if you enable the right option, it's not difficult to figure out which villager that was. It's just always showing, like for me. So Rappel has that enabled also. Now he's going to have the opportunity to run, and he's going to have his own other units to help keep the cavalry safe. At least one pickoff. It's better than 0 pickoffs. I'm going to reinforce this with some further upgrades for his stuff. And Rappel does have 26 favor, which means it's time for a Giga Chonker Rhino as well, with 1,000 food in it. Twice the size, twice the fun, as they say. But are we actually gonna get it? I'm not sure he's gonna use his favor on that. It might just be Valkyries. That will let him heal the first Valkyrie that's already hurt, to be fair. I don't think that's a bad idea at all. Gonna have more longhouses, which he actually didn't have so far. It's just the one great hall. Is Poseidon just running away with this game though, with a 3 villager lead and about an equal army? This is starting to look rather good for Chemo. Rappel will need to be careful and definitely heal up. It's worth the investment. Getting some throwing axemen made, definitely a good idea, and do need something to deal with those hoplites. And there's a bunch of extra relics left around the map that nobody bothered picking up, so... especially the Harmonious necklace is the high impact one. Kifara of Apollo lets you run away from melee infantry with villagers, so... all good ideas there. Another villager pickoff maybe? Nah. But it was close. It was close. We also got the Thundering Hoofs. That will give the cavalry a little bit of extra oomph right there. Imagine the forest fire doing damage! We've successfully imagined all the raiding cav are dead. I can't. Rappel. Oh my god, he's been fed the chemotherapy once again. Dude, I mean, he got to equalize the villager count. That is something. But now Chemo can strike back with a much bigger army. I'm a little worried for Rapple, man. I'm a little worried for him. To be fair, the 2 villager pickoffs are not nothing. But we'll need a lot more stuff here to actually catch up with our Greek player. Stop being biased. Oh, Kibo did that really well, making sure that all the cavalry units die. Question is now, is this enough hoplites and heroes to shoo away the throwing axeman? The micro is really good for Rapple, but there's just so many hoplites, man. Even if you kite all the time, the hoplites will get in some hits. That's the whole point. And attacking the heroes, well, you're not doing that much damage to them. There's no multiplier there. Even the Valkyrie joining in to get rid of the Centaur, but getting a lot of hits in with the hero there. Is Chemo with Rapple actually managing to go up to heroic? Maybe this is working out after all. He's doing so well with the Valkyries tanking the damage. One of them does go down. But hey, if he's up in age, then I guess everything has been worth it. This was a great trade. Chemo just lacking the archers in this fight. Took it a little bit too early. If he didn't take it, then maybe this would be a different game. Very nicely done. Maybe Rapple will turn Chemo into Kimchi. See, I'm not biased. Impressive. Impressive going to the heroic age like that. All the fancy upgrades are now coming in, like heavy cavalry, like Sestrumnir, which is going to make the heroes even higher HP. Armory upgrades are coming in, as well as the eco upgrades of the heroic aids like Shaft Mine, Bow Saw, Winter Harvest for a lot more food income as well. Now there's Toxotes, but is it a little bit too late? I mean, Kim was working his way to the heroic age as well, but what I mean is the income is looking good. The actual resources to get there, that will take another moment. I mean, he's had farms for like 1,000,000 years, right? All these cows have been just fattening. He doesn't want to transition them too early on. But he hasn't had plow. And all this hunt was right out there for the taking. I don't understand why Chemo didn't take them. Rapple is just happily gearing up for heroic age fighting, I want to say, but he doesn't have all that many units. He really doesn't. Could do his best to cut down a few more units, but actually just loses a Valkyrie. That's unfortunate. Oh, she's always very useful for some extra healing. Rapple has his hill fort now, adding more wood-based units because that will allow him to save up the food for the next age. Chemo's clicking up through Aphrodite now. And you know, with how little the army of Rapple is, I think Chemo is not in a terrible position here, that's for sure. More production, that's the way, that's the way. The amount of resources getting saved up by Chemo, is he just gonna print or is he gonna age jump? Surely he's gonna print, right? Like the heroic age with Aphrodite is so good. Even the lions can help out against the frost giants, if you can do so from range. Rapple stealing this TC is very nice also. Is he going for TC? No way, dude. He's sending out some boys for it. Oh, has he split off a little bit too soon? It might be possible to kill everyone here. One unit is left building it. But so much is being killed by the Toxotes, but they're also trapped by the raiding cav. I think Chemo has... Oh my god, that was such a good god power cast. Woo! I was certain that these units were gonna die, but then Aphrodite coming in clutch, turning everyone into pigs, but they are Rappel's pigs. Alright, boys. Everything's fine. Got an Nemean Lion getting added into the fight. Chemo's not printing. I confirm he is not printing. But he doesn't have the gold income to jump ages either. Getting Shaft Mine, however, will help with that. So what's Rappel's big idea? With 4 TCs, with a massive economy, he's pre-queuing tier. Doesn't dare to go Ragnarok. But hey, he's not too far out. Just a little bit of population space left. He's making the last bunch of houses. He can get 45 TCs as well. And then it's time to go Mythic. For a Fimbulwinter, attack at the same time. Get the champion upgrades. He's going to be in a good position, I think, overall. This time there's no curse to save Chemo. And he also doesn't have Hippospists in the army, so no easy way to deal with all this infantry. But he is going up Artemis. And now adding Hippospists himself, luring Rappel a little bit deeper into his base. But is this going to actually work out? The Hippospists are kind of forced to fight cavalry, but together with the hoplites they can do it. It's just that his army is still not very big. And there is no fortress to hide under. Rappel should be able to get a decent trade out of this one. And he's also on top of the villagers, bringing in a lot of reinforcements. His 45 TC is going to complete. He's 210 population versus 114, playing super well here. And Chemo is forced into a half-minute piece. Yes, good point in the chat. Gold Starve is going to be a real concern for Chemo. Except not. This location is a problem, but this one is still available for a long time. So Chemo can go Mythic. He will have a Chimera, which will help burn his army a little bit. But the problem is Rappel is going up Mythic too, and with his enormous army, I think he's just going to kill Rappel, to be honest. I mean, Chemo. Rappel's going to kill Chemo. There's not a lot of stuff here to help defend. The villagers are trying to repair, but they get frozen. Frost has been available this whole time. And now the TC is down. That will spawn a bunch of extra militia to help out Chemo. But I think this army just goes after the gold miners again. And all Rappel has got to do is max out once more to 260 population. And return for a big fight with a lot of throwing axes to take care of this infantry. Well, with Chemo actually taking the engagement while half his army is frozen, the other half gets easily destroyed. This is definitely not the way to do this. And they didn't listen. I asked the players to not quit after the game is over. They did quit. There's just no way for Chemo to survive here, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the game speed being not quite right, but it is what it is. You already know the outcome. You can see the population graph yourself. Great Hunt is cast and Fimbulwinter is about to be clicked. But Rappel has already won the battle without that. This is just a nail in the proverbial coffin. Where Chemo has turned into kimchi. Well done to Rappel. Avoided the chemotherapy in game 1. Can he do so in the rest? Consider that Odin is one of Rappel's best gods. He's just super solid with it, but he's good with all the Norses. He significantly outgathered Chemo, but Poseidon is also one of Chemo's weaker picks. He's more of an Atlantean boy and Ra boy here in Retold. Didn't manage to outkill, didn't manage to out-eco. So what was there really in Chemo's favor? Not much, guys, not much. Off to the next one. Yeah, Rappel did that super nicely. I'm very happy with the man. What a Chad. So let's see what the next map is going to be. That's actually Chemo's choice. I'm getting the information right now. Oh, chemo. He forgot his draft, but the link is right there in the chat. He forgot his maps. Jesus Christ, dude. As an AoE 2 player, you were surprised by the peace movement. Very good. Yeah, I mean, there was an attempt there. We've also got the draft coming right up, but still don't have the map information. It's gonna be Giza. I hope that's one of his maps. Yes, it is. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you know, when you're in trouble, clicking on ceasefire is just such an easy way to claw your way back into the game. So definitely understandable that he used it there. It's just ideally you wouldn't be in that position to begin with, right? Like if you can use ceasefire to instead block out the god power. So let's say you wait like 2 seconds as Fimbulwinter is cast, and then you use ceasefire, then it counters the god power entirely. That is so much better than just using ceasefire for, you know, not losing a fight immediately. Strategic preparation and smart usage of the god powers is just so key in Age of Mythology. The game is really centered around it, but these days the myth units also managed to play a huge role. They've been substantially buffed considering the state of the original game versus retold. So there's definitely many power spikes in here. Alrighty. I still don't have the god information the players are gonna pick. Soon TM. All we know is Giza. And we've got the god information. It's gonna be Gaia versus Oranos. I didn't want to predict anything because, well, guys, this is the most standard map in the pool, basically. So it could have been anything. It really doesn't matter what you pick here. Considering like the other maps available, I guess you want to save the Zeus and Hades for Kerlaugar. So anything other than those two would have been right here on Giza just fine. It really could have been any of them. But let's talk about that Gaia versus Oranos matchup. So Gaia has a substantial economic advantage, really. Just because she can get her economic upgrade so much earlier, so much cheaper than Oranos. She will be doing that, of course. You're supposed to do that pretty much every game and just live off of that. It's essentially having a discount on the entirety of your spending because you have more resources. But you do have to keep in mind that you will be running out of resources faster back home. It's a very small aspect of a downside, I want to say, but it's like a stretch to call it that. Also, you'll be healing on your Lash, so defensive fighting is definitely one of those things that you want to go for. Although eventually you'll be out there to raid. Oranos will have the upper hand in the classical age militarily because you've got the faster infantry, you've got the sky passages as well, which will give you a little bit more map control overall. But once we get to the Contarious stage, I would say Gaia with channels, just gets to zoom around, heal back home, get the super cheap Contarious with the better economy anyway, and you're really happy with that status, I think, from there on. As you go into the Mythic Age, you also have access to Implode with Gaia, which you don't have with Orano, so you've got this super big power spike that can delete an entire human army. Technically, Oranos would have Vortex to try to play around it, but you can't actually Vortex out of an Implode, which is a unfortunate little glitch, so don't even think about that. Don't try it at home because your units will glitch out and not be able to move after. Which is why Oranos players will be typically not going for that in this matchup, but rather you go for the safe, good old Hecate. It's trusty. You can at least get rid of a palace or something, or just bully some villagers, or get rid of some manors, anything, and everything helps. But it's nowhere near as good as an Implode would be. Yeah, the sky passages are nice, guys, but I think I just listed a lot of advantages to Gaia there. What is Oranos gonna do about it? It's very difficult, man, to catch up. Oh, also, as you advance through Theia, and Gaia has the Gaia Forest, which means faster wood gathering anyway. That's without counting on the upgrades to help you even more. That synergizes is super nicely with the Dryad, so a lot of heroes will be required to deal with that. Yeah, better to kill Gaia before... To be honest, better to kill Gaia before Heroic. I think Heroic is a spike where she starts going a little nuts. So if you can finish her early on in Heroic, Gold Starve somehow, that's the ideal outcome. Yeah. And if one day Vortex is allowed to dodge, implode and whatnot, then, or at least doesn't glitch the units out, then maybe Oranos has counterplay in the future, but who knows, who knows. I have not seen anyone actively use a Sentimano since their bug was fixed, so... Other than in deathmatch, of course. Of course, in deathmatch, it's fine. Just generally, nobody plays late game Atlantis. So, it's a little sad. I think that's like one of the things that could be made a little bit more active and engaging. Rather than just, you know, putting the entire power spike set into the early Mythic Age and mid-heroic. As we sure see a lot of Contarious raiding. Finishing in an Implode, but then there's not much coming after. Well, generally there's not much late game, but either way, Giza coming right up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Welcome to Giza in the blue color, playing as Gaia. This is Chemo. And on the other side, his opponent in the red, playing as Oranos, trying to fight the Atlantean Mirror here. This is Rappel. Now, of course, we didn't know Chemo was gonna pick Gaia. That really didn't help his case. I do think Rappel is in for a tough one, guys. As I said in the pre-game. Maybe some will have missed it, especially in the YouTube video later. The dynamics of this matchup kind of lend itself to Gaia being in control. First off, you heal on the Lash, then you get the channels upgrade, you'll also be faster on the Lash with your own units. So there's always the hit and run that you can do, but also defensively you've got a big advantage. Economically you've got an advantage because of your dirt cheap economic guild and the dirt cheap upgrades that come out of it. So your villagers will also be gathering faster than the other guys. And on top of that, you've got the Gaia trees from the very beginning of the game, giving you even more gather rates. Already 2 upgrades are done here. So these guys are gathering at 1.73 per sec. This guy is gathering at 1.5. That's the difference from the very get-go. And of course, what? Wait. Rappel turned his... He turned his citizens into heroes. What is this? Oh my god. That is so expensive. And the payoff is very little too. You can see 1.5 to 1.65 on the food. What is going on? Gaia also gets hero citizens at the very start. What? I'm so confused. It's so expensive. Is that even comparable to the eco upgrades? But it's like so much cheaper to get the eco upgrades than that. Oh, he doesn't have a hero on gold. Yeah, right. We can't actually see that, but yeah, the difference between an eco upgrade and making heroes is similar, but the eco upgrades apply to all future villagers. I'm not sure I love this, guys. Like, okay, let's say you advance through not Oceanus, but instead you go for the good old Prometheus, right? You get Valor, you can turn your villagers into heroes for just favor, then you get the Theft of Fire upgrade. You will greatly benefit. But Rappel is going Oceanus, so he's not gonna have that either. I'm so stumped. I don't understand. Maybe this is good or something, but I've just never seen this build. Do you know what's expensive? Like in Prime Sub. Apparently it's very expensive. This entire tournament, I've gotten like almost 0 support. It's brutal. Anyway, it's very expensive. We've got an Oceanus mirror apparently, but what I wanted to allude to was the Gaia advantages. Oh my god, he's even got the Golden Lion relic. Jesus Christ. Those are some really tough harassment units. You'll see once he advances, they'll have 15 damage per attack. So you can definitely put on some hurt with that. And the villagers can shoot back with arrows. Okay, so heroic age is when Gaia really starts to shine. You'll have all your economic upgrades, including the mythic ones, because you get them an age early. Which is pretty wild. And once that starts coming in and you start pumping Contarius, those Contarius will be dirt cheap because you also have Freya. Something Oranos can also do, but not with the early economic upgrades that Gaia has. So that's a little bit of a stick stack, and you'll be getting... Oh my god. He really wants that town center down. I don't think it's happening, dude. This is... Oh my god! He got it! He got it! The carnivora abuse is real! Well, Chemo's just gonna plant a new one, though. Get it? Plant. Jesus Christ. Anyway, speaking of plants, he's cutting down the Gaia trees, obviously, from earlier that I mentioned. And then you get the Hesperides trees and pump out the Dryads also, which will give you some further help. How did this damage happen here? I guess Chemo used his own Carnivora and we missed it because I was paying attention to this situation over there. So Rappo does have his faster second town center, which will lead to a small citizen advantage, like a single citizen he'll have earlier than Chemo. Right, but you have more wood, you have more dryads as a result. You have Contarius that can heal on your lush and move faster on your lush. It's so many advantages for Gaia Man. And then you conclude that in the Mythic Age with an implode that Oranos doesn't have access to. And even if you go up Helios, oh my god. What is happening? Anonymous gifter with 10 gift subs. Thank you very much. I feel bad for complaining now. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Anonymous is a hero. Thank you. Wow. You've got all the counter barracks coming right up. Anonymous is a goat? That's true. Anonymous is a goat. Not one of these. There's already 17 goats here. There can't be 17 greatest of all times. How many are we talking about for Rapple? It's 15. It's not bad either. His TC is in shambles. If Contarius start looking at it later, it will just collapse. Rapple making good use of the sky passages, though this is one of the Oranos advantages, so you just send out a single villager, you make a sky passage, and you can be anywhere. Which is also really useful for sneaky gold mines. You can sneak here, and if you get raided, you just get out with the sky passage. I think that's really nice. That's a lot of Terma for this stage of the game, especially considering that it's a very peaceful match so far. Rappo just heading straight into Catapaltes. And having gone through Oceanus, he is going to have access to Weightless Mace, which I think he might have gotten already. Yeah, he's got Weightless Mace and Empyrean Speed, which is going to give him a total of 20% speed, stacking up to attacks. So they are 5.4 speed at the moment. They will be able to catch up almost with the Terma. The hero actually is faster than the Terma. Do we have frontline heroics? Yeah, we do. Which is going to reduce the cost of making them by even more. I think this is the way forward. Just make a ton of hero Catapaltes and run down the Terma. And they'll even be able to more or less keep up with Contarius later down the line. But Chemo intelligently swapping into Murmillos, which will be beating up the Catapaltes pretty good. And that's a large amount of Caladria. That's another good thing that both of these gods can do, actually. Just go into several Caladria, keep all your units going, and eventually move into Burbs. Bird is the word, and they're immortal if they're getting healed properly as well. Or basically immortal. Rapple's taking really good care of his Catapaltes. I'm sure they appreciate it. This is how you create workplace loyalty, guys. Just make Caladria. Oracles are unfortunately a little stacked up, but hey, both players... Actually, just Rapple is doing a good job with that. With 6 Oracles generating favor, Chemo only has the 2. So this means that Rapple will be able to make all the heroes and upgrades he wants. And it doesn't really hurt the bank. He's also ahead in the economic game. Working on a much faster heroic age, I guess. Or not. Spent all the gold just now. I guess he's been knocked off gold, right? Just gathering in the main base. A bunch of idle villagers are definitely hurting. More Carnivora abuse right in the middle of the fight, but 2 Carnivoras are better than 1, apparently. A lot of people getting picked off by them. Plants getting to eat well. Ooh, that's brutal. Bear in mind, the Turbo are tagged as cavalry here, so that's why the Catapulties make sense. In the old game, this wouldn't have made any sense, but they were just archers there. Now they're cavalry and archers, so both your anti-archers and anti-cavalry will be putting on the hurt. Murmillo hunting citizens, getting some nice pickups. That was basically the economic advantage of Rappel. So if Gimo can get another kill there, it's equalizing the situation a little bit. They're very heavily engaged in this classical age warfare. Makes you wonder if they should have just gone heroic, but I guess if you do it correctly and you have enough Catapulties, then there's not that much value you can get out of the Quintarius. But this gold mine is about to expire, right? Just a few hundred in it left. Rappel has got to go to new places. Time to erect a sky passage over there. No heroic cage for either guys to be seen. Just more printing. More oracles coming out for Rappel as well, replacing his boys. I think at 6 he's like happy with the income. He doesn't really want too many more. So Lobber Millo, ladies and gentlemen, they're doing so much bleeding damage. Everyone is essentially covered in a purple cloud of whatever that is. And I gotta say, Kimo's army is winning hard despite the Cairo Ballista in the back doing the work. They are tagged as siege and range, so these Terma are absolutely tearing them to pieces. Can't make too many of them. Cairo Ballista definitely a weak spot of the army. But hey, Rappel is on 2 gold mines. Very nicely done. As long as he doesn't get caught. And so far, nobody knows about this just yet. Kimo doesn't quite smell them. But if he did, if he checked, oh man, you could do so much damage here. And Rappel kind of realizes, like, okay, I don't see Kimo's army. Time to make a safety sky passage. Then he can transport between these 2 spots very easily. Now Kimo is not so scary all of a sudden. And also, everyone that was getting stressed by this town center just being on fire, he's fixing it now. Yeah, that was rather uncomfortable, but it's time for the heroic age as Faya is queued up. Kimo can put in a lot of work. His massive army is now showing its power. This is just the sheer Gaia economy in play, ladies and gentlemen. He's got a little bit more villagers towards the end there, as well as more upgrades, as you got to remember that. Some of these farmers already have irrigation, so they are working on farms almost as fast as though they were hunting. Not quite as good, but at least you're static. I'd say that was a really good trade for Kimo. It wasn't an outright victory though, because there's all these Cairo Ballista to deal with. He doesn't want to run into that base of Rappels just yet. Wait for that heroic age. Wait for a bunch of Dryads to get added. Get your heavy infantry. Start working on cavalry addition as well. Because the cav can just run free, right? Single Carnivora actually bullied these people out of here. What is going on, Rappel? You can kitchen knife that. We're paused. Where did the villagers go? Huh? Got 100 civilian pop. So the villagers don't do bonus damage against the plant, but it does negative bonus damage against villagers, which makes kitchen knives an okay answer. Alright, we didn't get a message. Whatever it was settled between the 2. Well, you can pause if there's something wrong. Within reason, it's fine. They didn't tell me what it was though, they probably should have. Oh my god, that's a cleanup, ladies and gentlemen. That is a cleanup. It's just the Cairo Ballista left. And they're not looking so hot. Actually, the Terma is getting to work on that as well. I'm not sure if Rappo can easily survive this. Heavy infantry has come in from the heroic age. Archers are getting pumped as well. No Contarius just yet, but the mythic age upgrades. Quarry, Carpenters, Flood Control are all coming in now for Chemo. He's doing a lot of work with that. His economy is gonna boom. Getting a fortress as well. And he just needs to gold now in order to go for Mythic. Rappo's doing an admirable job, however, staying alive. Scooping up the gold mines as quick as he can. He's adding some military barracks. But he's nowhere near going heroic, man. What is going on around here? Yeah, Hi-Fi Panda in the chat says that you just hero a bunch of citizens. Even just a single one can kill the carnivores. That's right. Is this game sped up? It feels faster than normal right now. I don't know, guys. It feels like the game is moving fast. Time is relative, however. That's a lot of Arcus. And they're shooting down the Terma one by one. They are not phased by them being counter units. There's just too many of them. The pump of Chemos is just absolutely unstoppable looking right now. You would need Contarius in order to properly deal with this. The Dryads being the front line and the Arcus just picking off everything is a little bit too much for Rappo to handle. And I think he might just be knocked out of this game. There's plenty of other games left to do, but this one, I'm just not sure how he can save himself. He still isn't able to go to the next age. And just regardless of how much he's pumping, how do you stay alive when you're down 205 population to 155? Oh god, Hecate. Why Hecate? Wait, Chemo doesn't want to do an implode? Okay, that is fascinating. I'm curious what this is all about. He's grabbing a 4th town center. No trade just yet. He feels like he has enough gold mines. Adding a lot of production now as well. We still haven't seen any cavalry from Chemo, but he's adding destroyers, which will help to destroy some buildings on the side, of course. And that sky passage is gone. Fortified town center also coming in for Chemo, as well as the whole line of bronze upgrades from the armory. Lots of pumping, architects even. Without a big counterattack from Rappo that takes out all of Chemo's villagers, let's say on the gold mine, then I just don't know what else he can do. Oh my god, he's turning everybody into a hero. He's staying in the classical age. Nope, never mind. He's heroic now. But yeah, all the heroes in the world, they're not attack moving correctly. Oh no, they got stuck. But that should take out a lot of these Dryads, and the Terma are getting put on the Arcus. But the Murmillo are shanking them from the back, and this is kind of working out for Chemo once again. It's an okay fight considering how much of a pump he's got behind this. Rappo dropping down to 156 population and dropping fast from there too. Even though he's pumping out the Dryads as well as he can. I just don't see any more behind those. Oh wait, he's on the limit, isn't he? Oh, Hecate's in, ladies and gentlemen. Prophetic Sight is coming up even. Where is the... Ah, there. Got the Tartarian Gate in the main. All of these spawns will be going after the citizens. And I'm not sure the citizens can actually get this down. Mind you, the Tartarian Gate doesn't regenerate here for Gaia. So many citizens are falling. 10 pops already gone. Bunch more Tartarian backflips. I love how they come out of this thing. But yeah, he's gonna resign. Off to the next game we go, ladies and gentlemen. This was just way too strong of a boom for Gaia. And didn't even need the Contarius rates in this, as I really hyped that one up. But Chemo don't care. Chemo make unit. Chemo make win. Look at that resource differential. That's just from the upgrades, man. Just from the upgrades. This is nuts. Well, also the Gaia trees, but you get what I mean. Rappo may have had the better KD, but it doesn't matter when it doesn't even come close to the value difference in resources. Yes, and Rappo did win the last game. It's good correction right there. It's not like he can't beat Chemo, just this game didn't go well. There's plenty of others to come. It's a best of five after all, right? We're not even close to done. Rappo will be picking the next map. Ghost Lake. Ghost Lake and Kronos versus Tor is going to be our matchup. Rappo being the 4. I really like the Tor pick on Ghost Lake because if the gold mines are a little bit wonky, let's say they're just not generous at all, then you can plant down your own gold mine later, get a lot of value from it. Just cost you a little bit of favor maybe. But let's talk about the actual matchup at hand. Wait, why didn't the score update? I gotta sort that out. Chemo 1. And there it is. Okay, good. Now we've got an up-to-date scoreboard. Let's talk about Kronos versus 4. So what Kronos can do really is usually he uses his double myth units early on to rush you a little bit. He will time shift right on your nose, essentially, and then deconstruct your tempo so that you can't make as many Perseer as you would like. So ideally, he already cancels the first one, and then all you've got is like a single Berserk or maybe another one that you make from your TC in order to rapidly get up another tempo, but then it's getting bullied by myth units. So that's a pretty tough situation to be in, but the economy of Tor can sort of take it. You will be having your extra dwarves supposedly from your armory. Maybe not in the archaic age, but you'll definitely get working on it as you move towards classical. As you'll be wanting a faster advance against Kronos so you can better defend yourself. See if the lobby's already up. Oh no, it's not. Chemo needs a moment. And I guess I'm running low on water, so I'm gonna refill my bottle, guys, real quick, okay? And then we'll just carry on from there. Put on the matches that are happening right now. Guess who's back? It's Chemo. They are already playing, and we're just waiting for the spectator delay to do its thing. This is gonna be great. Alright, guys. Do you think he's gonna go Leto? I think it's some Leto time. We can do this, right? Should be some Leto action. Make some robots. For Rappel, I would actually quite like him to go for SETI because the Healing Spring will really help you hold against any Chronos Rush problems. You build up your troll count a little bit, and yeah, as you fight, I mean, naturally you will gather some favor. You will gather some favor from hunting as well. So as you do that, since you get to stay home so long, why not use that wood, right? Trolls can wreck Myth units pretty good after all. You don't need to be all heroes, but it's time to go to Ghost Lake and see what these guys end up doing. He's in the north, he's blue, he's Kronos, he's pausing the game. It's Chemo. I paused the game. No, that's not right. It's Chemo. Man. Alright, I'm pretty sure this is getting silly now. Let's try this again. Ladies and gentlemen, in the blue color, we have got our Kronos player, Chemo. The other side of the map, in the red, we've got Rappel playing as 4. And as predicted in the pre-game chit-chat, we've got ourselves the initial gold mine being used because there's 2 of them. He can stay here forever. I think that Rappel could even consider a more greedy build order with perhaps maybe he could do that, right, with the armory, but I'm not entirely positive he should. Get the faster advance. The dwarves can still come after that. There's no reason to risk anything against Kronos, right? All his power spike is in this initial time shift stuff. And then you can just hold comfortably with an earlier advance and not worry too much about what's going to happen to your temple. And Rappel might actually go to the back of his base to plant the temple over there. But with Chemo aggressively scouting, you can already see he's posturing his oracles in order to find the temple easily. This is not going to stop him from doing that. But it is a little bit of a, where could it be moment. He's known that the Berserk has gone back home, so he knows that it's somewhere in the back. And that's exactly how the oracles will be positioning themselves as well, just looking for this thing. But he very obviously can't see it yet. With some luck, Rappel will be able to pump out a single hearse here. That's all he wants to do. It will take some time for this Oracle to grow enough vision for it. These boys are now maxed. Oh, he's searching. He's searching. He knows it's not here. He will get the deconstruct before... I think he will get the deconstruct before Herstier comes out. Maybe not. The line of sight is growing. Oh my god, he's gonna see it. Oh. Yeah, he's gonna see it. Okay, okay. That's the deconstruct. There's no way Rappel gets to Herstier anymore. Wait a... Chemo? Chemo? Chemo! 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 Too late. But we're housed. Oh my god, Rappel, you're giving me a heart attack, dude. He still gets the Herstier. What a lucky gentleman. Wow, Chemo, you messed that up, sir. Oh, that should have been a denied hero. So much easier to make the tempo back now. Okay, that was fun. That was fun, I'll admit. The god choice is going to be Prometheus for Chemo, and it's going to be Freya for Rappel. Before the game, I was talking about how nice Healing Spring would be, but I guess we've got Healing Spring at home with the Valkyrie. That's not too bad. Provided there's enough food, you can even make more of them, and that's pretty hard for Atlanteans to keep up with anyhow. Getting the bonk on the Oracle is also fantastic. Not only are we reducing the gather rate from him as he's moving backwards, but if he dies, then Chemo needs to make another one to take its place. Otherwise, there's not gonna be a Promethean spam. And this is a very late advance anyhow, so I'm guessing what we're looking at is actually a 2TC build from Chemo with hero citizens, maybe? Yeah, there's one. And there should be another one shortly once the cooldown's over. It's 30 seconds. Costs you 1 favor. Why wouldn't you do it, right? No second manor. Usually this is done with 2 manors, but not this time because actually Chemo didn't make extra myth units. Rappel at least knows about this. Took a lot of damage on the Valkyrie on the way in. Really unfortunate to get on top of the Prometheans like that, but I'm sure he'll be fine. He can eventually make a second one anyhow. And so far, so good when it comes to Rappel's setup, but he's not going still for any Dwarven Armor. Okay, there we go. Dwarven Armory, it's time. We just got the resources for it. Chemo's second TC will be offset a little bit by the better 4 economy in general on 1 TC, plus the 3 dwarves from the Dwarven Armory. That's also not nothing, but the civilian count already is at a discrepancy here. I wonder whether Rappel had actually problems producing units for a moment, like villagers, I mean. Already got a bunch of raiding cav looking for the business, and the hero will be killing the caribou. Not only spreading them out to be annoying for the villagers, but also reducing their meat included, as well as gathering some favor. That should be very useful when it comes to upgrades. We got a Forest Fire is doing some amount of damage, but I think Valor will be able to fix these villagers right back up down the line. And then you're gonna want Theft of Fire anyhow, which will boost them further. So yeah, the forest has burned down, sure. It's annoying, it did a little bit of damage, but nobody died, which is really all you want from this. If you're Chemo. It does open up the map quite a lot though, so there's a little bit of avenue for Rappel to come back in later. He's starting to work on the armory upgrades now, shields coming in, and that will spawn the dwarf right away. Chemo's getting Theft of Fire as predicted, giving these heroes another 20% gather rate on everything too. It's pretty sick actually. At some point Rappel will have to start healing these cavalry because they're really weak. I don't think he's gonna get any reasonable kills there. The Valkyrie is also getting pelted by all these attacks. TC Fire and Villager Kitchen Knives prove to be pretty good here. Hey, why does this house not have snow on top, but this one does? How's that working out? Just not safe to have fires on the rooftop. Anyway, second Valkyrie is out. That will heal up the first one, and then together they can heal all the cav. Should be no issue at all. Just need to not lose this one now to the bonk boy hero. Careful. Yeah, so many bonky boys. I don't like Rappel engaging here. This is unnecessary. I like his forward base though. That can be a really good staging ground for a big attack on the second TC, which has a lot of villagers around and no immediate military. Alright, heal the Valkyrie, please. Yes. No. Yes, 3 Valkyries better than 2. That's true. Also got the Sablot, which will further increase their heal rates, but isn't queued yet. They're cheap, but does need 10 favor, which he now has. Just need the 200 gold. Still on the first gold mine that's about to run out, but hey, it's a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake, right? Not too much to worry about here. Although the outer gold mines are not very nicely positioned, this TC, if secured in the long term for Rappel, could provide a lot of potential. Whereas for Chemo, well, there hasn't been much to say, really. All he needs to do is hold his 2TC a little longer, pump out some counter units, and eventually go to the heroic age. But I think Rappel might hit that first. And if he gets a big flaming weapons in here with Bragi, before Chemo gets access to Chaos, which would offset that a little bit, forcing the Norse army to fight itself, while he takes out some stragglers. I think if Rappel hits this so much earlier than Chemo, he's got a huge advantage, right? He just needs to really use it as soon as possible. I love these houses around the gold mine. It's going to make gathering awful, but also gives him scouting information. And then there's these guys gathering from all the caribou that were killed earlier. So still got the favor, still gets the food, and takes it away from Chemo. This would normally be Chemo's, but because he's turtling on 2TC, he's not gonna get it. And while we wait for this age up to happen and some berserks to be made, Chemo is also aging up. Adamantine Shingles is one of the relics. We got the Trojan Gate Hinge for walls. We got the Demeter's Throne for cheaper houses, manors, and economic buildings. I think that's it. Nobody else got... There's a 4th relic somewhere, isn't there? Here. Rappel has it. Pandora's Box for cheaper myth units. That's why he's making so many Valkyries. Makes sense. Well, he's up Balder. It's time. It's now or never, because if he gets Chaos, it's not going to look that good. Chemo already has a reasonably sized defensive army here. Rappel doesn't want to go for it. Well, now Rappel has to watch out for the Chaos, because if it hits, especially the throwing axemen during flaming weapons, they will be killing each other very quickly. They don't have a lot of health, they have a lot of damage though, against themselves. TA versus TA is just super volatile. More armory upgrades are coming in for Rappel, but right now he's down 76 to 43 civilian population. It's the military where he's got a huge advantage. But hopefully doesn't sacrifice that battle board for nothing. Really not sure if he should go for it or not. Chemo still has a second gold mine. He can go mythic here, if he stays around for a long enough time. Doesn't need anything else from the map. Starting to get in a bunch of Contarius. Those will be counters to throwing axemen, as well as Arcus, which will just deal with all the infantry. It's just a handful raiding cap that would be a problem for those, but hey, we've got plenty of Catapulties, so really no issue at all. So many Valkyries. But no battle boards for Rappel. No battle boards. That would be one difficult unit to deal with, actually. Mostly berserks. Do they have Call of Valhalla? That would give him 1 favor for every berserk death. I don't think he has that. Well, I think we're about to see the big fight. Kimo's of course gonna hold his god power for any possible flaming weapons. Rapple just wants to gold starve. But I'm not sure if he can comfortably do so. His throwing axemen are getting picked off very easily here. He's now going for a bigger fight. Citizens are getting picked off. We've got the flaming weapons and chaos combination. A bunch of berserks, however, did not get affected. And because so many units were targeted... Oh my god, the attack move stopped working. Grapple is getting picked apart. Kimo's army is kind of demolishing him right now. And I'm not sure Rapple, even with flaming weapons, can make this work. Sure, he killed a lot of villagers, but Kimo is still substantially ahead. He can just pull some of the other guys. And overall, it does look to me like Kimo has held, but there's 20 seconds of flaming weapons left. Just no units to use it on. Wow. Dwarven Mine is being used in the main. Rapple will have to try to somehow make an army back, but how is he going to do that against Kimo's superior economy? Flaming weapons did nothing. I think he waited too long. That was really unfortunate, and now his villagers are going to get it. These Contarius are here for business. No attack move. Just running right past the vills. Classic A1 players. Oh my god, why? Why? Just press A and click. Yikes. I guess he's gonna find a better target here. It's all going as planned. Villagers are gonna get the chemotherapy here. Rapple not reacting right now. This is definitely a working hazard. And there will be no compensation from Rapple, he can't afford it. So many villagers have died. Kimo has already been so far ahead anyway, but this is just the nail in the coffin, I think. All it cost him was a handful of Contarius, and they're still going strong. Wow. Now he's got the main army here, which is absolutely terrifying. You can't take that. I like the time shift and mana forward so you can build a palace faster. Then he's got another safe gold mine. This is starting to run a little low, to be fair. Rapple holding on to D alive. It is a big tournament after all. Maybe he can make some magic happen, but no. Kimo's gonna click up Mythic. Atlas is queued up. And if he is allowed to roam around here for 2 more minutes, well, he's got an implode. What's Rapple gonna do? Can't even afford a mine right now. He'll have to get 9 more favor from his heroes, which will take some time. 8 more. We'll try to take the engagement. There are a bunch of raiding cav in the back there. But now we're definitely speeding up. Back to normal speed. Somebody has resigned. I think we all know who that would have been. Kimo's army is getting wrecked, to be honest. This is not looking too bad for Rapple. Oh my god. That was a really good surround. He might be back in this for another moment. He's also got money for a dwarven mine, as in favor. But what's he gonna do about implode? Just a moment away. Yes, the micro for that fight, the surrounds were great, but he still doesn't have a substantial advantage over Chemo. Chemo can just use Implode right here. The fortress will hold long enough. We know that. Unless, of course, he suddenly loses all the vills, which really shouldn't be happening. Oh, he's gonna bait Rappel into staying here. Oh my god, it's working. It's working. There's no way to escape either. To be fair, these raiding cav at 6.6 speed might be the only unit in the entire game that could escape. But yeah, I think it's just time to blast. Huh? He missed it. Can Rappel actually get out? He got out with half the raiding cav and Chemo was pulling in his own units. What's gonna survive there? Everything of Chemo's. Oh my god. He's 176 population to 99. And Chemo has 45 TCs. Losing almost no villagers. He's basically maxed out on them. And now he's got 2 Argus. Oh. Rappel finds the villagers. That is good. Why would Chemo be out here? What is happening? Chat said help. Dude, Rappel is just... he's just finding ways back into this game, I guess. Good job with the houses earlier. Like, that was an important moment for him to get some extra kills. Now his disadvantage doesn't seem completely insurmountable, but it's just a little terrible. And he still doesn't have an answer to the Contarius. So, yeah, man, Rappel's... I don't know. He's so toast. There's no way of saving this. If Chemo puts down the keyboard hand, then maybe. Then maybe there's hope. Fighting with the kitchen knives against the cav is not going to be the best bet, but there's enough reinforcements to make it work. Champion Cavalry is also in for the Contarius, so if Rappel didn't have an answer before, he sure doesn't have now. Also got the double blob. I want to see what they do to villagers, actually, if you can get the acid spit. Ooh. Some pretty good damage coming through there, but yeah, Chemo is going to take this one as well. Rappel just unfortunately not strong enough in this game. The flaming weapons fizzled out, and then he had really nothing left to give. He did some good raids, he did some good surrounds, but with how disadvantaged he was in the bigger picture, with settlements as well as the civilian count and total resources gathered, you can't make up for that with 1 or 2 good fights and raids. And Chemo outkilled him too. Yeah, just too late to do that kind of damage, I agree. Exactly. Well, that's going to be a 2-1, but it is a best of 5, so we've got plenty left to go. We got plenty left to go indeedly. Alright, we're gonna go for Blue Lagoon for what could be the last game if Rappel dies. Hopefully that's not gonna be the case. I do want my game 5 in this one. 4 is just... it just doesn't sound so good. They're drafting their gods as well. It'll be Ra versus Isis. So I'm a little worried about that one. Isis can certainly make something happen, but Ra technically has just super camels. It's going to be difficult to fight against that. Of course, Isis could just choose to not play the entire game and just go straight to Mythic from Heroic, right? You just slap down your Ancestor's Eclipse, and instead of fighting it out in Heroic, you just go Mythic. And then you start printing your camels with Valley of the Kings. and you get so much more value for your money that you outperform the superior camels of Ra. So that is one way to play this, and Blue Lagoon certainly does does allow you for that, because you got so many little passages to wall up. And we've seen this before in this very tournament. I think it was between Nora and who was his opponent there? Was it Chemo that he played against in this exact same matchup on Ghost Lake? I think it might have been. And it's that exact situation that we've seen, that they played a little bit of heroic and the rock camos were just so much better, but then Mythic hit and everything changed. Meanwhile, we've got some news where Recon and Soup have wrapped up. Their game is already done. So Maiden and Yodesla should be teaming up fairly soon on the other streams. And I'm not sure about the status of Magic versus the Mista. That's on Boyd's channel. They're also at 2-1. So we could be meeting up fairly soon as well ourselves. Yep. 2-1. Just like us. So I don't see a lobby. Oh my god, they've already started, and they didn't tell me the lobby. Oh my god, guys. Oh my god. Okay, go to Lagoon. Go. Go. Welcome to Blue Lagoon. We're starting a little late because we gotta go fast. In the blue color, this is Chemo playing as Ra, already empowering his monument, helping everybody gather more resources. On the other side, this is the Rapple playing as Isis. And I believe we've more or less caught up with them now. That's good. That's good. So let's talk about the matchup a little bit. The map doesn't play much of a role other than the fact that it's easy to wall off because of all the stuff in the way. Forest to water is easy, then to cliffs, then to forest again. Yeah, you can see my point. Ra has really good camels, guys. Ra has really good camels with the major god bonuses there, which we don't get from this, but we get from the tech tree. So you got your 15% better hit points, essentially, on all these Midgard units, right? And Isis doesn't have that. They can also go for the same god path, which is like it's supposed to be, I think, Bast, Hathor, and Osiris if you want to go for super camels. But if you want to go for a timing attack with Isis, you can get Tot and Valley of the Kings and Meteor all at once. Basically, you go for your Ancestors Eclipse in your Heroic Age, you get the enemy villagers busy with that, and in the meantime you go Mythic yourself, getting out Valley of the Kings, empowering your Migdol, and pinting out so many camels that you'll be just beating the superior camels of Ra. No, mass chariot archers don't work. Answering a question in the chat from Teresa. The reason it doesn't work here is because of the camels. So first off, they're so fast they just dodge the shots. Secondly, they are countering the chariots themselves directly. They deal massive bonus damage. Yeah, I would expect half ore from our chemo here for the super camels, but not from Rappel. Not from Rappel. Technically, he could do that, but you don't want to fight fire with fire here. But it's going to be a Ptah. So we'll see whether Chemo actually engages in barracks units whatsoever. I wouldn't say you should. What makes more sense is to get the cheap farms from Ptah. And then get rain in. Am I sure about Halford and Retold? Yes. So first off, you got your you got your God Power, Locust Swarm. That will do a lot of work on villagers if you can pair it with a camo raid. Then Dark Water is really the upgrade that you're looking for another 10% camo hit points, as well as regeneration for them. So you raid, you keep using your Locust Swarm to delete villagers. Sure, they'll be able to escape it and the God Power itself and, you know, outrun it, survive, but then the camels make easy pickoffs of them. At least that's how you should be using that. A lot of people just use it by itself and then nothing happens. Second TC for Rappel, but not for Chemo so far. He's going barracks units, man. X-Men, of all things. Oh, that's not half for? Well, see? You're right. The thing about that is I'm wrong. Good chat. Okay, that is a Sobek. I thought we were talking about strategy, but then failed to see the point. Good pick off on that villager. Maybe another kill can be done. The poison is strong enough for it. Very nice. And also idling the rest. Picking off the walls even so that he can make sure that, yes, indeed, no villager will be able to hunt. There's this rear spot, however, with all the giraffes. I really dislike the granary position. Ideally, you would put that in the middle of the animals, but oh well. At least he has some hunt. Rappel will have a long path to the heroic age, whereas Chemo can almost directly go for it. He doesn't need to make any more units now. He's done enough. I still don't know why he went for axemen rather than spears. But I'm sure there's a reason. Freaking triple widgets, man. Triple widget. Rappel's cutting ahead by 5 villagers already. I think Chemo really needs to get on the job and prevent that hunting from happening. There's only so much left here in the back, so... Ah, he's working on the granary now. Very good. And we've got... Sekhmet. Okay. Okay, I don't know anything anymore. This is weird. Why Sekhmet? I guess the Citadel will help you catch up at least a little bit. It does produce villagers faster and upgrades and whatever, but is that really worth it? We will find out. As for Rappel, he's starting his own axeman. What is going on in this video game? Doesn't have any gold. So prosperity will be playing a big role here. Man, I swear Locust could do so much work in this. Eventually there will be a big move out of villagers. They need to go to the next gold mine. And that's where you hit them with the locusts and camels, but... Sekhmet, man. Chemo's such a boomer sometimes. He likes to boom. You could make the scarab go boom. Get like 3 of them and just blast all the villagers. Oh god, Rappel, no, this gold mine is gonna expire, no? I think it's gonna expire before he gets his value out of the god power, man. It's expiring fast. You know, maybe this will just about work out. He's a smart boy. He would have tried this beforehand. Ooh, it's tight. Okay, it's actually fine. It's gonna be fine. Just the right amount of time. Very nice. So at 1,000 with pickaxe, you can still use prosperity. It's gonna be fine. Timing is worked out. It's chariots. Kimono make camel. It's gonna be much harder, however, to take map control with them because they're just 5 speed rather than 6. So where's Rappel heading exactly? Because he's not got the gold mine secured. He's got Ancestor's Eclipse ready to go. I think he's gonna have to use it to secure the gold mine, or he just uses it to go across the map with the Scorpion Man and then do an Ancestor's Eclipse over here. But Chemo's happily secured his gold mine now. He's able to pump some priests if he wants to. He has so much gold right now. And with the Citadel, he can make the priests very quickly as well. Oh, we're going straight into Tot as predicted. So Rappel is doing the strat I wanted him to, but Chemo is not. And all these villagers are about to be caught by the minions, man. This is rough. Scorpion Man ended up fighting the Pharaoh, so that's not quite as ideal. But hey, he's prevented the town center from being made and killed a bunch of villas and idled the entire economy. I think that ends up being pretty good. Okay, a bunch of gold miners are still working, but for how much longer? Rappel doing a great split here is trapping the villagers. He might just be getting ahead so much that Chemo can't come back, to be honest. As well as with Todd following up. 50 villagers to 31. Ancestor's Eclipse just completely changing the game here. But what does he do about all the chariots? And Chemo's grabbing another town center. Holy crap, dude. He's gonna have all the TCs. Bone bow chariots. .23 range on these things. They can very slowly kill the TC if they want to. Rappel will have to just trade resources, dude. It's the only way. He does have a market. But, well, I don't know if this marketing strategy is gonna work. Sure, he's gonna have Meteor that's gonna wreck villagers and buildings. Where does he actually use it to do max damage? In the main, I think the Citadel would survive thanks to all the other targets around. It needs to do damage in the next minute because Chemo is catching up with the villager count. Not to mention that Rappel actually can't afford to make units because he doesn't have any gold. And he's trying to get Valley of the Kings, which is 450 gold. He sold all his resources and it's not enough. My goodness, Rappel. Oh no. He also spent on the levy upgrade, which again took his gold out. Can't afford a training speed upgrade, sir. When you can't even train units. Uh-oh. Well, Kimo scattered all around the map. He knows he's up against Todd. He doesn't want to get hit with everything everywhere all at once. Fudgets versus Phoenix. Who wins? Oh my god, that Phoenix is getting its butt kicked. It's not even close. And here's all the chariots. Got the meteor. Wait, that's on the army? I'm not even sure it can hit them. Kimo just escaped it. Sure, they're doing a bunch of backflips, but it's okay. Well, that was one of the worst meteors we've ever seen. It killed 3 chariots. Kimo's back in action. All he needs to do is sprint units. He's caught up with the economy. I think Grapple might be dead. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no way. He doesn't have any units to defend this. Got some random vills down here as well. Kimo can hit both locations at once. And the Scorpion Man isn't too much trouble either. Ah, that's some nice poison though coming through. Oh yeah, the villagers will be going down one by one. The Phoenix Egg might be a problem. The priest needs some retargeting real quick before it comes back, but it's not happening. Got a Phoenix, but that's also easy enough to shoot down with the priest now here. Good job by Rappo sneaking a gold mine though. With Valley of the Kings done, he's actually got a substantial number of camos out. 8 of them. Kimo will have to match it. He's now got more villagers than Rappo. He's got to spend real resources on this, unlike Rappo himself. Ooh, some elephants in the corner. Nice. That's some long-lasting food source. Right now, Kimo has his own camos and he can make several at once because of his massive economy. He doesn't need to sell resources for this. Oh, he finds the sneaky villagers. Look at that. What are these priests doing? They stayed here. I guess Kimo forgot them. Also got heavy camo riders coming in. Apple only really making villagers, and they're sometimes getting stuck. Once this elephant has been eaten up, he will need a full farm transition. He's got a bunch of farms already, so it's not terrible, but yeah, he will need to build a... Did you guys just go through each other again? What did I say about attack moving? Yikes. Oh my god, Kimo! Jesus Christ. It's a $12,000 tournament. Learn to attack move. Holy crap, dude. Jesus Christ. He's getting surrounded by camels. His entire army is dead. There's no excuse for this. Oh my good lord. Wow. Rappo might have just completely swung this game around at 188 population to 144. If he gets some villager kills, he's just in the lead. It's that simple. Just needs to not lose these villagers. The camos are on the case. I'm not sure this fortress can complete in time. Oh god, the retaliation from Kimo is severe. It's really severe, guys. This is gonna hurt. Oh yeah, and Kimo never used rain either. What's the deal with that? He does have farms. Not that many, but he does have them. Champion camos now from Rapple as well. And they're getting a lot of juicy villager kills. Kimo, what are you doing, sir? He's fighting them with the kitchen knives. Oh no. I guess it's working. His own camos, remember, they have 15% more health, so they're about as good as the champion camos. Not quite, but almost. Third TC for Rapple coming right up. If he can secure his side of the map, he's fine, man. He's also pulling Chemo into 2 separate locations. Seems to be doing much better with the raids than Chemo ever did. And with that, he might be able to still bring this back, so... Losing the villagers in the bottom was problematic, but hey, at just a 15 villager difference, you can make that back still. It's just that Chemo is also now paying attention to the double front raids. Book of Thought will be one way to come back. That will give some more gather rates to everything. Very, very strong upgrade. Finally found the plow button also. As you can see, Rappel is kind of broke when it comes to food especially. Maybe Chemo will find the rain button. The free god power not getting used. It's so funny. I don't get it. Well, the champion camos will still be beating the regular ones. This is not any special type of camo that Chemo has, and he's still in the heroic age, so he can't get champion himself. But he can get Vadgets. They're doing well. Apple getting irrigation. Hey, Chemo found rain. Nice. But he's losing the fight pretty hard. It's just the Vadgets that are holding this together. At least a little bit. Rappel's pump is still looking rather strong. Just these gather rate differences are going to be insane. 1.7 versus 0.85 at the moment. And if you just continuously use rain, it doesn't have a long cooldown, by the way, just 90 seconds. If you keep using it, your economy is going to shoot up to the moon. Then you can sell some excess food, click up to the next age. Osiris is the choice. And that can certainly do a lot of work. Camels don't have a ton of hack armor. Oh, hack armor, sorry. It's doing divine damage. No armor matters. So the camels will be countered by the camel meat shields. And the Son of Osiris can just do the work from behind. Also adding in a little bit of mummies. Will be a very powerful tool. Chemo's got all that it takes to win this. Just needs to not throw the game until then. Does Ring get better with upgrades? Yeah, I mean, it's just plus gather rate, right? 150. Oh, well, okay. It doesn't scale further. But your villagers will have gotten more gather rate, right? Wait, Chemo just took the worst fight imaginable, but hey, he still got the Migdal. He's got max villagers, he's got all his locations secure, just needs to not lose too many villagers until he's got Son of Osiris. That's his only mission. This is a good spot to defend. So yeah, it's just the base rate getting boosted by rain, not the entire rate. Just like the upgrades. Son of Osiris is here. Oh, Rappel has to turn around, he can't fight that. Even with a camel advantage, it's gonna be too rough. You can just garrison the man. And it's a full hold. Champion Camels is the first thing he clicks. Also starting to work a little bit on caravans now. Can't hurt. How are we doing with armory upgrades? Oh, he's made the dock. I like that for the War Turtle and Leviathan. Not that he can make active use of them though, but he could bring them over here, maybe do a little work with them. Nah. Nah, there's nothing to do. Son of Osiris blasting into the middle of all this. The mummy getting a curse off, and some minions will be spawning. Already got 3, 4. Holy 5 minions. Just from one special attack. If you can get a few more of those mummies, that's gonna be brutal. But I think he's using rain on cooldown now. Pharaoh entering the fight should be able to take out the budgets very easily if he's not targeted down. And overall, Rappo has a good number of things here. He's also shooting the TC at the South Osiris, forcing it away from the fight, and his superior camo count is winning. Armory upgrade wise, he's got the bronze stuff. Chemo also does, so it's a surprise he's losing this badly. Hey, the camels are fighting the war turtle. That's what I wanted to see. Unfortunately, it's not going very well for the war turtle. Desert Wind camels now coming in. Now that's going to be the game changer. That's where they really start to shine. This upgrade is giving them speed and hit points and damage. It's like a whole different kind of unit. Look at these stats. 243 hit points to 196. 16.8 damage per attack. And second to 14. And then the double bonus, of course. 6 speed versus 7.2. All the advantages are Chemo's now. There is no excuse for him to be losing fights from here on. He's got max population, villagers, and he's starting the trade. This should work just fine. Gathering from berry bushes makes no sense, or pumpkins. You should be farming, you should be raining it. Making it rain. If there's no 5 monuments yet, there should be 5 monuments. And that's my recipe for victory, basically. That's it. Yeah, now there's basically no way for Rappo to win a direct fight. He can win the big raids though. This is a nice little attack. Might be able to destroy the town center. Although this is upgraded with architects and some villagers are coming by to repair. If Son of Osiris can make it in, then a lot of camels will die for this town center destruction. Can they even get that? I mean, Chemo has a lot of numbers here, and once again, we've got the super speed. Oh my god, they are gone. They're all gone. There's no camels. What camels? Also, Chemo is chilling here in the Midgard area. It can't shoot them because it doesn't have boiling oil. In Retold, you should get boiling oil, and unlike in the original game, where it made your shooting buildings worse, here it's equal-ish. Wow. Son of Osiris just one-shots villagers. That is maybe a play for Son of Osiris rock drops. Just send them into gold mines. One-shot villagers. He would be very exposed, but rocks are strong. Well, guys, it looks like Chemo is king. There's no way for Rappo to defend that hometown center. He might be able to pick off the Son of Osiris, which is right now not even attacking. That is going to be a kill, in fact. Very nicely done, but there are plenty of villagers and camels here to take down the red camels of Rappo. The main TC has been destroyed. And there's going to be so many minions spawned from this fight. 7 of them. Chemo is just mercilessly going into the main. He might just grab the town center directly. I'm not even sure he's going to bother to make a Migdal here. He just grabs it in front of Rappo's nose. This is a get out kind of move. Yeah, there it is. Houses are being destroyed, so Rappo just can't field as large an army as Chemo anymore. And even if he could, the camels of Ra are so much better here. The TC will be built in a handful seconds, and then the army of Chemo will once again just completely explode. Unreachable numbers for Rappo. There's another rain. He can steal the farms if he likes. The last camel battle is beginning. Actually, Chemo didn't bring his boys over for that. So he's losing quite a bit of population, but he's still got so much more than Rappo does. Well, Chemo does win. Rappo really tried everything in the playbook, but you know, retreating behind that town center to trade resources at the market, it's expensive. That's not free resources. Even though he gathered a ton, he sold most of it until he was able to go out there. So it's thousands of resources getting spent in this way. Yeah, not cool. Not cool. And Chemo very much deserved that victory, that one. Well done. Okay, we know your name is Flame, but it doesn't need to mean that you flame people. Be nice, please. Alright, so that's the results here. Let's see if we can link up with Boyd. See what we can do there. I'm not sure what his game is at the moment with Magic and Mista. So I'm putting that up. Yeah, good to see you playing Rapple, and you still got a respectable 5th to 8th prize there. Magic Mista are done as well. Oh my god. Then we probably have a bracket update. Yeah, he's waiting. He's waiting. I'm gonna go and knock on his door. Setting up at Boyd, boys.
Is there a Nakamura here?
Knock, knock.
Knock, knock, indeed. I can move over onto this thing now. Oh, we have a transition. We have to do a transition first.
Yes, transition.
Time to be alive. Hey, we're here. What a game. What did you... all right. So, what does this mean?
Sup?
If Chemo... We're up to the semifinals. Tell me about it. Tell me what you saw. Tell me what you saw.
Chemo is in the semifinals. He had this crazy series with Rapple. Say hi to the chat, Boyd, by the way.
Oh, I need to get that. 1 second. I'm gonna get us. We're gonna do a little little thingamajiggy, right?
Thingy-majiggy?
We have to do the shared chat.
Oh yes.
Hi to
yes,
Nakamura's chat.
I've done the invite for that call as well now, so you'll see that in your Twitchy.
All right, let me get that sorted.
But yeah, we've had a pretty good time over here. So what happened is the last game in particular, Isis versus Ra. Chemo being the Ra, of course, he's always the Ra. And what happened essentially is both of them made camels, and the Ra camels were a lot better. It's crazy, dude.
Sometimes that happens.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's how it works.
But the biggest problem was really Rapple was forced into a 2TC, and then he just kind of chilled behind his TC. No gold mines, he traded resources, and that just kind of put him out there. Chemo did a really good job in the previous games. He had a weak start today, but then he really hit Rapple back. So I'm thinking he's looking good today. What about the Mista?
The Mr. and Magic, just they had you know what to expect from these two. It was absolute chaos from the very start of the series. First game, Magic managed to actually get the first win off of Mr. before Mr. turned it up. It was a Gaia versus Poseidon game, and Magic got everything he wanted in that game and more. But then following that, the Mister was just like, he just had all the answers to all of the problems that Magic threw at him.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. That sounds like Mista, to be honest. In the old game, maybe that wasn't the case, but in Retold, it's just a different beast. Granted, Magic was playing this one on a laptop on a holiday in a hotel, so that definitely plays a role, but, Mista has been doing so much better on Retold than he did in the original game, and even there, he was the beast already.
Yeah, he's such a good player, and we're going to get. I'm actually really excited to watch this one because this is going to be Chemo's first attempt or first chance at a rematch against the Mister. He's played the Mister once, and this is when he was in the hyperbolic time chamber. Chemo had yet to come out. like Vegeta already went in. He's come out. He's like 10 billion times stronger. He just bashes Goku down into this is in a different universe. And Chemo, he's finally come out, it seems, of that training, and he does look really scary. He plays, I would say, he plays a very different style to anyone else at the top level at the moment.
Yeah,
but
he's kind of a boomer, isn't he? Like he really likes that big economy stuff. He likes to get in his early late game raids and then just really be spooky with his big production. But I've seen the chinks in his armor, sir. Basically, what we're talking about is attack move. This whole cast for me has been about Chemo walking his stuff through the enemy army. If Mista sees that kind of stuff, I think Mista's micro is so fantastic. He's not gonna let that fly. So Chemo better watch out for your attack moves, sir, because this guy will take you down.
I've seen that in my own game. The thing is, right, I've seen that in my own games versus Chemo, but it seems to not phase him. Like, he just throws away an army and then all of a sudden all of his units are all through your base. And you're like, hang on, wait, how did I get in this spot again? Mister is quite a level above mine, so I don't expect that to happen to him. But, if Chemo plays his game and takes and Mister falls into Chemo's game, so to speak, then anything can happen. If Chemo's got what he wants, then that's where he's comfortable, and when he's comfortable, he's at his best.
Right. Boyd, I want to ask you one more thing. Can I take your draft window here?
Yes.
Yes? Is it you doing it, or is it the crew?
I am doing it.
You are the crew.
I have the ability to some degree.
Very good.
Do you need me to send you a link? Okay?
Nah, I'm pretty good at links.
Okay, so we will get this all set up right now. So it's going to be the Mister versus Chemo. As they
all I have
are
to
on the
do
way
is
with
just
their map bans.
swap all the Nakas for Boyd and try to not press stop streaming at the same time, and then it's all good.
Well, we can move over onto the drafting stage at this point, actually, Nako, because we have now started to get on the way, and Giza is going to be our first map. As Mister picks up Marsh, Mount Olympus, Blue Lagoon, and Chemo picks up Kurlauga, Elysium, and Ghost Lake.
Yep, that's good stuff. Then they're gonna get going with the gods momentarily after.
All right. Man, this is exciting because, obviously, you kind of know to a degree the gods which Chemo likes to play. Like, he likes Ra. He likes Gaia. He likes Hades. He likes everything basically except for Norse. So, do you play into that and try and force Chemo to pick as many Norses as you possibly can? Or do you say, you know what, my Norse is really good, let me just do it, and I'm just going to beat you with Norse?
Well, he's already taken his Ra away. I think Chemo is doing... Temista is going the former way with this. Just taking all the good stuff away from the man. Actually, funnily, Temista banned Isis, which is not something that Chemo has been consistently picking. So perhaps he has his own concerns with playing Isis, and he'd rather not have to fight against that with, let's say, Gaia or something like that, where it's a little bit tougher. Chemo gets his own Gaia, by the way. The other gods he really loves to do is Oranos, surprisingly. So I'm curious if the Mister will steal that. But he's got Zeus and Hades.
With Zeus and Hades. Jesus, that's good.
That's really good because there's Kalagar in the map pool, so Chemo would want to keep that last at this point.
Well, he doesn't even have to pick it. This is kind of an idea, right? You can technically use one of your map picks as a ban if you really don't have any gods for it.
That's it. So if it doesn't come down to it, then he doesn't have to pick Kalagar.
But in a sense, in having Kalagar picked, that means that the Mister won't be able to pick one of his Greek gods. So if this game goes the distance, like game 4 maybe, you know that the Mister can't pick one of those Greeks.
Oh, he's got all the Greeks now. Okay.
Yeah. The Mister's not even picking a Norse god. He's just like, okay, Chemo, there's only Norse gods left. Which one do you want? You can have Odin or you can have Freya.
Yeah, interesting to see Mister just swoop up all the Greeks. I guess he just wants to print Greek units in the mid game.
He's just so good with Greek,
right?
man. There's just he's got this knack that I think it might seem simple when you watch it, but then you go and try and do it yourself, and you're just like, no, it's not that simple. How does he get away with it? What is he doing that allows him so much advantage? But yeah, he's got a knack for the Greeks that I think a lot of other players they also have, like they see the power, but they can't like hit the timings, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is the complete set, ladies and gentlemen. So now we're gonna see what the actual gods are for this first map. They're gonna decide that game by game as usual.
Yeah, Chemo does have all the Atlantean gods. And I guess this is this also plays away from the Chemo style, right? Chemo he's a defensive beast. He wants to be on the defensive. He wants to kind of, well, in a way, he wants to be on the defensive. He wants to be on the defensive in the early stages of the game. He doesn't mind being aggressive mid game, but he really does like that late game. He likes pushing for that late game as best as he can.
Yeah, and that's the thing with both of these players being so good at it. It really will just come down to the little efficiencies, the micro, the little raids that go unnoticed for a little bit of time. That's really the critical aspects. AOM games in Retold haven't been going too much for the late stages, at least on my streams. Boyd, I don't know how yours have gone, but I see a lot of dying in the heroic age. What about yourself?
Yesterday, I had long game after long game after long game. I think it was, yeah, I saw quite a few 30+ minute games, but we haven't had any of those hour-long games that like they weren't like frequent on Legacy, but you know, you would expect an hour-long game like maybe 5 to 10 times a tournament.
Mm-hmm.
But we haven't seen any thus far.
No, they really don't go into the deep mythic, and that's kind of weird, isn't it? Wait, what's going on? Are they doing a second draft?
No, Chemo needs to join the God Pickup.
Oh, okay. He's just not doing it. Okay,
link.
fine.
Yeah.
We'll get there, guys. We'll get there. Soon TM.
Yeah, it's a long day today, so you know, gotta get quick. Maybe Mister will dispose of Chemo very quickly, so we can go to bed. Well, I want to see a competitive game nonetheless. I'm very interested in. I know the Mister. I know he actually does spend some time in Twitch chat. Even if he's not chatting or anything, he's always kind of around the surface, kind of like taking little notes on people's gameplay. I wonder how much of Chemo's stream he actually does end up watching in reality. But wow. Naka, we're on the map Giza, and it's a rematch, except it's not a rematch of Mr. versus Magic. It's a rematch with Mr. versus Chemo, but it's going to be Poseidon and it's going to be Gaia.
Interesting.
Mr. dropped this matchup.
So maybe he has a better idea about what to do now. And also he's going up against a different players, so perhaps he has a
Or a
special
completely
plan.
different player.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean,
So what went wrong when he played against Magic?
what went wrong was it kind of felt like, so Mister went for his like kind of patented early pressure into an expand, but Mister's second town center had really nothing close to it. I think he maybe went on autopilot a little bit on that one rather than going for the sort of forward town center where there was quite a decent amount of resources. Grabbed the back town center just because it's safe. And then he was just kind of stuck in his base. And yeah, he couldn't really get anything done with the bronze. And then Implode just kind of made things very, very challenging for him to get his footing back in the game.
Right. Yeah, you know, Poseidon just doesn't quite have the same level of economy as Gaia, and it's difficult to find your pace in that. If you can get to solid heroic though and have all the right counter units and good targeting as well, then I do think it's manageable. Certainly the Greek units have the power that they need in order to deal with Atlantis, but there's a lot of tempo moments in this matchup that can catch you off guard, and a big implode in the Mythic transition in particular is very hard to deal with because Gaia will have those Mythic Age economic upgrades throughout the Heroic Age. That's tough, man, to fight against.
Yeah. And while we're waiting for these guys, because they've just gone for a quick toilet break, let's have a quick jump down to the bracket and just see how the other side of this competition is going. Wow, Grass taking out Kavoth 3-2. Naka, what do you? That's a tight series there. What do you think about that?
The closest one. It's the closest that's possible. But yeah, you know, Kavoth has been looking rather solid to me throughout this entire tournament series, really. And
yeah,
Grass has had a poor opening with the group stage. He lost 3-0 and apparently came back. This is absolutely amazing. He came back as the loser, the second player out of Group 1, having lost to Tunisia 3-0, but then defeated Tunisia 3-1 on the reverse. I guess he just didn't have his peak conditions during the Friday match or whenever that was. And now to see him in the semifinals, this young man is going places, man.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, man, Super's my most favorite player to watch out of everyone. I wish that I kind of want to see more of Super, but Recon is a beast, man. 3-0.
He's got the moves.
Gotta feel good. Gotta feel good.
Yeah, I did get to cast some Soup yesterday with Maiden. It was super fun.
Yeah.
He fought against
He just
Chemo
does the most
valiantly.
crazy stuff. That's the most crazy stuff, right? Like,
yeah,
just
sure
like
does.
10 oracles before like 8 minutes.
It's exactly what he was doing, and
you can do that. You're allowed to do that.
he actually did that against Kenzie in the end. So what was it? 7 oracles, and he just triple printed Prometheans into Hades.
Hey,
Poor Hades couldn't do anything.
I've been stealing that one too. Yeah, it's a fun strat. It's just fun, man. You get so much stuff.
I guess the one thing you can do as Greek is get your own myth units, especially like Nemean Lions that can actually stun lock the guys, and then you cycle those stun abilities. That's your one tool really against it. Other than that, you just, I don't know, curl up and die.
Yeah, I mean, the Mythic Age is, I mean, you say the Mythic Age, but, you know, setting up those oracles does take time. Getting walls set up and playing defensive and all that stuff. But getting to the Mythic Age and unlocking that Mythic Age hero, that thing does remove those myth units.
You can get there. So I just saw yesterday, I'm not sure which match of Magic's it was anymore, but he was Zeus against the Hades, and he had all his manticores deleted by Perseus within a bunch of seconds.
That's right. Yeah. That was insane. And that was first Kavoth, right?
Or Ulysses, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was. Ooh, No, I think it was Kavov.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a series that was incredibly tight as well. Oh man, there's been so many close series through this tournament. It's been kind of ridiculous. Like
It's good to see that
you
there
kind of
isn't just one guy that absolutely dominates.
yeah
But there's actually
yeah
many contestants that can do something.
yeah. I mean, there's still no surprises that Recon and Mister are doing incredibly well, but
Hmm.
you know, if Chemo doesn't topple the Mister in this one, and Recon takes out Grass, then I mean Recon's gonna have another shot at taking out the Mister. But you know, there is that thing at the always sitting at the back of a player's brain when they have a practice partner, and a lot of the times they're struggling to win against said practice partner. You can kind of get in your own mind about taking a series off of them in a tournament setting where,
Sure.
like, how do I say this? If you're not playing against that player, you have no real idea of where you're matching up against them. So you just go at 100% and you just throw everything you have at them. And if it sticks and you get the win, then it doesn't matter if on paper you're not better than them. You were better than them in that moment.
You actually have to get to the point where you can do it in practice as well
Yeah.
before you can do it on the big stage, because if this keeps eating away at you during the game, you're just not gonna bring your A game, that's for sure. By the way, Boyd, the
Yes.
little Twitch call thing is showing you as gone. Is that? But I still see your chat,
dear.
I think.
Oh dear. No, it has broken. Let's
Oh,
try again.
then I shall re-invite you.
No, I think I got it. Yeah, I got it. It's all good. There we go.
Oh, you do. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. We unbroke it. Nice. Just make sure to mute yourself in
I
there.
need to leave. Oop.
Beautiful. Thank you. All right. Yeah, now it's working. Nice.
Happy days. Okay, now we can jump in. Let's go. All right, we got a game. It's going to be coming in on the map Giza. We haven't really discussed the matchup all too much just yet.
Oh yeah.
So, I mean, is there anything in this matchup that if say the Poseidon sees on the map is just like, oh great, now I can just do this one thing and I'm having a great game of it.
I think the big move is right at the beginning of the game. If you got a safe town center, then you already know, yeah, I can go for a faster advance. I can go and grab that safely with my heroes guarding my boys and girls, the TC builders mostly. And there's really very little that the Gaia can do because you just don't have super strong offensive myth units like some other civs have access to. So you're not stopping a Poseidon TC from coming up. It's really about the resource placement, though. If there's secure resources near or behind the town center, then jackpot for Poseidon. Gaia doesn't care so much. Gaia will be in charge of this matchup for the most part, minus the potential hero raiding. So Poseidon not just able to grab the TC, but also harass villagers. And then Gaia really shines in the heroic age later.
Yeah, that's right. If Guy gets that heroic age and kind of hasn't taken any damage, you know, you can get really like, you can be in a lot of trouble. I do think that Poseidon has got this sort of like tiny bit of harass angle where you go for like maybe 2-3 Hippias or something, and you just
That's it.
kind of run around the map killing oracles. Yeah, so you do what you can. And you have to get some damage done. If you don't get damage done, I feel like Gaia is going to have some troubles.
Yep, I agree. There's no more time to talk about it, but we'll talk a bit more in the early stages. Let's head to Giza, yeah?
Alrighty, let's jump in. Giza's the map. Mace, Mr. Chemo, game 1. Off we go.
Boom.
We are back in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Poseidon. His name is the Mister.
What is going on, everyone? My name is Nakamura, and we are back with some Age of Mythology, the retold action. In the red color, this is Chemo playing as Gaia.
Oh, baby. It's semi-finals action, Naka. What a time to be alive. Wrath of the Gods retold. It's been a long journey to get here. It's been 4 weeks of non-stop action, incredible games, all of the good stuff. But, you know, it's semi-finals. This is where big, big moments occur. Chemo making it through this far. Mister making it through this far. Walk me through this. What are you seeing on this map, Giza? Is there anything here that it's indicating yay or oh dear for these players?
Well, there are deer. There are gazelles, however. Never mind, there's no deer. You also make a really great point, actually, about how hard the players have worked for this to get here and how many games they've played. The big payoff is coming with 12,000 bucks on the line. The map's really good, though, for a quick 2TC for the Mista. There's rhinos right next door. The trees are lending themselves to an easy wall off. This is great. And there's a pretty easy gold mine nearby. Or if he becomes daring, the forward TC actually does have a rear gold mine as well. But that maybe is a little bit riskier with how exposed the rest of it is and how cut off it becomes. I think for Chemo, you just are gonna go to TC anyway, right? Just gotta be really careful with the hero harassment. And then after the races, we go with Heroic. Will require a bunch of penalties though.
Yeah, I do think that there is a build which nets you a guaranteed town center that I don't think Poseidon, even advancing at 315, can stop. And the secret to it is simply just getting your second Gaia forest down nice and early on your second town center or second settlement, and then wedging the citizens in there so they can't get harassed. Little secrets, saving them for next tournament. Everyone's going to be shocked, surprised.
Yeah, you can even make a manor there if you really want to.
Yeah, chuck a manor down to block them in, and then they just you just can't harass them. It's the really neat trick if you really want to go for a fast second town center. But we've already got Hermes coming through here for the Mister. He's got a really nice gold mine sharing that storehouse. Going to be using that beautifully. And yeah, the centaur going to be pushing across the map. Very quick to start putting pressure onto Chemo. But, you know, he is very used to this, I feel like. He plays against a whole lot of early game pressure builds, rushes on the ladder. And I think he's not going to be shocked at anything coming at him in this game.
Yeah, no, he's going to be prepared for this. And, you know, Oceanus, you get the Caladria, you can heal your Vills, or whatever it is getting targeted. You can slow down these Mythians trying to run away from you, like the Centaur. It's Atalanta that's going to be a little bit more annoying. Themista straight up skips Theseus here.
Yeah, there's almost no point. If there's not a relic, to pick up, why grab him? He's not going to. You can build him later and send him over to the town center to defend against the Carnivora when you're going for the town center. But wow, Chemo, this is a new Chemo. No fast second town center here. It's military academy and counter barracks. Military barracks and counter barracks getting dropped down.
Well, the Mister just picks up Patas Scepter, and he will be guarding. Oh wait, sorry, he does have a Theseus. Bridle of Pegasus is also picked up. 2 heroes will be chilling by the TC. Does that mean that the Mister wants that? Yes, he just deposited the gold. That's where he's going. Safe against Carnivora.
At this point, this is one of the sort of rare games or rare moments here where it kind of looks like Mystery hasn't scouted what he needs to scout. He's now seeing the Catapulti, so he knows what's coming for him now. But normally he knows, oh, my opponent's going, he's on the town center, or he's built military buildings. He's going for a one town center play, but he kind of misses that information. And now he's locked into grabbing this town center. Whether he wanted to be on this or not, I don't know. But yeah, Chemo's doing something very different here than I think he would be expecting.
Yeah, man, when you save up this many resources, you just don't pivot into something else. That would be
No.
Very bad in terms of your overall planning. If you do go
here's
into
that.
army, it's just too slow. But hey, good news. Chemo is also going to TC behind this. Once the Pegasus relic gets deposited, I'm sure Mr. will find it out in due time. TC's done, and then he can get working on these rhinos.
Yeah, and you see him dropping the mana with the Gaia Forest here, so now it becomes even more difficult to deny this. You basically can only deny it by having a ton of units to actually just kill the settlement.
Yeah.
Which, obviously, with Mr. going 2 town centers at this point, the resources are just not there to have that out.
By the way, today
Well, it's a safe
I've
second
seen
town
this Oranos game with Chemo, and he used his Carnivore to deny a TC with Oranos, had the Shockwave ready. As soon as he advanced, he was there with the Oracle, seeing everything, planted down the plant, Shockwave the villagers, TC was gone.
Yep.
It was a
It can be that
really
simple.
nice deny.
No shockwave, though, for the Gaia, so you have to be a little bit more specific about it.
Exactly, you don't have those kind of tools, and the heroes are here to defend, so in this matchup, you just don't see anything cool like that. It's just... So he's a creative player like that.
Mr. now knows. He comes in. I don't think he saw the foundation, so he's not going to know exactly when that town center came up, but he will see it completed and know exactly what he's going to be in for now. Now, against Magic, in this position, is a very similar position to what he was in against Magic. He just went for a fast heroic behind this. Now, on Giza, the map is much more open. He's got watchtowers here to help him out and defend him. But yeah, the map's much more open. So it might be a little bit more challenging, and maybe Chemo's going to see some weaknesses that he can exploit here. But we'll have to wait and see what the idea is, as Chemo's just going to get his economic upgrades. Stock standard. Would expect nothing less.
The boys with the bonk sticks getting some hits on the Centaur is pretty brutal. There's no way to heal this for Poseidon, of course. The heroes are really fast, and then Calagia slows it down further. 49 health. And meanwhile, the villagers that were hit earlier have regenerated back to full thanks to Lush. That's also good news for Chemo there.
Yeah, and behind this, market down for the Mister. So he's got his strategy, he's got his idea, and he is going to be attempting to execute here as he does decide to go through Aphrodite. And with Aphrodite comes a lot of fun things like golden apples. That one actually gets your favorite income going up, skyrocketing even. You can get a whole bunch of myth units. And if there's one thing I know about the Mister, he is a big fan of those myth units. He will produce as many as he possibly can in a game.
Well, boys, he's so well set up for it. He actually abandoned chopping trees in his main.
Wild. And look at this, we're also seeing Fire come through. So both players here, it's almost like there's some sort of preconceived meta going on here, Nakamura, wouldn't you say?
2TC into Heroic. It's the name of the game. I've seen it so many times, but I've also seen a lot of Classical Age fighting actually in this tournament, so it's not all bad. Not all the same every time.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we don't see like just a little bit more like a Hippias or two. Like, just obviously you're scared about the Caladria getting that pacify in, but like these oracles just hanging around the main base here, that's a weakness. That's something you can exploit. That's something you can go and kill.
Absolutely right, and even just Atalanta could go out there and get a little bit of movement on the map.
Caladria are out. Nice little snipe there. For those of you who don't know, the Centaur actually has a 100% hit rate with that special ability. You actually get it hits if you just click on it. Doesn't miss. There you go. Alrighty. Heroic Age in. Ashbridge tree through.
Nice. Now we can make stuff.
Poseidon's Secret, Lance of Stone, Catapulties. I love this idea actually from Chemo, because the Mister, you know what he's going to want to do? He's going to want to make Prodromus. So Prodromus obviously counter those Poseidon's Secret, Lance of Stone, Contarius very, very simply.
Yeah.
But the Catapulties dominate them in the big fight.
Yeah, you
so
can't
it's a really,
fight
really
them
smart
together.
move.
That's why he also needs his
No.
Hippospist. and that's why he needs his Nemean Lions. So hopefully he'll stick these guys together and not overdo the Prodromos game. That should go well from there. That's a great stun right there to open up the... Oh my god. What?
Yeah, big stun, and then the pigs coming through as well. This is going to force Chemo all the way back here, as Atalanta can get in and just snipe down, at least get a little bit of damage onto the Symvalian, but it does take a while to kill that one off. But Mr. is in full go mode right now, as Chemo's units are a little bit off. The timing is not quite there. Carnivora forced out. And Chemo now going to push up for the defense, as it looks like Mr. needs to retreat away.
You'd think that's good enough for Mr., but no, he's re-engaging, taking the big fight. Dryads are dropping left and right. The Hippospists are on the job. Killing Catapulties, the Prodromos are all fighting cavalry. This is exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, and that Hippolyta on the back there, that thing is... I don't know what exactly happened. It kind of looked like she was on a smoking break. She stopped firing for a bit, but does manage to take out the Symphalian bird. And the Carnivora here is also going to fall, but it looks like Chemo is going to be okay to hold. Mr. is really spamming into this, as he's probably scared of letting this game kind of get into a boom fest, but it looks like Chemo is completely fine, and Mr. going to have to retreat back.
Yeah, boy, that's the thing. There was just more production here overall for Chemo, and once he cranked out all these Arcus, well, the Hoplites and the Hippospis don't take very kindly to that.
No. And now we see Chemo deciding to move away from his Catapulti idea, and he says, all right, well, I tell you what beats Paspists and beats Prodromus. Well, Mass Arcus do. So Mr. as well, smartly starting to go into those Peltast.
Yeah, it's what we'd like to see here. Chemo working on further upgrades like irrigation. It's dirt cheap with Gaia. 90 wood, 150 gold. Just go for it as soon as you can. He did need to survive here in this other fight, so it was important that he doesn't rush it too much. Also, he's planting extra manors by the gold mine that will allow him some cheap garrisons. Doesn't need to force up a palace just yet. It takes a long time to build. It's expensive. Let's print out some units first. We have time.
Yeah, 100%. But with Mr. now, he's got his fortress up, and I mean, we've seen this sort of time and time again. If you can get into this defensive spot and get to the Mythic Age, get the Shafts of Plague tech for those archers, then that Greek army just becomes very, very strong. But that does give all the time over to the Gaia, who's going to have that boosted economy from all those economic upgrades. That's going to be a big, big deal for him moving into this mid game.
Yeah, boy, that's what I'm worried about now when it comes to the Mista situation. With 86 civilian pop to Chemo's name, I think he's very soon gearing up for that 100. The population space is there for it, and once he does, no more villagers to be made, all the eco goes straight into the bank. Mythic will be easy to get.
Yep. Chemo knocks on the front door of Mr. and Mr. says, nope, not just yet. Get out of here. Peltas can get some pot shots before the fight begins. The one thing here for the Mr. is he's got no armory upgrades at the moment, so this is going to be a tough fight, but he does have that heavy hoplite through. Peltas are going to try and move forward. We see the Carnivora getting dropped down onto the front there, but the heroes are still through for the Mr. At least the important melee ones as the Carnivora gets taken out, and Mr. going to be trying to micro back here, spacing with those Arcus beautifully.
It's very difficult for the Javelin crew to actually get this done. They're fighting amidst Quintarius, and these Night Boys sometimes just happen to say goodnight to them. The Arcus are all up and running, kiting backwards, picking off units left and right. This is exactly where Chemo wants to be.
Yeah, and the micro here from Chemo is on point thus far, and he's forcing the Mr. to drop that ceasefire, which
wow,
the Mr. really doesn't want to do that. He wants that ceasefire for Implode to try and keep it, to get the units back out and keep himself afloat here. But he is producing out these Centaurs, he's getting those to help out, and these things can be a very, very big assist in these fights if controlled really well.
Well, Chemo does not have heroes as of yet. He would need some to deal with those. But as long as it's just a handful, I think he can kind of take it. You know what's best against them, actually? Just a handful of Contarius turned into heroes. Those just absolutely destroy them.
Yeah, exactly. But yet again, Peltas trying to get the pot shots in. I think I kind of missed the Arcus there, but nonetheless, Chemo's still taking his time, and now he's managed to click up through Atlas.
Ooh,
So that implode is on the way, as well as another town center coming down the bottom side of the map there.
Or the next gold mine. I'm not sure this is gonna last all that much longer with Mr. having the upgrades as well now on the Vils. The big fight is about to commence. There's so many Dryads here, Boyd. I think he's maxed out. They can certainly tank for quite a long time, even against the triple hero.
But this fight here, this is the fight that Mr. wants to take. His full population. He's clicked up to the Mythic Age. Chemo has also spent all the resources on his own Mythic Age. Centaur's coming down to the bottom here to try and deny this town center, forcing the fight as Mr. retreating back. He kills off one villager, going for two. The hero Contarius gets pulled back into the main fight here. The hoplites are going to be able to take all of those out as Mr. is microing beautifully with the Peltas on the back there as the final citizen goes down. Town center denied for the time being, but the middle engagement here does not look like it's going in favor of the Mr. there as he has to retreat back.
No, the Contarius are just doing a little bit too much work, even though Mista's positioning was almost impeccable. Meanwhile, the Archers were allowed to do their thing almost the whole way through. And with Mr. forced back into this position, it's just, 45 seconds now to the Mythic Age. Implode is going to be brutal. You can't garrison during it. The gold mine is about to run out. Where does Mr. go from here?
Okay, here's the play. He's got no wood in the bank. You drop 20 granaries around that bottom gold mine, and then you just move everyone down there.
Do that. That's all. Well, that's the Mr. therapy, but I think Chemo is much more interested in delivering the chemotherapy. I think we're speeding up a little bit too much. Can Mr. turn Chemo into kimchi or what? He's clicking the implode.
Yeah, he's got it, and he's got. What is that? What is that place? Wait, surely he gets out of here, right? Half of Mr.'s units get out.
That's actually pretty good. And
that's
all these destroyed buildings.
Huge save there.
Yeah, but the villagers are all dead. Holy crap.
Well, there's the small things in life. He's still got an army, and this could be enough for him to come back into this game. The only thing is that once this fortress goes down, I mean, you're going to see an earthquake into the main base. Chemo's town center is going to go down. Houses are going to go down. Mr. going to be pulling back in to engage here. The Chimera is through a whole bunch of militia to join in as well. Peltas to take down the Arcus. The town center doesn't go down.
Wow, that is huge. That is huge. So many upgrades for Chemo still getting pumped, and not to mention the units in the queue. It's actually looking pretty good, but yeah, he can't fight those Peltas directly. That's for sure. Yeah, 98 villagers to 78 though. That is brutal.
It's big, but the town center leaving here is the big thing. The other thing, I guess, for... Wow, looks like Mr. didn't even check the upgrades. This is... It's only fortified town centers? It is. I'm not sure how that survived. Maybe Mr. misclicked it.
He must have not exactly centered it. Yeah, I think so. Because some of these outer buildings are just not hurt. So I think he clicked it in the back. Oh no, boys. We've got the big flank from the Contarius right on top of the Peltas. This is going to be brutal.
Yeah. The hoplites do get pulled back nicely. They do it to that big Polyphemus coming through here to try and smack up and deal with those middle units. But he's getting mowed down by those Arcus. And now Mr. has to pull back and he doesn't want to see anymore. Chemo races towards the first win in this best of 5 series. Nakamura. What a game.
I was getting excited by big boy Polyphemus over there in the middle of the fight, but didn't get to see him shine too much. Well, maybe next time. There's more series to come today, but that's it for Poseidon in this one. Taking a look at the graphs. Sorry, go on.
I think so. I think this matchup, I think you just have to be a little bit more proactive with this Poseidon, sitting back and just taking it. And pretending like you're playing as Zeus or Hades, who've got that restoration, who've got that Athenian hoplite, they can kind of just hold. I definitely think you got to use that early game advantage that you got with Poseidon, the speedier Hippias and running around and getting some harassment onto villages and things like that. Otherwise, I feel like it's all Gaia all the way.
When it comes to this one, it's not Zeus, right? Your hoplite and peltas are just not going to be as performant because the hoplites are not that fast. They can't really enter the battle that easily compared to the Zeus ones. And they don't have the Athena upgrades. So, yes, you need to make use of Poseidon's toys, and that includes the Hippias, of course. Didn't see that, and it definitely hurts. And look at that economic difference. The total resources, almost 6,000, wait, over 6,000 resources there as a difference, with Chemo being in the lead. Yeah, that's a lot to work against, really. Tough stuff.
Yes, indeed. Well, Nakamura, let's go and check out what game number 2 is going to be here. And if Mr. is going to be any shook or not, we'll see. He was in this position, exact position against Magic, and was able to turn around. But let's go over and check it out. So we're going in onto Blue Lagoon here.
Honestly, what I've seen in this match is usually what happens to me in this matchup. When I play it, it's just so hard to come out of this little pickle of how do you move on from your second gold mine to your third one? How do you even survive against the implode timing? It's such a tough little cookie. And
Yeah,
you know, I think likely Mista is just wishing he was Zeus as well in that position. Because if you get a lightning storm to answer the implode there, you just delete the entire army, then suddenly you have a little bit of momentum at least.
Yeah, totally. And any sort of the thing is, right, if the Gaia player doesn't get that implode advantage, if that Gaia player doesn't find the victory there, then the Poseidon player just gets into its own element, and it doesn't feel like the Gaia player has much play after that moment. So it is a big moment that you have to avoid, but if you do manage to play it and get the get the save there, then you do find yourself winning the matchup.
Well,
so that's
we
what you have
have,
to play
however,
towards,
this
I
other
guess.
game coming up now with Hades versus Zeus. Hades versus Set, and that's on Blue Lagoon, a completely standard map, but plenty of big animals for Set to take away, and it's not that easy to once again get rid of that priest. So I think Mister once again will be wishing he was Zeus, had that bolt available right from the start to shut down the animal conversion, because this is gonna mean that Set steals some of that. But at the same time, I think Hades has potential going into 2TC and just getting the Zom on top. Do you think that can hold against the Ptah onslaught that we've seen with the snacks and the barracks units?
Well, yeah, funnily enough, we saw this matchup, but on a different map earlier today with Mr. vs. Magic. And Mr. just went for a fast mythic, a 2 downs and a fast mythic. I don't know if that's going to be possible on Blue Lagoon. Like, you do have a lot of defensive ability, but like walling up and using the nooks and crannies that are available on Blue Lagoon, but it's definitely not as simple because the gold mines are going to be really exposed.
Not as much of a rush distance.
Yeah. The one thing that Mr. will probably try and do is maybe try and grab that forward town center. If he can secure that area with the forward sentinels, and then all of a sudden he's going to be actually kind of okay to just get himself to the heroic age, get himself to the mythic age. He's not going to have to deal with all of what Chemo does. That being said, Chemo's playstyle, as I keep on saying this, but he's yet to show it to me, on the ladder has been very, very town center orientated.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he has been showing that he can do the Wadget opening and try and get that advantage early on, shifting sand shenanigans, trying to make something, trying to get some sort of an advantage cooking. But yeah, where he excels is when he gets into that 2 town center. He goes for like a classical fight off of 2 town center, and he just tries to get himself 3 town centers and keep his opponent kind of from rushing to the power spike in the late game. So I'm excited to see if this is going to go any different, or if we're going to see a sort of similar situation.
You know, Mr. swears by the Gastrophiles as well, right? Like, I'm really hyped for potentially getting to see that, but I don't want to get too excited about it because so many games end before that stage.
I saw him queue them up. The game was over before they came out, but I saw him queue them up.
That's unacceptable. We need Gastrophiles in our lives.
That's right. Well, it looks like the players are going to be somewhat getting ready here for game number 2.
Do you see the
Mr.
lobby
He
already?
does
'Cause
have,
I don't.
yeah, it's there. Let me.
Aha, I've got it with their link. It just appeared. Good.
Okay.
Good. We've got like 3 minutes, guys, and then we'll jump right in.
Yeah, so Mr. does have his sort of a shoulder arm sort of injury at the moment, so he does need to continue to stretch that out as he's playing through the days, playing through pain to bring us
Damn.
some top tier gameplay in this one.
A shoulder to cry on. That's not what it's supposed to mean. Yeah. Yeah, that's very hard to play RTS games when your arms are not working as intended. It's you know, back in the day when I played a lot of StarCraft, I actually ruined my left wrist a little bit, the keyboard hand.
Yeah.
A lot of the StarCraft players have to wear like armbands and whatever to keep everything in shape. You have to move your elbow, not your wrists, and it's very hard to do that in RTS games because you need all that keyboard real estate. I know Viper has to wear something like that the whole time as well, back in AoE 2. And you know,
Yeah,
if
I
the Mista does
actually-
a lot more, he will have to as well.
Yeah, I looked into what Viper was having because I was having problems with my right hand, not my left hand, just moving the mouse around. And I was like, okay, what is Viper's problem? And it turns out he's got like a gangly or something in his right arm, which isn't what I've got, which means he actually has to use his, I think he has to, for his mouse hand, he has to use like a different motion. So
Right.
that brace is keeping his hand to force him to use that motion. But yeah, it's a tough one. Just, you know, make sure you take breaks. Don't play too many games every single day, and everything will be okay.
Yeah, you know, for training to be effective, you need to not like stress yourself out too much and just grind all day. I know it's very tempting to, but if you have a training partner, you guys were talking about the scrim stuff. I see you. That can be saving you a lot of time overall. You just practice the specific matchups that you have problems with, not the ones that you already solved.
For sure. But Nakamura, we're going to be going into game number 2 here on the
time.
map Blue Lagoon. Hades versus Set. Kimo up 1-0. Can he maintain this level, or will Mr. be able to turn it around on him? Let's jump into it. Back in the left-hand corner of the map in the blue color, playing as Hades. His name is the Mister.
On the other side, in the other color, it's the other guy. Kimo is playing as Set.
Oh yes, we're on the map Blue Lagoon now. I'm already taking a look at these town centers because I think this means everything here. For
Boyd,
Kimo, he's got a beautiful...
I think this map is called Boom Lagoon. Looking at this.
Boom Lagoon. I was going to say, look at this town center. He's got a beautiful gold mine at the south of the map. Beautiful gold mine close to it. It's got Rhino and Gazelle behind this. This is really, really nice for him. Same too for the Mister. And this could be the situation which the Mister really wants. 4 giraffe behind him. The gold mine is in front, but with the sentinels, you can kind of secure that position. And then in front, all he needs is just like one wall, and he can put a fortress down, and he's good to go. But the question is, how does he secure that position and continue all the timings that work for him in this matchup? We'll have to wait and see if he can pull it off or not. But we've already got Chemo forward on the map, stealing Zebra. It's an interesting decision, Naka.
When you go to your chat, do they usually start following you? Is that how it works? I'm not sure casters have this ability. Anyway, he's empowering. Whoa, Chemo. We're empowering the monument? Huh?
This is
not Ra.
Decision. This is a decision. Oh, yeah. I think he thinks he's playing Ra. So, empowering the monument does give you something. It gives you an extra 0.02 favor a second.
That's not a lot.
Now, the good thing about Chemo, the good thing in general with all things Chemo related is his build orders are generally, let's just say they're improvised.
That is, boy, this is 1.2 favor per minute that he's getting out of that.
Yep.
Don't do this at home, chat. You will lose.
Chemo might not, though.
Chemo might not.
I mean, to be completely fair, if you look at this from a, I guess like the angle of, if you look at this from like a 1440p super zoomed in angle, you kind of see the empowerment. It kind of looks like the granary is being empowered.
Nah. No. You just click the monument, right? And there. Oh, it's Ajax. He's making my favorite sound.
Yeah, he's in and he's going to be taking out those Zebra. Definitely want to snipe those off and prevent them from getting eaten easily here.
Hey, he pulled off the Pharaoh. Mission complete.
Well, I mean, there's nothing left over there. Oh dear. Second monument though for Chemo as he's dropping a little village at the back of his base.
Yeah.
Who said pro players don't make pretty bases? Look at this little village. This is like the first suburbs. You got the city,
aligned. It's
and then
like
you move out into the suburbs.
Need to get the Age of Empires 4 streets in between, and it's all sorted out.
Yeah. In a way, this plays around Earthquake. Like, do you Earthquake all the houses, or do you Earthquake the town center?
Wow, a barracks getting built by freaking 5-6 villagers. He's committed.
Yeah, and there's Vision coming down as well. As Mr. He is just scouting around. Chemo, he's going to see a handful of villagers on wood, handful of villagers on gold. Achilles is out, Minotaur is out. This is just going to be waiting for the time being. He's got the resources.
A quarter
to get the town center up
vision
at this
is
moment.
wasted, though.
Yeah, it's
seen
gone,
so much more.
He could have. He doesn't have anything over there. He needs to send units over the town center. He's going to be so late on this. But that being said, there are some weaknesses just in the position of Mr. Anyways. Even if he gets the town center up, wood line, that can get harassed. Gold mine, that can get harassed. So it's not going to be a simple situation here. Mr. does have restoration. He does have Ajax and Achilles. It's going to be a challenge to beat that up. So I don't know if this idea is just a shifting sandstone isle in a town center or not.
I guess he didn't want to commit to it, seeing that both heroes are out. You know, but when you see that the town center is late, you don't just go for it because the two heroes will mess up everything you're sending. And then you're delivering some animals as well for the Greek villagers to hunt. I don't think so. I don't think that's the move. But here, after this, when those boys are out of position, maybe trying to snag a hunter is not a bad idea. It's just there's no one there. Won't happen.
Yeah, and now Watchtower is just up. Chemo moving up to this top spot to go, what's happening here? He's going to get greeted by the Zom.
It's so
And
good.
Mister's got everything that he wants right now. These units aren't getting anything.
Bro.
Priest gets taken out. Animals are
No.
going to die on the retreat, but no, they're not going to die. They live. The immortal gazelle.
Losing the priest there, very annoying. And the towers are upgraded.
Yeah,
It's so cheap to get it done in Retold. They're not very strong, but hey, it's more than nothing.
Yeah, if you want to get those things hidden like a truck, you got to get your armory upgrades or your weapons upgrades, and you got to get your guard tower upgrades, ballista upgrades if you're Egyptian. Crenellations. There's so many upgrades that apply to the buildings that help them out.
Even ballistics, but Hades gets that for free.
True. Cool. Ajax moving forward, sees the Wadgets. This is a very, very aggressive chemo with these Wadgets here. He's going for a forward town center behind all of this now.
Wow.
I mean, in terms of just total resources, because of that monument shenanigans that happened in the early game to chemo, he's going to be behind where he's normally used to being. But, end of the day, those sort of margins, they matter only for the smallest amount of time. If you're going to go into a boom war against this, like Mister's kind of doing, it might not be that big of a deal. So Mr. Chemo might be able to pull himself back from Mister's kind of clutches at this point.
Yeah, but if we look at the resources, not only does Mista have 9 extra villagers, but he has resources that are very closely aligned to what he needs for heroic. The market's already up, so it's really just a matter of moments until he drops off enough food. The back hunt is almost about to expire, so he needs to do this soon. Otherwise, he just won't have the income anymore to do it.
He's still got a whole bunch of goat in the main base, and he does have that husbandry, so he's going to be getting tons of food there if necessary. But yeah, now Chemo is looking to go to the next stage as well. I mean, Naka, I hate to say it, but it's slightly different, but this is looking very, very similar to the game we watched from Mr. versus Chemo. So Mr. versus Magic earlier on Marsh.
To be honest, it's also similar
Which
to
means
the Poseidon Gaia game here.
Yeah, which does mean we're going to be seeing a very... Oh, no, it's segment. Okay, it's different. All right, all good. Something's different. Segment coming through.
Nice.
Chemo's going to be able to go for like those chariot archers and make life a little bit challenging here. The question is, does Chemo rush straight to the Mythic Age at the moment? Or is he going to try and put pressure on and try and get like a gold star? This gold mine here is very open. If Chemo can push forward and maybe put a Midgard stronghold down there, could be a way to go.
Oh, Chemo has been liking segment quite a bit. I can tell you that. He's used it in the other series he's had as well today against Rappel. Enjoyed his little citadel. But by the way, meanwhile, while we were chit-chatting, the Minotaur and Achilles both got a villager kill. So Mista is further increasing his villager lead there. He's getting Sarissa. He's going to get medium infantry and then print some hoplites, Toxotes, maybe a handful of Hippospis as well, if there's any Axemen to counter. It's got 2 relics, the Pygmalion statues, so those villagers are chonkers. And oh, we just turned everyone into pigs.
That kind of makes a lot of sense, that killing off all the spearmen allows the Achilles to get in there, and now he's actually going to be able to get some value with that army instead of just losing it straight up. It's a nice play there, but the pigs go over to Chemo's side. He can send them back home. Do see a cheeky little monument to the priest coming up onto the front, though Nemean Lion stun plus Ajax shank.
Damn.
Means dead villager.
And he's back
Mista
on top of the vills again. Another villager kill coming through if there's no heal. Oh, wait. He pulls back. Lucky for Chemo. Forward Fortress. Is this going to be a Petrobolos push? Or just securing the gold mine? Ah. Just the gold mine. Okay.
Yeah, this fortress here is like, Mr. is recognizing this weakness, and he's just like, all right, I just put up my own building there. If that's there, then Chemo can't put it up. It makes a lot of sense.
It does. So, we know the strat, boys. It's your favorite Bombo chariots.
Oh, baby. Is it my favorite or is it my least favorite? Which one?
The second.
And this is a little bit different. We're not going to be seeing a fast mythic behind this. We're seeing Mr. going for Peltast, Hoplite, Petropolis, and Chemo is obviously sticking it out in this heroic age going for a ton of chariot archers here.
Bug goes boom. Didn't do much of a muchness,
Kimo.
but clipped the units a bit. And we
Yeah,
do get
this
our
one
patrol
Petropolis
boss.
already
Nice.
out. This is so nice. This is... Kimo not paying attention. You got to be so careful with these chariot archers. You've got the range on them, but you have to be spacing those peltasts, otherwise they come through and they dominate. And now a couple of camels coming in, making life a little bit difficult here. Trying to take out that Petropolis on the back. Not quite able to get in there. Good micro from Mr.
I generally love from Mista, you know, in all of these games, how well he's protecting his vulnerable units with hoplites. Every time he pulls them back when there's something sneaky happening, and you just don't get in for free against this guy.
Yeah. But I guess the difficult thing here for Kimo at the moment is just production. He's got a lot of gold in the bank. And he's not quite able to produce out these units fast enough. And this is kind of meaning he's not getting that Chariot Archer death ball that he really wants to construct here. And slowly but surely, this Petropolis push is going to be making Kimo's life very, very difficult. And we actually see some mercenary cavalry coming through as Restoration gets dropped down.
Ah, but they get stunned, and the hoplites are once again in position. It's going to be very difficult to get on top of the patrol blast. Those guys are also forcing so many repairs and just taking 9 villagers out of the economy with that. It's pretty nice. Kimo spent all his life savings on mercenaries. Wow.
The Chariot Archer number is slowly creeping up, but those Peltasts still holding on the position. Midgard Stronghold still sitting here. Very, very strong to stay on that spot. Lots of villages are kind of idled, though, while this is all going on. So Mr. is slowly but surely pulling ahead in this game from this position.
There's another problem for Kimo. The villagers is stuck. There's only 3 villagers gathering food. That's why.
That hurts so much. Kimo's villager differential is actually kind of close here in this game, but without any villagers on food, Mr. is definitely going to be finding himself an advantage here very, very quickly. Those Petropoli getting all the damage that they need to at this point, and Kimo just can't hold here.
Seems to me, boy, that Mister's had enough. He's bringing in the hoplites. He's still shooting with the Peltas after all. Why not? Chariots really can't stop this. If there's no Midgard strongholds, there's no more chariots, and the Mister can just take it like a champ.
Yeah, and now Kimo, all he can do is pull back. The Peltast here can keep pushing forward, but, you know, Kimo trying to get up another Midgard stronghold behind this, but this is the only one he's got. He's got 82 favor in the bank. He can make a whole bunch of Wadgets here, which would be a really big help. Villagers coming through to try and shank down and help out, but the Chariot Archer numbers are disintegrating here as the Mister is finding a ridiculous advantage cooking in this game. Town center goes down. Kimo with very little remaining at the moment.
It's just really hard to see where Kimo could go from here. I guess it's time to find the resign button. And he does, as the Mister just has a second restoration even to flex a little bit. Yep, that will do it.
I mean, Mister's got a second restoration, but Kimo's almost got a second Citadel center, so it's not like the favor was anything here. This was a wild, very, very different game, seeing Mr. kind of adapt to what Kimo threw at him, but just on the fact, I think, with Kimo's sort of mistake early game, you look at the difference in resources in the early game here. Kimo's already behind at 4 minutes by 500 resources just because that Pharaoh wasn't empowering. And it might not seem like a lot, but it is. And that is the smallest amount of margins that Mr. is able to just push really, really hard in this game. Alrighty. Well, looks like we're going to be quickly moving on to game number 3 here, ladies and gentlemen. An insanely well-played game from Mr. It's a best of 5. So you have to win 3 games to go on to the next one. Let's go and check it out.
It's gonna be Ghost Lake.
Leak.
That's where all the goats go to chill. We're finding out about the gods as well, but I think the Mr. sent the wrong link there.
A classic.
No, that's okay. It gives us time. What do you think they'll do? I like 4 from the Mr. Get the
Yeah,
extra
Thor's
gold mine.
always good on Ghost Lake. Ra's good on Ghost Lake.
Mm.
Zeus is good on Ghost Lake. Every single one of these gods is actually quite strong here. Like, you can go... The question is, what do you want to play into what Chemo's got left here? I don't think Chemo's going to want to pick that Frere out.
No.
For this map. A little bit challenging. I don't mind Uranus here. I actually think Uranus is quite good.
Yeah, because you can
Because
at
you've
least
got...
sky passage around to the tough spots.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's a really nice little thing for momentum. But that's not what we're gonna see. He's daring to pick the Kronos. Ooh. Missed
Yet
out the
again.
expected 4.
Ooh. Well, will we see? Well, firstly, we did see not Chemo, but Magic trying Kronos against Mr. Thor. Like, we've seen a lot of people trying Kronos on this map, and it hasn't been going too well for them against Thor.
When Kronos...
Actually, I tell a lie. I think Chemo won with Kronos on this map against Thor.
He did it against Rappel just before this series on our side. So it was very convincing as well. Basically, Rappel had a great build-up for flaming weapons, and it did nothing. Chemo just absorbed it with a big economy, big pump, as well as his Heroic Age God Power Chaos. And then he just had 2 TC behind the play, right? Like, it didn't do anything. Then you've got a 4 on 1 TC trying desperately to get some surrounds to make something happen, but Chemo too strong. Let's see how Mista approaches it, however. Mista is usually known to be a little bit more decisive than Rappel would be, so perhaps he just gets that big flaming weapons off in his favor. Earlier
We also have seen Mr. Mr. is just going completely off the rails and just goes, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to build nothing but Hursa. And then I'm going to build a whole bunch of trolls. And then what are you going to do? Because I've just got... You can't really beat my Hursa without, I don't know, mass Mermillo, and then my trolls just eat you alive. So, I mean, there's some different ways to go. Now, the one thing that I do like about watching Mr.'s Thor is it seems like he's a lot more willing to freestyle. He's a lot more willing to go, oh, you're Kronos, let me play around the early aggression, fast advance, put a stop to it, and then play a standard game.
Well, I'd love to see the hipster style from Mista. That would be cool.
Yeah.
I think we have a lot of meta slaves around here, right? Like, people playing it in a very standard way, whatever the matchup is. And for someone like Mista to break with tradition here would be, I think, really cool to see.
Yeah, well, I mean, what else are you expecting? Like, I feel like there was this early game rush that we were seeing from Kronos. It was actually like Soup made a video on it. Actually, he was going through Prometheus. It had a little bit of an evolution, so to speak, or maybe a de-evolution, if you ask some people, to start going through Leto, going into automatons. And the advantage of this is that the automatons have got high pierce armor. Town Center can't really take them out. Yep. And you can get a whole bunch of damage in there. But
well, I've seen this a bunch of times, and what it can do is, if you get a good deconstruct in, but by that I mean at the right time, before her CR are out, then it's actually very difficult to rebuild the second TC. You just print a bunch of extra robots and go after the berserks. It's not easy for them, and you can keep repairing your robots with your existing ones. So long as you don't lose them, it should be fine, but they actually do go away very quickly. Like the corpse times out.
Yeah.
something to watch out for. This can do a lot of
Oh, we
damage,
did
but
see
what
this.
about after that? Like, you've
Yes.
got the eggs from spiders.
Well,
That's got
the
some
big
potential.
idea is it depends on what the gold mine is. So this is why it's a big cheese, because you kind of have to decide to do it before you see everything.
Yeah.
It's one gold mine, and it's a forward gold mine or an exposed gold mine. Then you can set up Caraballister and spider lairs on the gold mine. And then all of a sudden you go, hang on, I need to build Ursa to deal with the automatons. Wait, hang on, but I also have to deal with raiding cavalry to kill the Caraballister. Oh no, there's a spider there. My raiding cavalry's dead. His Caraballister is still alive, and I've got nothing left. So, there is that. However, we've also seen Mr. just say, this is where that pure Herser pure Herser idea came from with Thor, is you just go pure Herser, and then all of a sudden, there's nothing really going on anymore.
No, it's really the Chiral Ballista that can do a number to them, but it's easier said than done by far because they're expensive and squishy. You had a few raiding cav, and suddenly it's not so pretty. By the way, the lobby's up. Don't know if you've seen it. Just making sure.
We've got 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go.
Very good.
So
yeah, I'm a little bit worried about a forward gold mine scenario where that gets bullied a little bit. Then that might force the Mista into using his classical age dwarven mine, but I guess that lasts long enough, right? Not too much to worry about there.
Well, we've also seen several Ragnaroks here from Thor on this map.
That's right.
Say Ragnarok
that's right.
doesn't
We've
work.
seen Rags.
It's one. I think it's 2 wins, 66% win rate. 2 wins, 1 loss.
Nice.
So
if it works in one place, it's the Atlantean matchup.
yes. Well, I feel like it could work in the Norse mirror as well.
Oh.
If you can catch your opponent out on throw-on axemen. If they don't have that many throw-on axemen, you can kind of just go. But then again, the Norse mirror doesn't last that long. The Norse players, they want to fight straight away. They're like, oh, let's not wait. I can build forward. Let's both build forward in the center of the map, and we can have a fight straight away.
That's pretty funny. I know you're not a big fan, but I kind of miss it. Not in the way that it was used in the old game, though. I think the larger population does lend itself to making some siege and then making it all happen together. But
I actually like what Ragnarok is in Retold. I just think it needs to be like 1 population per rag hero or 2 population per rag hero, so you can get that economy started again. So it doesn't end the game, but it just like gives you that big fight, and then you restart, and it's all good. I think that's the way to go, if there's any way to go. But, I'm not the balance designer. I don't have to worry about that sort of stuff.
That's their problem. Let's focus on our problem, which is getting into this game.
Yes, and we're going to be going there right now. Ghost Lake, Thor Kronos, Mr. Chemo. Let's get it. Game number 3 in the right-hand corner of the map, in the blue color, playing as Thor. His name is the Mister.
And his opponents in the red, other side of the map, Chemo, Kronos.
And look at this already from the Mister. He has claimed his goats. He's grouping them up, and he is going to shepherd them back like the farmer he is, like the herdsman he is. He is saying, these are mine. I will take my goat, and I will say good night to you and your oracle shenanigan ways.
That's right. This is why he played AoE 4 this whole time. He learned how to do it correctly, and now he's doing it in AoM. Perfect.
It's so good.
This is
He's,
the
how
only
many
thing
goats
he
did
got
he
that to
get?
stay away for.
He
But
got 13 goats.
that's a
Well,
lot. But hey, on Retoad's Ghost Lake, there's actually quite a bunch of goats on the side every now and then. Not this time. There's 2 more up north, and in the northwest as well. That's it.
yeah, and literally, this is wild. I don't actually think I've ever seen an Atlantean player get out. I don't know what I'm gonna say get out goated, but I guess Mister is the goat, so he's gonna get all the goats.
Very good. Wait, there's gonna be 6 potential goats that he can pick up. He's also not found a temple thus far, but it shouldn't be impossible to get the Oracle in. It's just that Mista is gonna have the Hersia ready. He's getting it before the classical age. We talked about this pre-match, and essentially,
Yeah.
that one Hersier is an essential part of defending any potential lethal cheese, so you might as well just get the boy out early on and make sure that you have him. And hey, if he doesn't get his temple deconstructed, then even better.
This is the new and improved Thor build order. We watched this game of Mr. playing Magic in the qualifier, and Mr. was literally freestyling with Thor. This is the one where he was prepared. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna. I know what I'm gonna get the exact amount of food. I'm gonna get my Herso out nice and fast so deconstruct doesn't defeat me, and he plays around everything. But Chemo, he's not going for it. He goes much later advance time. This isn't a fast advance time by any stretch of the word. He's getting himself the Oracle Heroes. He's grabbing a relic in the middle of the map. Gets that Eye of Onlu.
I think he wants a 2TC.
I mean, it's Chemo.
It is Chemo.
He hasn't gone for standard play one time yet, it seems. Well, he kind of did with the Gaia, but super standard play one time just yet with his gameplay. Last game kind of went for some early aggression. This one, it's just going to be the town center that's going to come up. And it's 4-setty for the Mister, so he's not going to have any sort of ability to stop this town center.
No, but he doesn't need to. I mean, he's got his own Dwarven Armory. He can get some extra dwarfs out. Actually, he will have a villager advantage for a short amount of time, at least with that. And then he can get his own... Whoa. What's this manor going to?
Oh, Prometheans. Prometheans coming through.
Yeah.
And it's just to keep his Oracle alive. And the Mister is just going to be spamming out Hersa for the time being. Now, if he can get out enough of these, sure, he can push across the map and try and deny a town center. But another option for Chemo is he's got double manners in his main base. He hasn't time shifted them over. He might just be going for a village center here.
Hey, he just deleted his Promethean to get the offsprings, which are a little bit faster, so some more scouting information can be grabbed here. But if it's going to be Hersier back home, then he's certainly not going to nab a villager or anything like that. And yeah, Miss is doing exactly what we were talking about, that yes, the Hersier can prevent the TC. He might be looking for that village center.
Yes, the village center. There we go. Finally!
Well, can't prevent that.
No.
It's been boosted by double manner too, so very well mannered, that one.
Now, Mr. has to be thinking, like, he knows to some degree that he's up against the town center already. He knows he hasn't seen any of the actual sediments get grabbed. The way that he sees this is he can take a look at the score drop or the score increase and know that, that something has happened big for his opponent. So, in a way, he knows he's up against the village center, but, he's still checking. So maybe he hasn't quite worked it out.
Evidently
Chemo's
not.
just sitting in his main base, going to be booming it up.
This is just not something you see very often. So I don't think he's expecting it. But it's real. It's right there. He just can't see it like we can. Getting all the armory upgrades, so at least a bunch of units are coming out for him.
It's going to spot it. It's going to see it. And he spotted the village center. There's no more surprises here.
Nice. Definitely was worth it getting in there.
Oh, he stole some goats as well. Can you get them out? Nope. Circ's down.
No, Chemo's not letting it. So
I guess the question is now, does Mr. go for an all-in at this point? Or does he go for his own town center? He's dropped a great haul, so he's kind of making his decision in a way, but he's just pulled a whole bunch of villagers off of food and put them over onto wood. So this looks like it's going to be a town center. Feels like it's going to be a town center. But it's going to be very far behind Chemo's. But which one do you go for? When your opponent goes for a village center, you have free reign. You can pick whichever one you want.
Well, he's gearing up towards the back, boy. All the Persia are coming to this location. He's found a relic as well, but essentially the TC is the pick. Hero movement speed
And
together with Hall of
is-
Fame's stick stack. This is pretty good stuff,
These
actually.
things are going to be quick. These guys are going to be very, very quick. He's also got that Hammer of Thunder technology as well, so his Ursa are going to get him more favor, and it looks like he's just building Ursa. We've seen this strat before, and it does get out of control with how much favor he actually gets very quickly. But Chemo's already going up through the Horror Cage. He's already got Hyperion. He's dropping his military barracks now. There's no real weaknesses in Chemo's position right now, apart from the fact that he didn't really have that many goats. So the farms have to come down, which will slow him down in a fairly big way here.
Well, at the very least, they're built a little bit faster thanks to the manners, but that's minuscule.
Small things. The small things in life.
Hey, Hyperion is good news. It's really just that, how do you make all these food units that are so good about the Heroic Age? Either Heavy Murmillo or Quintarius, both are a rather good match for the Hersier, but I think realistically he's going to make Arcus.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't really know what he's facing just yet. I think that's the thing. And Mr.
Oh, he knows now.
Mr. can move. Well, yeah, now he sees all the Hersa. And these Hersa, just for a little bit of a stat check after that relic got dropped in, 5.6 speed. Is it?
That's sick.
5.6 speed. They are zooming.
Murmillo can't do that. So,
You see
what's
Skadi
it going to
has
be?
got a choice. Well,
Whoa. That is a
he
choice.
wants to go Skadi. He still needs more food. But I like the Skadi just on the fact that, like, sometimes all you need to do is get the positioning on the Norse army, and it's just kind of impossible. Not the Norse army, the Atlantean army, and it feels kind of impossible. You frost half the army, you get into position, you push them back, you get a huge amount of damage. It can be really, really good. And I think we have seen Mr. doing this. He goes for that half frosted army, clean up huge amounts of units. So Frosty's a really, really good god power.
It's
More
so
of these great
versatile.
walls coming down. He hasn't put a single longhouse down yet, Naka.
What's a longhouse? Says Mister.
I don't know, man. Great halls. Why would you build any of those? Just great halls.
No idea what you're talking about, Boyd. The only unit that exists is Hero and Horse.
Well, Hero and Horse may it be. Contarius is the answer here from Chemo. And why does he want the Contarius? Well, they are speedy. They've got 5.8 speed. They don't get that Poseidon's secret. They don't know what Poseidon's been keeping hiding for all these years.
Damn.
So they don't get to speed around the map. And this is kind of interesting because the Hersa are literally 0.2 speed slower than them. So it's not that big. The difference is not big at all. These Hersa can chase down. The question is though, Naka, stat-wise, who wins this fight?
It should be the Hersier, right, with the better armor. But then they don't have to save kind of DPS.
Effective HP is actually in favor of the Contarius by 3 at the moment. Well, from base stats. But as more armor comes through, obviously the Hersa get more advantage. So the more stats that come in, I feel like the better the Hersa are going to be.
Mm-hmm. And their upgrades are free, and they're getting favor over time. So
Dude, there's
I think
21
this is
Hersa out on the map. They're getting a lot. He's trying to put the pressure on as those Hersa can take this fight, and then he can just retreat back, no problems here. Taking the Contarius out on the top position here as well.
Tell you what, the
This is
unit
also-
fight is very close, but what is a disadvantage is the fact that he's got access to Winter Harvest. That is not something
Yeah.
Kronos has. the gather rate from farming for the Mista is gonna be nuts. He's a bit of an expert, you could say.
Yeah, that's true. He realizes that a well harvested winter, a well harvested winter is very important. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I went for something. It wasn't there. It's fine. Hill fort coming down.
Point is, man's gonna
the Mr.
eat.
might. That's right. Mr. might be looking to just go to the next stage here. Like he's gonna be having. He's got so much favor. Look at the favor. He's got a second temple coming down, so he can spam out stuff. Well, do you go for trolls here, maybe, or do
He's
you just
getting
make
rhyme,
out a whole bunch of frost giants?
Frosties, it's gonna be. Oh,
Yep.
the deconstruct on the fortress is nice there. I have to make a new
He
one.
does need to get himself the. He does need to get himself the gold for those frost giants. That's the problem in a way. Just charging in. He'll be taking this fight. Chaos gets dropped down. Frost. There it is.
Yeah, sure. He's gonna be.
And he is
hurting
fighting underneath this
himself a
healing
little.
spring as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, he can pull off of this army and go after those unfrosted units. So now this fight goes very much in favor for the Mista. He's getting pulled away by Kontaris, not paying attention on that spot, but the Herso there doesn't matter. They're pulling through. They're going to take out the Satyrs. And all the reinforcements on the back coming forward here. Those Herso are so strong. What are their armory upgrades looking at? He's got some very, very strong ones there with bronze shields and the copper armor still in.
Yeah, the Archers are just too low in number to directly take this on. And while Frost is expiring, the heroes have healed themselves quite a bit thanks to Healing Spring. As you pointed out earlier, this has not been just a little bit. He pushed back the reinforcements all the way to Chemo's home base. Now, with everyone defrosting, is this actually enough to just fight?
I don't think so. It looks like he's going to have to retreat away, but half of the army of the Mista is out of position on this forward spot. So he might get caught out here, but he's making a good trade for the time being as Chemo has to get back. But, I mean, I'm just still looking at this favor of the Mista, and look at the temple. He's now building 5-6 trolls at the moment.
Oh my god. Okay, forget the Frost Giants. These are gonna be the ugly guys. They throw some pretty good rocks, and if it's not hitting heroes, then everyone goes flying. It's so strong, guys. You will see. You will see.
If you hit the micro, or if you hit the boulder at exactly the same time, then all of the damage happens on that area of where the boulder hits, and you can like clean an entire army. The damage is insane, especially when Cave Troll comes through. That's almost in.
He's moving them, but it's gonna hit before.
Oh, and there he
even
goes.
though that happens, several cavalry are dead immediately. Chemo converting some Contarius heroes, trying to take them down the flanks. Good, but the Hersier are responding. They should be fine. Cave Troll's in.
I'm not gonna. I'm not trolling when I say this.
Trolling.
Mister can literally just throw another healing spring down, and it's not going to slow down his troll production at this point.
Trolling. But yes, also you can stack the healing, right?
That's right. That's right. So if you got 2 healing springs on one location, if it's important, like it kind of is here, then now suddenly you're getting 3 HP a second during a fight on every one of your Hersa.
It's insane. Nuts even.
Yeah, and the one thing here that Chemo's missing is probably just making some some Caraballister here. Because those actually do counter these Hersa to a degree.
He did get a relic for them as well, right? The Eye of Ornu. Yeah, there we go.
Yes, he did.
Oh my god, Mister's making all
Mister's
the
grabbing
TCs.
himself 5 town centers. Are you kidding me? He gets spotted down the bottom, but
What is happening?
he's missed the one at the top. No, it's up. You don't stop. Wait, will he stop the bottom one? 10 seconds, 13 seconds.
Okay, well, I guess it's time to build up for the biggest Ragnarok you've ever seen, and then we've got Frost ready to go again because we've got 200 favor. Why not?
Yeah, you could just drop it and keep this town center alive. Looks like the Contarius going after it though. Ursa going to turn around and take the fight. Meanwhile, in the top position here, Frost Giants Trolls racing forward. Mister's just got resources up the wazoo here. He's going to be able to click up to the next age momentarily as well. I feel like he's just having fun in this game right now as Chemo is desperately trying to survive here. Palace in the front here also going to be going down Nakamura.
The bottom TC still alive with 9 Hershey protecting it. Garrisoning through to get the boys attacking, but oh my god. Oh my god, the gold villagers. They're
And there's a
disappearing.
frost on the bottom. All the gold villagers getting absolutely erased there.
Oof.
And Chemo taps out. Mr. claims game number 2. Nakamura. What a game.
Wow.
What a strategy. What a demonstration of sheer power from the Mister.
You could say he laid the hammer down. Wow.
He literally had a lot of hammers being laid down there.
That's insane. Just looking through the graphs, he's got 88 kills to 27. I think that tells the story of this entire match. He barely lost anything. He always pulled back to heal. Killed everything Chemo sent his way. That's basically what happened.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of touched on it a little bit. At base, Contarius will beat just barely a Hersa. However, when they're not at base, the longer the game goes on, the more stats you get from armor. So those Hersa just get more and more strong. So they're actually in the heroic age with bronze armor, bronze shields. They are just better than those Contarius. The unit that beats the Hersa is the Murmillo. Or it's the Caraballister.
Yeah, the Murmillo would just be so cost effective here. And I'm really surprised that Chemo never considered them.
Yeah, or you make Fanatics as well.
Yep.
Obviously, he's not in the Mythic Age, but, you know, nonetheless.
54 Hertz, here's this game.
Towards... is that enough? I think it was. Actually, I want to see one more stat here.
Uh-oh.
Timeline. Total favor collected.
Yes. Almost 500. My god. Where's this? 141. 92. Yep. Pretty good stuff.
That's something. That's something. All right, guys. We'll move on to game number 4. Can Chemo pull it back, or has the Mister shook him enough in this third game?
It's match point, boy. That is match point.
It is match point. Do we have a map?
Maybe.
Elysium. Do we have a god? Ra versus Uranus.
Ooh, they're ahead of us. This is how I like it.
I've got so many clicking things to click through. Okay, now we're here.
Well, Elysium is a really big map. Huge rush distance. The players will have to work a little bit for their raids, but also the gold mines are not terribly secure, so it is actually easy to catch people out of position. You have to put a lot of effort into walling off or having the sky passages around if you're Uranus, which Chemo is. I think there's a lot of potential here though for the raids and surprise attacks, but it might be yet another 2TC into fast heroic kind of game, because Uranus might want his Contarius once more. Then again, you've got Empyrean speed on your Murmillo. Those surely are good enough for the purpose, right?
Okay. I don't care about Empyrean speed Murmillo. I don't care about 2 town center here. This map is Elysium. Gold is exposed. As Uranus, all I want to do is force the Ra player to spend gold on priests. Oh. So I'm spamming Prometheans, and I'm getting that gold out of his bank so I can get a gold star cooking here. Now,
so you're getting your super oracles basically, because that's actually better for Uranus than the other guys. You pump out a bunch of those and you do the soup with the triple temple.
That's right. That's right. You do the soup. The soup is the way to go. Or is it the soup? I don't know. It's the something, that's for sure. I mean, so you don't have to go 10 oracles.
Okay.
But I think 6 is a healthy number. 6 with 3 temples, and you're good to go.
To be fair,
you don't even have to do it straight away.
Yeah, if you do the soup, you can make more than 3 temples. So, not sure if you want to do that.
Yeah, but you do want to spam those shockwaves and carnivore, or not carnivores, shockwaves and chaos. Right? I don't know.
4 temples and 2 trees, says Soup. Wait, 2 extra
Why
trees?
go for 2 trees when you can go for 3 trees? Exactly. 15
I think he
dryads is
means
better
extra.
than 10 dryads. Oh, maybe
Like,
he does.
that's 4
4
trees.
trees?
Is that what you
20
mean, Soup?
dryads is better than 15 trees? True. I mean, the alternative is you can just spam valors on your citizens as
Yes.
well while you're building the Prometheans and get Theft of Fire, which boosts your economy even more.
Oh, that's actually sick, yeah. Okay, my game is stuck in a refresh loop, so hopefully I won't be late when I restart. I'm gonna hurry up.
You can jump into a skirmish and jump out. It's probably the fastest way, but they haven't started yet. You're all good.
Okay. Well, I've already quit, so. But that's
That's
good
another
advice,
way.
thank you. Up against time pressure. You're right,
Yeah.
that skirmish would be faster. Definitely.
I don't even think you. I think I've worked out why everything bugs out here, because you don't actually have to do anything. You can just sit here and it auto refreshes in the menu for you. I think. If you've got the game, if you're watching the game, like the lobby, I think I could be wrong. I'm gonna test it. But yes, Mister does need his patented 3 minutes to stretch his arm. But
Right.
that will be ready very shortly here.
Now I see it, but they haven't started, so it's gonna be
Wonderful.
a moment.
Karma AOM says Ra versus Uranus is a free win for Ra.
Boy just said
Only
no.
if you say, only if you play the wrong way. Anything's a free win if you play the wrong way. You don't react to what your opponent's doing. You don't adapt. You don't change your game plan. You don't try different things. Try and catch your opponent out. Find small edges. Then yeah, it's a free win. If you play the game how it's supposed to be played, scout, react, adapt. Fun game. I think I've had some of my most fun games playing on this patch, playing Atlantean versus Ra.
Guys are asking what you're doing against camels. Well, you've got the fast infantry, so if it does get to that stage, then you can keep your catapults at home, protecting your villagers when, where, they could be raided. And, like Boyd said, spam myth units into them, force out those priests, and control the gold mines.
Yeah. Yeah, catapulty heroes with Empyrean speed as well. Very, very strong to deal with those camel riders. Walls as well are a great option to try and defend yourself against them, to give you the time to catch up if your units are not quite fast enough. And also sky passages are insanely good to defend against any sort of camel raids.
I'm pretty sure villagers teleporting through sky passages are faster than camels.
I think they might be, but Nak, we've got 2 minutes here before we're in this game. And it did refresh on its own. There you go.
I'm in. Yeah, but my bug, Boyd, is that everything disappears, right? Like even the lobby that I already seen disappears, and it's stuck in an everlasting refresh.
I see. That's a sad bug.
Yeah. But I still would have been able to probably go to a skirmish, which is a creative fix.
All about creativity here.
See, we're even solving the Ra versus Uranus for you. It's great.
We'll have to wait and see how it's going to go, though. There's a lot of spice in this one. I don't know how much I've seen Kimo actually playing this matchup, because normally he's the one playing Ra when I watch him play on ladder. And I guess here's the final thing. The final point in the old problem draw. The draw of problems. If Kimo wins this game, he then has to go in onto his Freyr against Mr. Zeus. He can't be thinking about that right now, but Game 5 That's going to be a spicy one if it comes that way.
Yeah, Mister's keeping the best for last, and of course that's gonna have to be what's the maps that are left? It's between Kurlagar and Mount Olympus. Well, if Chemo loses, it's over, but if he wins, then it's going to be Mount Olympus. Anyways, it's time to go. Elysium time.
It is going to be time to go. Elysium, the Mister, up 2-1. Just needs one more win here. Ra versus Uranus. Let's get into it. Game number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, match points for the Mister. As he's currently up 2-1. He's spawned in the right-hand corner of the map in the blue color, playing as Ra.
On the other side of the map, in the red, this is our Uranus gamer Chemo on his last live. He has to make this happen somehow. What's the strat, Boyd? What can we do with this map layout as Uranus? Just what we talked about with the Promethean spam?
Yeah. Yeah, you're already looking at this and you're going, okay, town center situation. Ford town center secures a gold mine to some degree. So you want to try and deny that if at all possible. If you're not able to deny it, you just want to be as aggressive as you possibly can. I do not rate a fast second town center here from Uranus in the slightest. That being said, if you do go to town center, there is going to be some sort of timing you can go for to try and break through with like Contarius and the like. But then you're playing into the Camel Rider problem where that's going to be a thing. Now, another completely different strategy, which doesn't revolve around Prometheans at all, which we didn't touch on, is the 3DB idea, which isn't a timing. It's not a timing attack at all. It's a death ball construction attempt. And that death ball is Catapulti and either Terma or Caraballister, and just everything's a hero. Now, I don't know if Chemo knows about that strat. I'm sure he played 3DB at some point in his latter experience, but it is very potent against the Egyptians. So, 2 very potent strategies here, plus some other like sort of timing attacks can be very strong as well. Mister, on the other hand, what does he have to get? What does he have to be worried about here is the big question. Do you say anything, Naka?
As a little bit of an exposed gold mine, I don't suppose we'll see the main bully too much initially. But he's also not walling it off, so you really can't rule it out. Kilo's queuing up a ton of citizens, but he's now canceling them. I guess he'll get the normal advance time. What else is there? His hunt is not particularly safe anywhere. But he is Ra. He does get the 25% extra gather rate on the pumpkins.
That's right. You don't have to leave your base for hunt. You've got it. You've got 2 of them. You've got 2 pairs of hunt in your main base. How nice is that?
That is super convenient. I think what the Mister is in fact going to do is just play the Vadget Classical Age. Try to find some nice positions. He's moving a ton of villagers now over to wood. Yeah, that's exactly what it's going to be. So 3 barracks is what we should be expecting. Before any heroic is attempted. Probably no 2 TC here because of the wood transition already happening. Second monument. Yeah, this is definitely just a Patak Classical Age.
And on the other side here, we are now starting to see some oracles coming out for Chemos, who does have plans to make some cheeky little Promethean shenanigans happen. And it looks like he's going 1 town center for the time being. He does have 4 villagers on wood, but he can always take those off a little bit later. Now, we've seen sort of Terma Prometheans be very, very strong before, and Terma against the classical fight, at least in the early stages, is very, very strong as well. So what's he going to drop down? Counter barracks? Counter barracks. And on the other side, you're absolutely right. A barracks coming down for the Mister, or 2, as well as those Wadgets will start producing.
Yeah, of course, when you have already 4 villagers on this, it might be a bit heavier on budget, so the third barracks not a guarantee, but we should be seeing it eventually as the economy grows. For Chemo is just a double Terma at the moment. I do think he has to swap out of that eventually, as the Spearman will just be a menace. Going up against his Theft of Fire finishes, giving him some extra eco. Every Valor should be going on the villagers, really. That's the biggest cost saving he can do.
Yeah, Kima really likes grabbing this kind of early Theft of Fire as well, which I don't know, man. Like, I feel like it's more of a late game tech. Get a whole bunch of heroes out later, get Theft of Fire, and then you're in for a good spot. I don't know, but he's gonna get the Terma out nonetheless. And he's going to be starting to look to get some sort of pressure at some point, as he's just sitting in his base waiting, watching. And the thing about Wadgets is it kind of shuts down the term of poke and prod sort of ideas.
Yeah, it's not been as much of a thing in Retold anyway, because the Terma are just not as impressive. No free medium archers, no nothing. And their DPS is just not as good. He got caught too. That's an ouchie.
Yeah, any little bits of damage here does really, really matter.
We talked about this at the very beginning.
You can't hear him back.
Sorry, go on.
Yes. You can't heal him up. I mean, you're right. We did talk about it at the very beginning, where Chemo kind of moves around the map with a movement command rather than attack moving, and it does get himself caught out quite a bit. Oh, Oracle spotted and Oracle down. Tango down.
Nice one. These Oranos ones are particularly pesky, so gotta watch out for that increased gather rate.
Yeah, Chemo moves forward yet again, and he's gonna get sent packing. And look at this for a mystery, just healing in the face of those Terma. Another Terma falling here, as Chemo's gonna have to pull back into his main base.
He's also empowering the obelisk, so I'm a huge fan of this. There's no better use for that priest right now, so why not just get the extra vision, covering a pretty big area compared to the other monuments. Big fan.
This is what makes Mr. so good at this game. It's just literally the vision. He's effectively got map hacks at this moment on. Well, he's got vision on the map for like 80% of the map right now. So there's nothing that's going to get him caught out.
I hear a market finishing up. We're very, very far away from the heroic age, but it's good to have it. It's all Terma,
surely
what is he gonna do when
slowly
these guys
but surely
come?
this Wadget army is just getting closer and closer. And now it's in the main base of Chemo, and he's got no answer for it.
I just feel like Chemo can get knocked off of his wood, his food, and it's just really painful when that happens.
Yeah, some of the Terma do move off to the right here to try and pull back. They're going to get little bits of damage done, and Mr. says, all right, I'm not going to chase you. I'm going back into your main base. Obelisks are coming down here. Chemo does have a nice safe base here at the back. He's got that Kyra Ballister hero in, which can be somewhat of a help. But we'll see if Mr. is going to be able to deal with this, or Chemo is going to be able to deal with this, I should say, as he's still just trying to get those pokes, and he hasn't really managed to pick much off. Promethean getting taken out there as the alluvial clay Promethean offspring going to have to retreat back into the main base.
Well, whatever goldmine situation Mr. had to be worried about looking at the map, he certainly played around it. He's now the aggressor. Doesn't have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah, the only thing is he doesn't know how to get that gold star of Chemo. Chemo's got only 800 gold, so really all he has to do is wait. And he's got a shifting sands here as well, if necessary.
Yep, there's absolutely no rush to go in. Mist has a huge army advantage. He's not really behind in villagers. He's got a defensive group at home against any potential Terma shenanigans. Really nothing to worry about. He's got the vision also. Those obelisks are doing a number.
Yes, you can't even sneak a gold mine with a sky passage at this point because Mr. sees everything.
Yeah, just looking at his view, he really does have full coverage. There's nothing going past him.
Now Chemo says, I got to take a fight here. He's so far behind on population. Those Wadgets are just getting so much damage done as the Spearmen charging forward here. Shockwave onto a handful of Spearmen on the front. That's not the Shockwave he was looking for, as this army from the Mister is looking dominating.
That really was not the best. The Prometheans at the front are melting, and now the Slingers can target the ranged units, which they're really good against. Spearmen pulling back a little bit to force the Terma to follow. There's way more units coming in from Mr. 100 population versus 34. How could you possibly win here as Chemo? I think he just has to sit behind his base and hope for the best. But even then, I mean, Mr. is just going to go 175 population if he lets him. This seems to be no good answer.
Racing. Now it's going to be Electron Bullets. It's going to be Medium Slingers. The units are now moving out onto the bottom side of the map, checking out the gold mine. Some Terma are going to be chasing across the map, but these Spearmen, they're fast enough here. They've got the armor upgrades as well, and sure, Terma are going to get a little bit of damage, but Slingers are coming over here to help as well. And there's just no units here for Chemo at the moment.
Yeah, none whatsoever. He can't really escape his main. A bunch of villagers are going on an expedition, but the Spearmen are coming after them, and Chemo gets knocked down into the bronze round as the Mista wants those finals right now.
Yeah, congrats to the Mista, a dominating display after a bit of a rocky start to this series. I mean, the highlight here was those Hersa, but I mean, this with Thor, but this game here, Wadgets push forward. I just don't think Chemo came at this with the right plan, so to speak. Like, sure, Wadgets are really good, but you know what beats the Wadgets to some degree? If you build enough Promethean, this is the reason why Promethean are good against them. Okay, so if you build Promethean, the Wadgets, they start stacking their poison on the Promethean. Then it dies, but then that poison gets reset, and all of a sudden you've still got 3 Prometheans offspring remaining to bash away. So it's a really, really nice sort of counter to this unit. Plus, they're very good against the Spearmen. They're really good against the Slingers. They're really good against the Axemen. And the Priests, you know, there's only going to be a handful of them. You can't kill off all the Promethean after all is said and done. But he doesn't go for it. He just goes for Terma. Only a handful of Prometheans out. And he's spending his favor elsewhere. And he's just not able to hold on in this one, Naka.
Exactly right, Boyd. Exactly right. You summed it all up.
Well, timeline. Just a dominating display here. Resources, even with Chemo in front, just can't make it happen, hey. All right, well, we'll see how the other game's going. The next series to move on to here in this one is going to be the 3rd, 4th place before we move on to the finals. So we get to watch Chemo again, and we'll see what's happening on the other side of the bracket. I'm actually going to check it out right now. Let's go to the bracket here.
Oh, wait, we're already done? Everything's happened? Whoa. Not quite.
Looks like Recon is 2-1 right now against Grass, as they are motoring ahead, it seems.
Yeah,
all right, guys. While this all concludes, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break or something, I think. And we'll be back shortly with the 3rd, 4th place game.
Yep, same Z's. Guys, make sure to follow everywhere, including the other streams. That's Iron Maiden and Yo Desla. And we'll be right back.
Bye. All right, safe. Where are they up to? No worries. Hello, hello, hello. I don't know what has happened with my be right back thing, but Uro says it's wrong. I'm pretty sure he set it up for me. I give up. Yeah, no. Yeah, we're still on our break. I'm gonna wait. Let's move back from this. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and the conclusion of the bottom semifinals. Recon did manage to take that one 3-1, which means we're going to be moving on to the third, fourth place match between Chemo and Grass and Groom. Nakamura, what can you tell us about these two players? They're already off to the draft, but let's build this one up.
I can tell you they're ready. I can tell you I'm ready. Grass and Groom, potentially getting third or fourth today. You know, he's one of the youngest players out of everyone that's been in the competitive scene for a while now. Really impressive to see him go this far. But he's got a pretty similar god set to Chemo's, other than the fact that he really likes Freyr. That's like the big difference between these two players. He also plays kind of similar to Chemo. So we'll really have to see what the deviations are going to be with the god picks. For maps, we've got Elysium first, and Land Unknown was banned, Blue Lagoon was banned, Chemo's picks are Marsh, Giza, Kalagar, Grasses are Midgard, Ghost Lake, and Mount Olympus.
Let's move over to this bracket, or this not this bracket, this draft, and see what we can see here. So yes, you're right. Elysium, first one. We got Loki ban, we got Ra ban, we got Isis, Set, Gaia Orana's Freya. Chemo's got some very, very good gods that he's very comfortable with.
That's his
Grass,
stuff, man.
He's got this. Yeah, that's his stuff. Grass has got the Zeus. He's got the Kronos. He's got some strong answers to the Egyptians in his back pocket here, but he doesn't get that Freya that you were saying that he likes so much.
Yep, Chemo was just faster. Well, no, actually wasn't. Wait, Grass didn't pick him at all. That's the last pick for Chemo. Alright. That was on purpose. Interesting.
Yep.
Maybe he doesn't like him anymore. It didn't work, so that probably has something to do with it.
Get me away. Get me away. Well, so, all right. Elysium is the first map. What are you going to pick on this one if you're Chemo right now? And you see the enemy. You see Grass's draft, and you see what you've got. What's the strong pick for this Elysium map?
Okay, so we've seen how well the Ptah blade does with Ra. It's really not that different when it comes to Set doing the same thing, right? Like, you get a bit better economy, sure, with Ra. Eventually you get your rain in, but until that time, Set isn't that much worse. You get to bring your hunt home after all. So I think you can just do the same thing and hope that you play into Norse in particular. So if there is going to be an Odin pick there from Grass, I think Chemo could really catch him off guard, but If I'm grass, I probably want to play Kronos. We've seen how that goes.
Yeah. I think Elysium. There is part of me that really, really likes Odin here. Even if you're going to be playing into set potentially, probably not on Elysium because you don't have any good animals there. But I like Odin on this map just on the fact that you get that back gazelle patch potentially. You can great hunt that. It's really good. Wall it in, and then those Wadgets are not that problematic. And then looking at the rest of Chemo's sort of draft, there's not really a god there that I'm scared of, apart from Set, which I feel like is playable on Elysium, that you're worried about. Like Isis, what are you going to do? You Sphinx ideas, maybe is strong, but I think, you can defend it with that back hunt as well. Gaia, Uranus, we've already seen how good Rappel was with Odin against Recon playing with Atlanteans, so that's not really the best of options either. Freyr, probably not either. So there's a lot of stuff there. Nonetheless, we're going to be watching. Oh, we do see Grass going with Odin here, Naka. The Chemo gets
Ooh.
his Isis.
Okay, interesting. So, I guess Isis's plan is for the most part, just get your camels going against any potential raiding cavalry. Get your ancestors eclipse in the north base to shut them down a little bit and secure your second gold mine in time. But it's Chemo. Who said you can't 2TC fast heroic with a bunch of barracks units?
True. Always a possibility. Does walk into some troubles, like it's funny, like everybody is always worried about sort of like this very big all-in Egyptian classical fight. But you never see the other side of it. It's like, what happens if the Egyptian player doesn't go for that? It goes for something else. Is it just as scary, or is maybe it advantageous elsewhere?
And then there's of course the matter of the Sphinx raids. You brought that up before. Look, those Sphinx are
So
fast,
strong. They're
and the
so good.
Hersiers of
They are
Odin
so.
aren't.
Mm.
You could definitely play around that a bit.
Yeah. There's no. Well, ooh. What if? I like doing this. I go in on my own sort of like wild adventures when people pose problems. I'm like, what if? What if Heimdall? Just hear it out. Hear me out. All
I'm
right?
a fan already.
Einhri Hersa to deal with the Sphinx. You can blow the horn. The Sphinx come in close. Think they're nice and safe
Ooh.
because the Hersa aren't so fast. The Einhri blows the horn. The Hersa charge in. Sphinx takes some damage and maybe even dies.
And if that happens, then you just take a TC and you get the unique upgrade for what's the name of that? Rixtula? I think.
Yeah, Rigstula. Exactly.
Yeah. And
Or Safeguard. Safeguard,
and Safeguard.
Rigstula, Mass Town Center.
Could be quite fun.
What is this betting? How is Chemo has got this is like a 117,000 to 100 situation right now. Chemo to Grass on my betting.
Noise.
Poor Grass. Grass can make it happen. Believe in the kid. It's the kid, guys.
High risk, high reward, gamers. Get it. Come on, a small percentage
we're in
of your
the third,
portfolio. You
fourth
can do it. You
place.
have time.
So this is just as a aside for everyone to understand what the tournament format is. This is third, fourth place. We still have the grand finals to come. We're still best of 5 at this point. We got one best of 7 after this, Mister and Recon. We are watching the third, fourth place. This is also worth big dollars. There's a fairly sizable difference in prize pool distribution between third and fourth place. So it's for all the bananas and some of the marbles too.
What's the bigger currency, banana or marble? It's like dollars and cents, right?
Depends on if you're a monkey or not.
Ah, well, apes together strong. I think we're all monkeys working together to make this game even better. I just can't see a lobby. Is there a lobby?
There is a lobby. It is not started yet.
I can't even see it.
It's funny how like some of us have. I feel like I have like different issues than everyone else. Do you feel that? Like some people, like like I get some freezes. You can't see lobbies. All this stuff. It's weird. No.
Now I can't paste the URL. That's gonna be a game restart for me.
I've had that one before as well.
Oh well.
What
Sometimes
was my
things work.
fix?
It's okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It's fine. The game hasn't started. Chemo is having a toilet break.
Oh.
Gotta have that nervous pee. Nervous whiz. I mean, he's taking on the kid. I'd be scared too if I was playing someone half my age.
Get it out of the system while you can, Chemo.
I mean, in a way, every single one of these games matters for Chemo much more than maybe some of the other players. Because it seems like of all of the top players, Chemo is one of them who just has not focused in on Norse just yet. So he needs to win this like 3-1. He can't go five games in this series unless he wants to just throw a Norse god or a Norse one early on in the series.
It's a
Just be
good
like,
thing
all
for
right,
Chemo that none of these are best of sevens. That would be a struggle.
Well, the way the best of 7 works is you do a best of 5 draft. If the game goes to 4, then they redraft. So it's not he's still going to be fine. There's not too much of a worry there. But maybe once China comes out, the China DLC, and we go up to 16 gods, you won't have to redraft, and you'll have to have the Chinese as well for the best of 7s.
I wonder how many gods they're gonna get. Is it just gonna be 3? Is it gonna be 4? Maybe.
Ooh,
Maybe they have a surprise.
spicy.
I don't know. They announced 3, right? But like you never know with these guys.
That's right. Anyways.
Who knows what the delay is about?
True. Looks like the guys are getting ready to go here as Chemo is back. He says, let's go. We're going to be on our way. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, no, my game refresh. Is that joinable now for you?
Let's just say I'm having my own problems.
We'll get there.
Hang on. That's fine. I will do a quick thingy. We still got 3 minutes before it gets in, even if they've started. So that's all.
Legend, I know what they said on the store page. I'm saying, what if there's something they didn't say anything about? Ooh.
All right, I might need to restart my game. All right, time to restart.
Same. Yep. My.
Oh dear.
Refreshes.
Everything's breaking. I'm excited though. Chemo and Grass. I don't know if I've seen these guys play before. Grass doesn't play on ladder at all. So
he probably does on a different name.
Could be. Ah, that's right. That's right. He's Socrates. Oh, did I spoiled that. Oh no.
Oh no. He needs to make a new one now. You got him good though.
Good. Okay. We're all good. All right. So we're a minute away. Okay, we've got this. No worries. Happy days. No problems.
I'm also clicking in. We'll be fine.
Here. Hopefully we are. Just for reference, I actually don't know that it's the Socrates is grass. I made this it's fine. Just
wow. You just did that.
Throwing things out. I'm starting shit. I mean, that's just what happens on this channel.
Well, you know, you timed this perfectly because we're just 30 seconds out, so we have to go to the intro anyway, and everyone will have forgotten about it. Very convenient, boys. Well done. Well done. Okay.
True.
I'll remember, though.
All right. Well, Isis versus Odin on Elysium. We're going to be getting into this one and seeing who is going to be able to get that third place here as we jump in. Let's go. And it begins. We're in the third, fourth place match right now. In the bottom right-hand corner of the map, in the blue color, playing as Isis. His name is Chemo.
Welcome to Bronzodia, or not. On the other side, Grass is playing as Odin.
And as I quickly flip-a-rooney my scoreboard, we are walking in onto the map, Elysium. As these two players have both been knocked down to some degree, but not out just yet. They've got one more chance to prove themselves. Grass on the Odin here. What do you think about this? What are you seeing? We do see a back food situation. We're talking about this pre-game where this is one reason to pick Odin here. You can save that Great Hunt, drop the Great Hunt down in the Classical Edge on that back food, wall it up, and you're completely safe, and then you can get whatever you want happening.
Yeah, and over time you can get several of them. It does recharge pretty quickly, to be honest, at 30 seconds. So once you do that, if you have the favor for another one, you could just go for it. Never ever have to move the villagers. I think that's a move. But Isis, yeah, I think it's a little spooky. You know, Odin just doesn't have all the tools against cavalry like the other gods do. Nor against fast myth units, so definitely very raidable with Sphinxes or Anubites. And forcing out Herdmen is never ideal either, so Camo raids, once again, can put on the hurt, whereas Odin wants to go into raiding cap himself. Camos counter that. And then later in the game, what do you do about elephants with tusks of a Pedomac and Valley of the Kings? It's nasty stuff.
I think one thing you've got to be a little bit worried about here as the odds, and we'll talk about listing being very difficult to secure gold mine situation. And that thing that is difficult is your walking woods, your castles, your Jotuns, all the big boys, big clubs, big things.
That is true.
You have to be worried about that.
One thing that can defend it very nicely, though, is Ancestor's Eclipse. So the trees would melt to that, that's for sure. Jotuns, yes, they can hold that, but if you do have enough priests as Isis prepared, then you should be more or less fine. So it just depends on the age ups and whether it's going to be Anubis or not. Because if it's Bast, I think you've got a good case for defending yourself.
Totally. You might have to do a rejoin on Discord. Not sure exactly what's going on there.
Being a bot? Okay.
We're seeing Bast, yep, we're seeing Freya.
I'm here.
It's all looking up in this game, but we are seeing the Berserk getting a little bit angsty right now, pushing that priest back home.
It will force that, and all this is really scout information denial. There's not going to be as many obelisks around the map, so getting at least a little bit of work done with the Berserk, not bad for Grass. Is the voice okay now?
Already starting to. I think so. I can't. Yes, it's good for me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let us know, chat, if there's anything wrong. We can quickly rejoin.
All right. Well, Valkyrie out onto the map right now. Going to be moving across here. All the vision sort of cleaned up. Most of the obelisks are all down. Do you see the Chemo was grabbing that Gungnir Odin spear? He wants to get a little bit more boost onto those spearmen potentially. Whether or not he's going to build a huge amount of them or not remains to be seen. But he's only got the one monument. And he's dropping a village center. This is the second time we've seen him go for this move.
Okay, Boomer. I guess we're doing it again. He's also got the Bow of Artemis, which is going to make his ranged boys cheaper. It's going to be nice for chariots down the line. I'm assuming he's interested. And with a village center, yeah, guess we're staying at home.
Meanwhile, Grass is just out into the middle of the map. We do see a Sphinx coming forward, but a Hersir is sitting, waiting, watching. More Hersir over on this top side. They're going to be completely fine as well. As the Sphinx can come back and actually get a lot of damage done onto that. The Valkyrie's back, getting a lot of damage onto that Sphinx there. Decides not to chase it. But Grass, he spotted the town centers. He knows there's nothing there, but, you know, he doesn't know that Chemo's on 2 town centers, or at least 1.75 town centers with that village center there.
Should eventually find out once he gets in with the Vac and the Raiders. A little bit of walling action from Grass so far. No interest in the second TC, but if he had known about this a little sooner... Wait, he still doesn't know? Oh my god.
Yeah, he still has no idea,
dude.
And this can really change the way that you think the game is going. Because right now, Grass is seeing no real military, seeing no second town center. He's got to be expecting a fast heroic here, right?
That's what I'd be thinking, because nobody goes village centers, and I'm sure Chemo's cackling somewhere about this.
Yeah, he didn't even, like, necessarily... It's kind of protected. But, in terms of, like, where he's placed it. But I'm surprised this hasn't been spotted just yet. I mean, sooner or later, Grass is going to have to figure it out. But is it going to be too little too late as the game continues along? Obelisks get taken down. Priest gets cleaned up. But some spearmen are starting to come through. There's always going to be a gold mine problem here for Chemo. If you go village center, 550 gold there, not close to a second gold mine... You can just all in that second gold mine and it can be enough.
Good news for Grass. Seeing as there was no aggression whatsoever, he's just picking up the front TC. This will give him some pumpkins. He's close to the gold mines as well. Yeah, this is definitely the move, I think, with...
4 town center on Elysium is generally the one you want to take if you've got any sort of advantage cooking, because it secures you so much more of the map than a back town center. But Chemo's already gotten himself a fairly decent villager lead here, and one of the big advantages of a village center is that you can place it really close to resources. It's close to the wood line, it's kind of close to the home gold mine, it was close to the chickens. He can jump onto the pigs in his main base as well, but he will be needing to move out of his base. Looks like he's going for the berries and the deers in the center of the map, but there's really not that much military here for Chemo at the moment as he's going through Nephthys.
Well, if he can get up a Migdal by the front gold mine, that would be super ideal, but I'm not sure if Grass will allow it. There's just plenty of stuff for him overall. He's walling up the walling up the map very nicely, excuse me. And that will serve as a nice retreat path away from Ancestor's Eclipse.
Yeah, these walls are really, really important, but the one thing that I guess Chemo's getting away with here is he's out on this food, and he's behind in military population by 30. Grass needs to get going here. He needs to make something happen. There's the heroic age. It might be too little too late. Migdal stronghold on the way. Units sitting back here, dropping a market here for Grass. Grass wants to go to the heroic age. Can he get there fast enough to frost the ancestors? I don't think so.
Yeah, it would be 1 minute even if he could click right now, but he can't. And I guess he's gonna bonk the Migdal a little bit, weaken it as much as he possibly can, even Forest Fire trying to help out, but honestly, Chemo's army is big enough by itself to handle this.
Well, we will be seeing that Scorpion Man almost going down. If the Scorpion Man can get away and like kind of find itself away from those Herser, it can go for an Ancestor Eclipse on the economy as well. Skadi is going to be coming through. And there's that Ancestors. He's dropped it onto the left side of the map. Villagers, though, immediately retreating back to the town center. It looks like he won't be losing any of them for the moment. Grass also going to pull villagers off of that gold mine, going right to the corner of the map.
Sphinx
and then
goes
straight
down
into
to
the
the
middle
Hearse
of
here.
his base.
Plenty others following
Scorpion
too.
Man.
Ooh, that too. Nice. That's very nice news for Grass. As meanwhile, he's caught up in the villager numbers, boy. That's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, being up on the villagers numbers and this Ancestor Cliffs really not doing that much. Hertz are able to chase the minions down as well. They do find some villagers at the top of the map, so he will get a couple of kills up here. Nope, no, he misses them. He's letting them run. Okay.
Oh boy. A few seconds left of this, and Grass is, of course, you're gonna use teleport with the tower, keeping these villagers alive. But here's
in
the
the middle of the map,
chariots.
how the chariot archers, yeah, they're in, and the Scorpion Man's still alive, so we're getting some big damage done. This is a great little choke point. Imagine Forest Fire here, Nakamura.
I'm imagining it's so hard, but it's just in the past already. It's happened.
Yep. Now,
It'll take a long time to
second
get
big doll
back
for
there.
Chemo, and Chemo still has got prosperity. Third Migdol for Chemo, and he's still got prosperity. He can go Mythic Age, basically, here, if he wants to.
I think that's the idea, but just doesn't have enough people on gold. What's up with that? Oh, they're building the mining camp. It's about to be all of them, so prosperity should be coming in. And yeah, directly to the Mythic Age. Everyone here is walled in, so Grass is about to have a really good fight.
Yeah, he's probably going to be able to pick off most of these units, but this is not the Frost that I like to use against Egyptian. You want to use Frost to catch out like Son of Osiris. Otherwise, Son of Osiris ends up being a really, really challenging unit to deal with.
Or you can shut down the prosperity and get the army, and then
True.
meanwhile destroy the Migdals. That's also a decent pick. But yeah, at this point I think either it's going to be Son of Osiris, or we're going to be looking at Valley of the King sprinting. But with so many Migdals, I'm not sure you super need that. By the way, there's no monument to prevent a Frost from being used, so Chemo was open to that kind of thing. Now no longer a worry, of course, with 200 favor for the recast cost.
Yeah, it's expensive, but you know, like you see, Grass is already at 97 favor. If he just keeps fighting, he will be able to use that over and over and over and over and over again.
True.
But he has to take good fights. He does now have himself that heavy cavalry. But yep, Thoth on the way. So no Osiris, but you know, that doesn't matter when you've got so much pushing power here. You've got Scorpion Men's in the main base causing some problems, as a Herser is getting called in to help deal with that one.
See that little longhouse? That was cute. But the camels are going the other way. Grass is really good, by the way, at trapping people with unfinished buildings. I'm sure we'll see it at some point.
Buildings. Get out of there. Leave me alone.
Well, camel
Nice,
and
that ballistics.
chariot. It's,
Yeah, levy, ballistics, everything's coming through. So this is where Norse really does struggle, I think, against like these Egyptian chariot archers. It's once all the upgrades come in and they're in that big ball, and they're about to get produced so quickly from Valley of the Kings. Though Chemo, he probably doesn't even need Valley of the Kings at the moment, and he doesn't have the favor for it. He's already got 3 Migdols plus Levy. They're just going to be spawning out really, really quickly here.
yeah, man, I think he's mostly doing it for the cost efficiency at this point to get the thought business going. And the Meteor can maybe nuke this front base. The buildings are pretty concentrated, right? So several houses at the same time will be taken out. Now, if they had been spread out completely so that one Meteor gets one house, then maybe the TC survives, actually. But not like this. Okay, anytime now.
Where's the premium meteor spot? Is it on the front? Is it in the main base? Is it on a gold mine? Is it on an army?
I like the front
Grass
because
is
of
kind
the
of spreading
houses.
out. Well, it's going to be the front here. He sees the houses. He's going to be very quickly taking out one of them. But will the town center fall as well is the big question. Another house going down. Another house going down. Town center.
Oh.
One more meteor comes in, and it does end up erasing that entire location there.
Wow. It's all gone?
It's all gone. We worked so hard to build it, but we have tier coming in. We have a revenge god power incoming. The problem is these units are coming very, very fast. We see Valley of the Kings now on the way.
Yes, the pump has gotten rather real. All the economic upgrades are also being worked on for the Mythic Age, so stuff like flood control and quarry. This is gonna be a very rich chemo indeed. And then, I don't know if he got Book of Thought already. I think not, right?
Not
But that's gonna also
just yet,
add.
but that Valley of the Kings is in. So
Yeah.
units are coming in a big way.
These free TCs, not fortified yet. But I'm sure that's coming soon as well. Once he has the gold. Chariot's doing
Good
work
micro.
here, sir.
Yeah, there's just so many of them. But Grass, he's still got some army. He's 67 pop. He's not that far behind on this. And it's looking like Chemo might need to pull back for the time being here. But he's got 2 Migdols to fall back on. Plus those Camel Riders can start getting upgrades fairly soon. As the Thimble Winter is down, though, this could be the help which Grass needs.
Oh, all the villagers are already garrisoned. There's a bunch of priests being made, but quickly getting picked off by the wolves. At least it shuts down the economy for a few seconds. Gotta say, Chemo's doing a good job distracting the wolves with like individual units. A camel, a priest here and there, and the wolves can pretty much go back to work in a few moments already. There's barely any threats out there anymore.
Oh,
And
the
with
Town Center
Grass
coming up on the right side of the map, but Grass has got a long way to pull himself back in this game. He's making a whole bunch of Fenris Wolf Broods. This could be the unit he needs to find. Not if he's going to send them in one by one. It's not.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything in that form. And these chariots have been just insanely cost efficient. They're picking off even the Huskarl. They just can't get the numbers going, and Grass just doesn't have the army that he needs. It's been a problem for a while now, and Chemo is really just putting this point home. But now with the wolves here, he has
These
to
wolves are
respect
in.
it.
They're forcing him back. Yeah. We are seeing raids happening on the left side of the map, though, with those Camel Riders, but now Chemo really needs to get some priests out to deal with this, because Fenris Wolf Broods, I think they're an ant. They're more than an answer to the chariots. They're a hard counter to them because they move so quickly, 6.6 speed. But they do die relatively fast against any of those priests with only having 550 HP.
Good thing that they're costing food here, because Grass certainly doesn't have too much gold income. Problem is he doesn't have anybody on food.
Yep. Berserk's getting pulled off here. The priest now getting that good damage done from behind here. Population differential is pretty big to kick the fight off, but the military differential is kind of close. He's got so many Valkyries in this fight as well. He needs to pick off those priests because they are doing some serious damage to those wolves. More wolves coming in here to help boost up. Good micro from Grass, but he does end up losing one of them as Grass is trying his hardest to break through here, but it's looking like Chemo is holding strong.
Yeah, Chemo just isn't losing chariots. This is not good news for Grass. He really needs to reset that number, and the only thing he managed to reset is his own wolf count. It's not gonna fly, and Chemo takes game 1.
Yeah, really solid first game there for Chemo. And he really tricked, I think, Grass quite a bit here with that village center. I don't even know if he knew that the village center was there at the end of this game. Like, he clearly didn't scout inside the base, and I think just he got what he wanted against Grass in this game. Because, you know, his economy is just bigger than I think what Chemo was what Grass was expecting. You see that graph is just, it's caught up. It's in front. He's in front on economy by 12 minutes. He's not supposed to be in front on economy. He's Egyptian. He's against Odin. That's not allowed to happen.
Yeah, Odin should really be in the lead. There's only Prosperity really to help catch up. Chemo did a lot more than catch up here. 142 kills as well to 108. That's also not how it's supposed to go.
Yeah, well, let's move on to game number 2. Solid start. We'll see what we're going to see here. Ra versus Zeus on this next one. What was the map?
Midgard.
Oh, baby. Wait, is this Chemo? Chemo's on Freya.
I really don't understand the Freyr here. I'm gonna be really curious to see what it's about, though. I guess you could very early secure a second gold mine and perhaps go for raiding Kev with Huskarl against the Zeus Hoplite Tuxodes mix. But then, even if you do that, you still need throwing axes. Can you do all of that at once? We'll see.
Yes, indeed. I do think Freya's a good god on this map.
What's the thing that makes him good?
Just gets that nice Asgardian hill fort to hold on to a second gold mine.
Mm-hmm.
Gets a Kraken, nice fast mythic age, could be huge with the Vidar to like take out the main base. And gets the stronger infantry units so that you can actually go into some berserks nice and early and run around the map. You know, he's got a lot of different angles that he can go for. You know, you've got that Gullen Bursty, so you can't just dive a town center. Or get,
I guess he's got his upgrades as well.
Deal. Yeah.
There's a lot of
Upgrades
resources
come
to go
cheaper.
around. See about this lobby now. I see Chemo hosting.
Yeah. Chemo is not sharing his thingamajiggy. Let us share it for him. All right. Okay.
Well, while we figure this out, I will say that I'm on the Zeus bandwagon on this one, but it's just how do you stop the bronze and restoration mix? I just don't see it.
Well, like I said, Gullen Bursty, Aegir. I mean, these things are really good. Like this, you can disengage off of this. The hoplites get half damage while they've got that bronze. Who cares? Just run away. They're not going to be able to do anything. So there is an angle here for Freya to win this matchup. But you know, it's Midgard. The thing is, with all these water maps, with all of these sort of hybrid maps, if you don't practice on them, if you don't have a game plan sorted, you're not going to win. So it doesn't matter how good you are. If your opponent's got that game plan down and they've thought about it, they're going to have that advantage.
Sure,
So,
and I'm not certain how much Grass has practiced on Midgard to begin with. He was never really a water map kind of guy, whereas Chemo always has been. He loves booming, and what's better than a map that basically forces you to go for docks?
Mm-hmm.
It really plays into his hand there.
Wait, is Chemo King 67 not Chemo? We have a Chemo fan in the chat. Oh dear. Oops, that stream thing is wrong.
What's 67?
No,
There's
it's the 67th Chemo
66
King.
and 65 and all of them. There's 67 of you? Jesus Christ.
What?
That's a big fan club.
See what Chemo can do though. You know,
all of them.
everyone's on this Zeus. Everyone's on this Zeus bandwagon, Naka, but I'm not a meta slave. And I believe in the like fact that there's counters for stuff in this game. And I want to believe that that's the case here. You also have to remember the other thing with Freya that I didn't raise is if you go through Ulla, you get that speedier, that, what's it called, Servants of Glory tech to boost the infantry, and then you can make throw an axemen, and they're speedier, and they can actually deal with those hoplites in the early stage of the game as well.
Well,
so
I think Void Classical Age Rams will get out. It's never gonna happen, actually. The Rams are so weak. Villagers just kitchen knife them and they disappear. So probably not gonna see that ever. Sad. But we do get to see the postcard every now and then, and against Greek, certainly that plays a role. I'm hopeful to see that kind of stuff.
Yes, indeed. Nonetheless, Nakamura, we're going to be moving in onto the map Midgard. Game number 2, Chemo Grass for third, fourth place situation here. Let's get it. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, in the left-hand corner of the map, in the blue color, playing as Freyr. His name is Chemo.
The opposition on the other side, currently down, but certainly not out. Playing as Zeus, this is Grass.
And Nakamura, the map is Midgard. We do see some very, very nice fish on the bottom of the map here. The map is kind of random to some degree where these fishing spots spawn, but that just means you got to scout. And Chemo, I think he's never played this map before in his entire life, the way that he placed that first dock. I'll tell you a little secret. The first 3 fish, and everybody remember this, on Midgard spawn diagonally from your hometown center. So if we're looking at Chemo's base, go from that diagonal spot on the west, and you go straight to the water, and there is fish there. Meanwhile, over on the opposite side, Grass, you go east to the water, and there's fish straight there. There you go. There's the secrets of Midgard. Unlocked. Never, ever miss your first dock ever again.
That's right. But if you did know other pieces of information about the map, you could have a better dock placement if you go a little bit further out. It might be worth the trade-off, but certainly not worth the gamble. Not in a tournament match like this. Go for the consistent triple fish, and then just make a second dock as you make new fishing ships.
Yeah, man, we're nothing if not a ball of fun with this information. Like, trivia night comes around and it goes, all right, where does the first 3 fish spawn on Midgard? You guys are going to know. We're helping everyone out. All right. Seems like the fish boom is on the way here, Nakamura, as...
Oh no.
Dear.
Oh no,
Oh,
Chemo's not having a great time with his ox cart in the wood line. It would help if it was in the wood line, actually. It wasn't, but he's working on fixing it, but it's still not great. He's not had luck with the hunt either, having to pull in a second boar before using up the first one. This is not great, Boyd.
It's not great at all, but you know, we've said it before. Chemo's not known for his sort of early game build orders at all. He's somehow manages to win games, even with everything going wrong for him in the early stages of the game. So don't count him out.
Never.
He's used to it.
He is chaos itself.
That's right.
Well, we've got the temple coming up for grass. We'll see what he goes for, but I'm gonna say it's 99% of the time gonna be Athena. Just really synergizes with these water maps. You got your hoplites, your speedy hoplite boys running around, and it's just so useful to bring them together for the big fight. Get that nice restoration going and run down the enemy.
I'm gonna keep saying it. I reckon you can go Hermes here. It's
What's
like
your
against
idea?
Norse, and like if you put 2 villages on the temple, you can get a whole bunch of centaur hoplite. You have ceasefire for stuff. Centaur can run around, get pressure. You get access to potentially also, if you're going against the Egyptians, you don't go hoplite, you go Hippias, and you get superior to charge and Thracian horses, and then all of a sudden your bronze isn't just sort of semi-fast sort of thing. You get 6.6 speed of bronze cavalry just running all over the place. Nonetheless, again, I'm anti-meta slave on this in this channel, as you guys know. So Athena's coming through, and Chemo is going to take the long route as he goes through Ula.
Blanket of the Emperors is always going to be the first relic, so even less of a chance now for early ramps. Never was a thing to begin with, certainly not now. What other relics do we have? Because we're going to be making fishing ships for a long time here. Head of Orpheus for building line of sight, as well as Archimedes' Ledger for cheaper siege. Ooh, maybe that rams. Just kidding. System of Fast, cheaper villagers.
I mean, there really isn't any at the moment. What I'm noticing is if you go for like a 5-minute advance time, or if you know that's the meta, that's the standard, there's not really anything bad about just going for a 5:30, because that's no different from someone going for a 3:30 advance time and you going for a 4-minute advance time and just defending. So this like slow route that Chemo's taken, not the worst thing in the world.
No, it's working out great. I mean, there's not going to be any naval fighting. The rush distance for sailing is just a little bit too long, and it's really not worth it to spend the economy on ships to force a few garrisons. Just go heroic. Just go heroic. He's getting like the tower upgrade though, because the Minotaur is pressured. At least grass is forcing that out.
It's just so cheap. 100 resources. Someone says, "Hey, your base can be protected to some degree for 100 resources." You say, "You know what? I'll take that. I'll take that. No worries."
It's a deal.
And this ox cart is still kind of just what is happening. I don't know what's happening with this ox cart for Chemo. He's not having any luck with it. It's very simple to use an ox cart on a forest. You just right click on one of the snowy pine trees that's chopped down, and it'll continue to follow that. Otherwise, it might go haywire, I guess. I don't know. I don't think this is something that's happening automatically here for Chemo. Not at all.
Well, you know how he plays, boys. You've seen his stream.
Yep.
Clicks a lot, and if you click a lot, sometimes you misclick.
True. We do see a lot of throwing axemen in, a lot of Herser. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's 4 military academies for grass, and it's going to be a lot of hoplites coming through here very shortly, Nakamura.
Are you suggesting there's other units in the video game? I think it's all hoplite. It always has been.
You know, I secretly hope that it's not going to be all hoplites. You know, maybe a Hydra or two, Minotaur. You know, there's Medusa. You know, anything like that would be nice as well. Whoop. That's Guardian Hill Fort, though.
Might even come up in time before the hoplites get there. This is not going to be too many of them. Plenty of throwing axemen also exist. It should be possible to hold for the most part. Ooh,
bolt onto the Draugr. As Grass is going to start going full send for the moment here. The Hursa trying to take out those myth units. A couple of thrown axemen are in. They should be a good help to take all this out, but you have to deal with that Hydra. That's the problem, pig. As it looks like the pig is coming. Wilbur, as your Dessler affectionately named him. Wilbur's in. Can he keep the Hell Fort up, though, is the big question. It looks like he's going to get back onto it to build it. No, never mind. There he goes. And he's safe for the time being, but this means no more Ghoul and Bursty, and basically this means Grass can go full send into the main base. But Aegir is on the way here now.
Yo, don't fight it. Yes, Aegir will be here. The next attack is also easily held with the other god power. Gonna be a nice little hailstorm. Not something you want to engage directly.
Yeah, and now heavy infantry in though for Grass, as Chemo now just hitting the heroic age. Making some berserks, he's making some thrown axemen, but we are going to start seeing those Hapaspis, a couple of Peltast as well to try and deal with the thrown axemen easily. And Grass just comes back and he says, all right, we're back. Cool. Let's take a fight. And we see the Tempest forced out here.
Ooh. That Hydra getting frozen though. Picked off by the Hersier and throwing axes. So I get quite a bunch of kills actually.
Yeah, he cleans up the vast majority of that there. At the top here, Villager gets taken down. Hoplites just hanging out on that top spot. And it looks here that Chemo, he's survived for the time being. There's still a bronze to push through and cause some problems here. He's got a good strong army of thrown axemen. He's got a good front line of that rock giant, and he's going to be getting himself another Kraken out to try and hold this water here. As there's a three-headed Skylar, but that's not going to be enough to survive against the Kraken, though.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of health. Not at all. Well, Grass has plenty of Hippaspis, so Hoplite is not in fact the only unit in the video game. There's also a bunch of Peltasts. Those will be rather good answers to the throwing axemen. With bronze, with restoration, I still really like Grass's chances. Just unfortunate for him that no myth unit will get bronze now. That would have been useful.
Yeah, but he's coming around yet again to try and take out this position. The Huskala are in, but you have to micro those, and he does do that nicely. There's the bronze, however. More units coming up here for Chemo to attempt to hold on this position. Chemo going to be doing his best to hold, but the restoration comes through. The Asgardian Hill Fort gets taken out here. Now Chemo has to start going into his shoot and scoot micro, doing a good job of it, but the Hoplites coming around onto the back position. Hapaspist starting to get that damage down. Peltas getting huge damage done as well. Chemo has fallen to 65 population, as it's looking like Grass is getting whatever he wants in this game right now.
The pop is rapidly dropping even from there. All the dwarves are going to be executed on the spot. No prisoners will be taken, and Grass equalizes the series right there. Wow.
Yeah, sort of textbook from Grass in a way, but you know, I think Chemo, he kind of wasted that Tempest. You can't be using that Tempest when there's no bronze there. Otherwise, it's, I mean, even if you have to basically kill off the entirety of the army. And the thing about Tempest is, it doesn't really stick the units there. They can always retreat away. And then bronze comes back in with like a full population army and or somewhat close to, and it's just a tough thing to deal with.
They were so close in the military, but bronze just completely turns everything around. I mean, 2 god powers really. Restoration played a large role as well, and Grass just really got to run away with this. He also outgathered Chemo a little bit, so that adds some fuel to the fire as well. 42 to 20, 22 kills as well.
Nonetheless, solid game. They were moving quickly along here, going into game number 3. See how things are going to go.
Buff Greek some more. You sure about this? The next map is going to be Marsh. So lots of food around. Lots of opportunity again for a second TC. And Kimo's going to play right into that with a set. Grass picking Hades. Both are really good options for what's at stake here. I really like set here because you can steal all the animals. Hades, well, you just get your nicely set up second TC. It can be frontal, it can be in the back if there's a good gold mine, especially. Sentinels will keep you alive forever, and you can just go into solid heroic age. Don't need to engage the set too much while you're out and about with the widgets.
Yes, indeed. Alrighty. Put the link in, Kimo. Let me find it. All right.
By the way, guys, this is the best of 5. Just to remind, here in this bronze round, we don't do best of 3 this time around, like we did in the qualifiers. This is different, and the finals will be best of 7 as well. So you're in for quite the treat today with all the matches. There's a lot at stake though, so I think it's justified.
Oh.
Who do you favor though, Boyd, in this matchup?
Well, so far we saw Mr. win twice with Hades against Set. But I have yet to see the Set player approaching this matchup from a non-cheesy angle. Which by what I mean with that is the Set players are going the Wadget Spearman sort of ideas to try and maybe shut down a town center or something like that. And I feel... Oh, are we in the game already?
I am forced to restart because of my thing. But I'm getting there soon.
All right. I'm not sure what happened here, but we're just going to roll with it. Hit play fast when you jump in, and we will go with it.
Yep, sounds good. Just give me one moment and we can start. We'll be a little late to this one.
It's fine. All right, I'm going to run the intro. Let's go.
I'm ready.
Join when you can. All right,
Yep.
Let's go.
Marsh.
And we are back right now with game number 3. Spawning in the right-hand side of the map in the blue color, playing as Set. His name is Kimo.
We also have a grass and groom on the other side. He is being Hades in this one.
Yes, indeed. And we're already getting very, very far into this one as the players very raring to go. We've already got the temple up for grass. He's already going in for that, what looks to be somewhat of an early Vaults of Erebus play. Relics on the map in the center of the map here. We've got ourselves Tusk of the Iron Paw. Cavalry. Got a bit of a boost there. Into this position, we've also got that Chariot of Sibel.
Wow.
2 gold lions there. Love that relic. So good for the early stages of the game. Fetters of Fenrir. Actually, not a terrible relic either. I think people undervalue that for like defensive stuff. You get a lot more. Your butter knives get a little bit more sharp. They turn into more like steak knives. You know what I mean?
Demeter's Throne, on the
You
other
got
hand, a lot less interesting, especially for Egyptians. But you do get to build your buildings faster. It's something.
That's true. Also got that Archimedes ledger here. Population usage -1. And finally, blanket of Empress Zoe.
And the last one, Blanket of Empress Zoe, giving a little bit of crush vulnerability reduction to buildings. Useful for that late game where Egypt goes catapults, Greek goes helipolis. Maybe Petrobulos actually is quite valid as well. Chemo, I think, is gearing up for the 2TC, man. This is 11 villagers from gold. There's no other use of that, really. He's also not chopping trees, so no veggie cheese, but rather just 2TC.
Yeah, I'm a fan of this. I think this is actually just the correct way to play this matchup for Set. I mean, you could go for some sort of shifting sands idea onto your enemy town center and try and shank down the villages and then take it for yourself. But you're not going to be able to deal with those Ajax, the Achilles that's out. And it, in a way, so long as you have some sort of threat, your opponents have to be... how do I say it? They have to respect it.
Mm-hmm.
And that threat is anything onto your second town center. So they have to build Achilles, which means their town center is going to come later. And if you just rush yours up straight away, no problems. He's actually moving to the front town center here.
Yeah, man. All
This
these
might
free
this is
units.
not what I recommend. This is not what I recommend. You can definitely have a lot of troubles there. Nonetheless, Minotaur comes in, getting a couple of shots off onto this priest here.
Can you get away with that, though? All these animals here to path block, and 2 priests now shooting. But with Ajax coming around as well, that's gonna distract them. Right, so about the forward TC, there is a gold mine relatively nearby, so it will be at least quick to transition to it. But yes, like you said, this is punishable. And especially with the Task of the Iron Boar relic, we can get some cav out. Support that with a bunch of Toxotes.
Naka.
So,
I just want to point out, select Grass's town center for a hot second here.
I don't need to select it. I can see he's not making villagers. Oh my god.
Oh,
He fixed
that's
it.
huge. He's now behind 4 villages because of that. That was a minute of idle time in that town center.
So when I clicked
He's
his
gonna be
town
kicking
center,
himself.
did I fix it for him?
I think so.
That's how it works. Time travel. Nice.
Well, Achilles gets caught out in the center of the map here as that one's going to get pushed back.
It's bad enough that his TC is later, man, but he's already down 6 villagers. Jesus Christ. Sorry, 4 villagers, 4.
Once he gets the rally, he gets out of there. I mean, Dementor's story might not seem like the biggest of deals, but 16 houses minus half. That's some resources there.
Yeah,
It's
plus
not
all the
nothing.
drop-offs. It adds up over time.
Yeah, true.
Now, TC's finally done. We're gonna have a lot of lumberjacks here, which kind of lends
and-
itself to going archers, but I'm not sure that's what we'll see.
But Nakakimo's already going 3 TC. He says, I don't care about this 2 town center meta. I want 3. Give me more. I want more. Always more.
Give him everything.
And I guess behind all of this is just converting animals and sending them back to eat. And he's going to have huge amounts of food income, huge amounts of gold income.
Does he even make units? I mean, he's got a single barracks. If he wants to respond to something, he can. But there's nothing to respond to, as Grass is just pretty chill himself, making villagers only. Chemo's getting an armory going, and, if the income will allow for it, he could just go heroic pretty quickly. He's got Hunt in every base. Well, not the home base, that's already gone, but he's got plenty of Hunters, really.
Yeah, and we're just gonna see a little bit of a boom off. Grass happily going into Chemo's sort of style. Like he's not producing anything at the moment. He's just building military buildings out. I see a market coming up in the main base there for Grass. We might be looking to go to the next age fairly soon. We take a look at what Grass is actually seeing. He's missing that back town center is up, so he doesn't know that Chemo's on 3 town centers. And I think Chemo's going to be hitting the heroic age pretty quick as well behind all of this.
Yeah, man, but lacking that information is probably the toughest part of all this, right? That he just doesn't know
Yeah.
how much ahead Chemo already is. And catching up with this, well, I just don't know how. I don't know how. He doesn't have an army, he can't put any pressure on. Sure, Tuxolis are going to be brutal, but it's not like Chemo can't make archers. I'm surprised he's still making those free spearmen. I almost want to say he should cancel them. There's no reason to.
Spearmen are a unit you build to kill off cavalry.
Yes. That's what it says on the card.
There's no cavalry here. There's no cavalry here.
Yep. It's a strange choice, but he's making them anyway. Anyway, what else he likes is Sekhmet. Oh, on the front, he's C. Daring today, aren't we?
Yeah. Well, why not? I mean, what's the worst that can happen?
Gets tickled by Toxotes. Oh no.
Well, yeah, the Sekhmet is going to be pretty important here. As we see Apollo coming through, though, for Grass. It's a bit of a different move. We haven't seen that a whole lot. We're going to be seeing a whole bunch of villages on Favor. So it looks like Grass is going to be wanting to go into those Manticore, which can be a very, very strong unit.
All pierce damage. He can't punish this triple TC with that. Unless he gets on top of a gold mine and naps all the villagers, which is possible. This is a loaded gold mine there with 17 vills and then hunters nearby. If Grass figures this out, if he has maybe Pegasus, yes. Okay, there's hope, Boyd, there's hope. He can turn this around, maybe.
Well, yeah, he'll see something, that's for sure. But he's going to give... Chemo's got all the time in the world to set up. He's already got 700 wood in the bank to start spamming these chariot archers. One Migdol goes down. He can put 2, 3... He can put 4 Migdols down in this instant if he so chooses.
Got the Citadel in the main, just keeping things safe. He is doing the Migdol thing. He's listening to you, Boyd.
Yep.
Or you can see the future.
If you got the eco... If you got the eco, why not? Just spam those chariot archers. Because this is the thing that makes Chemo so good. Is if you can get this ball out, he's just got the control. You can't... it's very tough to out control Chemo and beat him when he's got those bone bow chariot archers. He's so good with them. We are actually seeing got that fortress up for Grass. He's got a couple of units here. He's just sitting in his main base. He might be looking for an underworld somewhere. Apotropolis is coming through, so maybe going to look to put a little bit of pressure into the heroic age. But I think Chemo, he is very quickly going to have a full population army. Like, we know how fast one Migdol with Valley of the Kings produces out those chariot archers, but this is 3 Migdols, which is like an extra Migdol. So it goes very quick.
Yeah, Bone Bow, Ballistics, these are going to be pretty good chariots as well, not just your everyday type. I'm not sure if Brass has what it takes to take that down, but there are a bunch of Peltas at least. It's not all bad. The Petrobolas probably won't make it out of there. Well, not at high health anyway. $89 vills to 60. Wow, Chemo has run away with this game. He's queuing up taut. My guy.
On the way. Still has to wait on that bone bow to come through for him to actually be able to engage those Peltas, because right now the Peltas have got 1 extra range than the Chariot Archers, so they're not going to be able to get too much damage off.
Yeah, especially these Hades ones
But-
are annoying like that. But hey, it doesn't look like there's any melee units protecting the Petrobulos, so the Camels just get on top and they both have to be pulled away. That's unfortunate. Oh, uses rest though. Wow. Okay. That's a
Restoration
commit.
to sort of run forward. I mean, keeps his Petropolis alive, but
That's
Townsend getting repaired back up.
That's it.
Gonna
The
try and hold
TC
his.
with the Pharaoh with 10 vills, it's doing okay so far. But wait, here come the Manticores, and they don't shoot the vills. Okay, I'm sad. I'm so sad right now.
You could have killed him, but I mean, just sit here and keep sieging. You waste their opponent spending all their gold. It's fine.
Fair.
Little mercenary cavalry coming through as well here for Chemo.
Ooh, that might actually take on the Petrobulos. They are pretty strong with their attacks.
And now, Peltas making that move forward, a little bit of shoot and scoot micro forward there. Does get a couple of kills as Chemo wasn't paying attention.
So, Boyd, what do you think is going to get meteored here? Is it the army? Doesn't have that much
I
stuff
think
in
that's
it, right?
I think it's the best thing to use it on at this moment, because then you can switch into just making pure elephants and just charge through because there's no units left.
Mm-hmm. I guess it would still hit the fortress too. So
Yeah.
force these guys around and you can get both.
Now fortified town centers coming through, plus Valley of the Kings. There's the meteor coming through. He shoots, he misses. The army retreats away.
Chiron has a nice set of flips, very impressive, but ultimately the entire army gets away. And does even the fortress get destroyed? I think this was one of the worst meteors I've ever seen. Wow.
Nakamura, of all of the meteors I've ever seen, this was definitely one of them.
Good news though. We've got Valley of the Kings. Let's
Hey,
forget
man,
about that meteor as soon as we can.
Meteor did something at release. It doesn't need to do anything anymore, because you just remember that Valley of the Kings is always there, and we will be seeing those elephants coming in here for Chemo. And this is the thing. This is where the Egyptian army becomes nigh unstoppable. Bone bow chariots plus Thoth elephants with a huge economy behind it, and Valley of the Kings to help out. It's going to be tough to stop this push moving in now from Chemo.
Elephant go burr. That's the story from here.
Oh.
Unless, of course,
Grass with the
chariots are
Grass
gonna
with
be
the
made.
garrison micro. Oh, he's got a. I haven't seen this. He's got himself that burning pitch technology, and that's actually
Nice.
going to be able to clean up the fortress very, very quickly. These things get 4x versus buildings, and while they do, the buildings still have 90% pierce armor. I mean, 12.5 times 4. It's quite a lot.
It is actually working. That fortress is going to be deleted, and they outrange it too. So
Yeah.
if the fortress shoots back, it's really Chemo's fault.
But Chemo at the moment, he's not training any units. He's at 270 max pop, but he's missing a huge amount of stuff. Going to be moving villages up to start a trade route, as I mean, he's played this sort of a position many a times before. He's going to be dropping that earthquake onto the center here to finish off the town center. It's not going to be able to get repaired at all here as the Manticore push forward, and they might be able to take out these chariot
God,
archers in the middle
so
of the
many.
map. Chemo's not paying attention. He drops so many chariot archers in an instant there.
I love the crunchy sounds they make when they go down. So does grass right now. There's a Chimera here as well. So the next fight will probably be just as ugly for Chemo, if not worse.
Yep, lots of units now starting to come through for Chemo's got so many elephants here, and elephants, they counter archers. They've got huge pierce armor, and they do huge amounts of damage, and those archers will fall to them.
Yes, they will. They are also so good at tanking all these myth units. Even the Chimera, you know, it doesn't do that much damage to them, and doesn't have that much health itself, so turns out the elephants can kind of just shove them aside. That's a lot of elephants now.
The one thing remaining here in this game, but there is a big counter to it, is Underworld. There's shifting sands in the back pocket here for Chemo as well. But Underworld is here, so you could see Grass using this for somewhat of an advantage. And there he goes. The Underworld getting dropped. He's going up to the top side of the map. Chemo's guaranteed. He doesn't have to go for it. He's got so many elephants. They can push through and just erase this position here.
That definitely needs to be respected right now. Grass trying his absolute best to hold. The Sentinels are helping. The Manticores are being kept alive. Phoenix not targeting them down might be a small mistake, but it's okay because the elephants can do this all day. Boyd.
Yeah, these archers here, they do have that venom coming through on their ranged attack now, so the elephants will be taking some serious damage. I want to see the champion elephants queued up for Chemo, but he hasn't grabbed it just yet.
That would be great. Actually, he needs a little bit more food, so he's only just now gotten irrigation, even though we've been in the Mythic Age for a while now. That economy should be fixed soon, TM. Meanwhile, well, the elephant frontline has died, but there's a new one in here to take its place. Chemo's retaking the TC. He's down the fortress. Pushing through should be no huge issue.
Yeah, only 41 military units left. I mean, you have to ignore this this graph here of 4.7k population for Chemo. That's not true, but he does have 7.4k military value, which is insane.
Yes, it's still 8k resources in the army. That's impressive, but it's certainly not 4.7k population. Anyway, Chemo's on 4 TCs, guys. This is nuts. 270 pop. He can start pumping out citadels if he wants to go any further than that. 300 population is possible, but we probably won't see it as Grass is pushed back all the way to his home base now.
Yeah, it's Toxotes trying to take out elephants. There's just no attempt here from Grass to build kind of anything that beats these elephants. Or to be honest, the chariots, there's no cavalry. He needs Prodromus, or he needs Hoplite. He needs something else, and he just can't make it in this game. He's desperately trying to hold on, but I'm not sure what he can do at this point.
Yeah, you would need a little bit of everything here really to make this work. You need some hoplites to be in front of the Toxotes, but you also need to flank with Peltas onto the chariots and draw their fire with some Prodromos. Then adding in Chimera is nice, especially if you can get several of them.
Chemo retreating back. Oh, his army. Oh, shifting sands. Where's he going? He's going right onto the villagers on this spot. He says, "I've had enough of this location. Let me get elsewhere." Elephants can start taking out the town center. As champion elephants about to come through as well.
He just took out 10 plus vills.
The villager numbers have completely plummeted. Town center is not going to be able to stay up here. And Grass's population, Grass's chances of staying alive in this game are going very, very quickly down as the Chimera gets taken out. The Chariot Arch is still taking out those Peltast. And Chemo finds the win here decisively in game 3.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a tough one for Grass to just take on the chin, you know. It definitely is not a nice way to go out of this game. And then he's got match point coming up. That's a lot of pressure, sir. That's a lot of pressure. I would not want to be Grass right now. But hey, even if the worst happens and he goes down in this next one, he still goes home with a lot of money. So not bad for a young one like Grass. Not bad at all.
Not bad at all. Well, he's definitely not going to want to lose here. On the bright side, he's disposed of the set of Chemo.
Yes.
So he doesn't have to deal with that anymore. So we'll see what he's going to pick in this next game. Let's jump out and see what he's got left in this draft.
I think you got the names the other way around right now.
That happens. from time to time.
That's the flipperoonie we have to do in the game. It also controls this screen. Sorry, guys. Yep, we've got Kronos and Poseidon available for grass. He's rather solid as a Kronos. I would love to see him try that. But Chemos has still got his 2 Atlantean powerhouses. He's actually really good with those as well. I think that's a little bit of a worry for grass, maybe.
All right. Yeah, I mean, we've already seen twice now Chemo beating, or not Chemo, but Gaia beating Mister's Poseidon. And if Mister can't win that matchup, I want to hope that Grass has got a little something behind his left ear, but you know, that's a tough one. So he's gonna have to hope for maybe playing Poseidon versus Uranos and having that Kronos for Gaia. But you can almost, if you take a look at this map, you can almost think that we will be seeing maybe Chemo wanting to go in with Gaia on Mount Olympus, just because of the defensive nature of it.
Well, Boyd, you pointed out already that Mista hasn't been doing the calf stuff, and Grass does like doing that. If he happens to be Poseidon, he will try. But I'm not sure that that's what he'll do on Mount Olympus. I think he's more going to be Kronos leaning in that one. We've got the God Picker, however, up. So, about to find out in a sec. Guys, it's best of 5 this one, not best of 7. The finals is best of 7, so the redraft business is gonna happen there, not here. It's almost time though. It's almost time. Recon is already asking about how that works. So basically,
yeah,
you play 2 best of 5s if you get to that stage in terms of the drafting process, but.
And the other finals today, they are actually indeed directly after the 3rd, 4th place match.
Indeed.
Nonetheless, we got to wait for this God Picker to come through.
No more weekends, guys. Next weekend is ours. You can't have it all. Sorry.
Mount Olympus, the best map in the pool. Maybe one of the. I still don't understand why people don't like this map. We've had so many good games on this map.
Got 6 relics. What's not to like?
6 relics, defensive map. You know, you get some epic build-ups.
Low
had some
hunt as
insane
well.
games here.
It's variety.
It's almost like top players just want to run one strategy and one strategy alone.
That's very possible. The meta slaves, as you say.
That's right.
We have to free them, Boyd. We have to give them crazier maps next time.
That's right. We'll take away all of the standard maps and we'll only give crazy maps.
Yes, you can only.
What do you guys think
scrim,
about that,
no ladder.
You know, there is an idea here, just if there's any sort of tournament organizers out there, to create some custom maps which are specifically designed for 1v1. So the developer maps, the maps that come stock with Age of Mythology, they have to be designed with 2v2, 3v3, 4v4, 5v5, 6v6, free-for-all, 2v2, v2, 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 all in mind. So you could make some very, very fun, simple, gimmicky, non-gimmicky, different types of maps very quickly and easily for tournaments, if you're wondering about that sort of stuff.
Chat doesn't like it.
Chat loves it. Who doesn't like it? Can I ban them?
I think they don't like it.
Well, they don't like new content. Oh, I see. I've got it.
No, you have to do the same thing over and over for 20 years, boys.
That's my bad. Let's get back to Mediterranean. Mediterranean 3v3,
Yes,
3 Zeus versus 3 Zeus.
that's the
Forest Nothing
one.
sounds fun. We should do Forest Nothing next. Wait, did they pick gods yet?
When does the next match start? When the players are ready, man. When the players are ready. They're working on it. Reddit Painted Desert Code. There's several old community maps that are yet to join the new AOM retold, right? So, yes, that should happen at some point.
I actually think it's as simple as just copying them over. I don't know if I'm pretty sure the map script would work. I'm gonna try it
There's
actually.
differences
That's
in the coding for sure. Like
well, I'll look at it in my off time if I ever have off time.
sure.
Someone look at it. Go and sort it out. Easy, no problems. Oh, Uranus versus Kronos.
Nice.
Okay.
So I kind of like Oranos for fighting reasons because you just win the battles when it comes to using Shockwave, right? But Kronos does have the potential to put on a little bit of early pressure. Does get the extra myth unit for the initial fight. So there's definitely something there. But Oranos can just do much of the same stuff, minus the time shift, and does pretty much everything else better. It's at least my view. What's yours?
Well, the one weakness, I guess, is that deconstruction is on the table to catch a player out.
Yep.
So if you go for a sky passage, deconstruct the sky passage, and all of a sudden there's just 10 villagers sitting on a gold mine looking very silly.
They
That's a
don't.
big thing.
That's right. They don't stay in the system, do they? They just pop out.
No.
Oh my god, that's
And
true.
the other thing is, if you don't play Prometheans, you just lose. That's my experience. So Prometheans are on the table. You have to play Soup style. Soup created the meta. And it's there for a reason. I don't know how much these guys know about it though. It's very kept under like the under the desk. You're not allowed to see the Promethean strategy, except for on my Twitch stream and YouTube channel, and Soup's Twitch stream and YouTube channel.
That's it.
And yeah, that's right. That's right.
Morges is asking what was that map we were talking about? Painted Desert. But that's just an example that the chat brought up. There's several cool community maps that could make a comeback. Maybe officially, maybe not. I don't know what the devs want. I guess we'll find out soon enough when they do the DLC. Supposedly there will be some maps in there, right? There always are.
Yeah. Lots of new maps, lots of new fun. I'm really looking forward to it, man. China on the horizon in the new year. There's not really much information about it. I have seen some talk of achievements popping up.
Yeah,
I don't know
I've
if you can see
seen
them or not though.
this Reddit post about that. That's true.
Yeah.
Wonder if it's real.
Is it real? Is it fake? I don't know. I haven't looked into it.
Okay, what's going on with this lobby, boys? Get it.
And Chemo said he's got to go to the loo.
Wow.
Nervous wheeze.
Every 2 games he goes. Must be nervous.
Tough one, you know? That's right. Will there be another Pantheon after China? Yeah, well, they said that there's going to be, what, 2 DLC?
At least 2. They
At
didn't
least
say
2.
what they're doing after, so depends on how well it goes, I'm guessing. But yeah, we know about 2. And And my game is in perma refresh. Yikes. Quick restart before they go. Oh, and it's not just China to look forward to, right? Like, they did Freyr. Surely there's more of that coming. More major gods for existing civs. Everyone has to get one at least, surely. You can't just put Freyr and leave it at that.
You can't say it wasn't a success, right? Everyone loved it.
People love Freyr, right?
I love Freyr.
He's fun.
Freyr. All right, guys. Okay, so let's say Greek gets a new god. Let's say Egyptian gets a new god. What are the gods? I say for Egyptian, we see a 10. Why? Because it's the first monotheistic god ever. And what you can do with it, you can be very creative. You can change the entire design of how aging up works. And it would make perfect sense. Asymmetry, lots of fun. What do you guys reckon? Demeter? I like that. Good ideas coming. We're brainstorming here. It's all coming in.
Yeah, Demeter or Hestia,
all coming
both
up.
of them very viable for a more economically focused Greek. Getting some fun gods in there. Nyx might probably be a minor god because she's not an Olympian. She's a personification, really, of the night. Nemesis is also a personification.
Monolatrism? I mean, that's close enough. Both things have got mono in it. Like, mono means one. That's one. So, you know. Look, it's been a while since I studied it, okay? I'll study up when they make the DLC, okay? That's fine, all right? All right. Nonetheless, Naka, we are 1 minute away from game number 4 here. Uranus versus Kronos. Mount Olympus is a perfect map for Oracle spammage with all of the different places where you can sort of leave them.
Do the soup.
But then again, you can also go for like mass Murmilla heroes if you go through Oceanus, so that can work as well.
Spend all the favor. Uranus gets more with the line of sight bonus, so that's a silly little advantage that he's got in the pocket.
But let's be completely honest, Naka. Like, can you really spend that favor? I don't know. It's so much favor.
It's a
so
lot.
much favor.
I think what practically happens, Boyd, is you just make fewer oracles than the other guy, and you still get the same favor.
True. Well, nonetheless, we're going to be seeing very, very shortly here. Game number 4 on Mount Olympus. Chemo versus Grass. Can Grass come back? Or Chemo take it? Let's go and find out. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen, in the right-hand corner of the map, in the blue color, playing as Uranus. His name is Chemo.
Wearing red trunks and skirts. We've got our Kronos player. This is Grass.
Map is Mount Olympus. We are the Titans from underneath. We're invading Zeus's homeworld for game number 4. The third, fourth place match here. Zeus's temple is standing here waiting to be ravaged.
Bet he didn't see this coming.
Well, maybe he did. Like, he did kind of send his father and all of those dudes to get out, not make way for the Titans, make way for the Zeus and the Olympian gods. Nonetheless, Naga, enough silly business here. This is serious gaming. Relics are on the map, and I see a big one here. the Khopesh of Horus. Back
Ooh, good
in
start.
the west corner of the map. Very, very nice. Moving downwards, we see a cheeky little oracle here from Chemo. Checking it out. It's Anvil of Hephaestus, another really nice
Ooh.
relic, reducing that armory cost. Ooh, indeed.
It's 50% in retold. Like, it was some garbage 10% in the original game. Well, now it's 50%. You want that relic.
Yeah, you really do. Pandora's box minus 20%. That hang on, wait. I think I scooted over that a little bit more. Pandora's box minus 20% favor cost. We were talking about favor cost being, or favor generation being somewhat of an issue here, or an advantage. This would take that advantage away if the Kronos player gets it, or make it even more crazy if Chemo gets it with his Uranus.
5 temples, boy.
Why stop at 5? Why not go 6? Just keep going. The more temples, the better. We've also got Fetters of Fenrir here. Just a little bit of a sharpening of the butter knives. Rhea's crown, the top corner of the map. Going to be getting that town center being just that little bit cheaper.
And more favor.
Oh, and more favor.
We need more
You always
favor.
gloss over that. It's not a crazy amount, but if you have 3 town centers, it's 0.03. So, kind of, it's something. And then finally, Tower of Cestus. All right, we've got through the relics. We're seeing the Prometheus. We've got an Oracle hero converting, and just waiting on this Anvil of Hephaestus to pick up.
Don't leave it there.
Misses,
No.
Chemo. Yep.
Go back. No.
I'm gonna just follow him. I'm just gonna follow him. Oh, now he notices.
Okay. It wasn't on purpose.
Crisis averted.
Whew. Okay.
Well,
I'm happy.
we have got Grass here. He's already got himself a 4th Oracle. He's going up to a 5th Oracle here as well as he's advancing.
You sure that's enough?
I mean, it's a start. You've always got to start somewhere. Counterbarracks coming down, and I guess we're going to see a little bit of a Terma war to kick the game off. Terma plus Promethean make a lot of sense. Another counterbarracks coming down, so it's going to be a lot of Terma in. Meanwhile, Chemo, they have to fire straight away. And no... Is he going for a town center? No.
Don't you dare.
This guy's crazy.
Dude, your temple's gonna get deconstructed, your relic's gonna be stolen, and your town center will be prevented. That's how bad that is.
Well, find out soon. Double villages here. You have to remember that this Theft of Fire does make citizens build faster.
It
So
certainly does. And he's putting a
gonna
third
help.
one. It might
it
work
looks like it's going to get up here.
if grass isn't here.
I mean, even if he gets it up, here's the thing, Naka. I don't, as an Atlantean player, I genuinely do not care if you take a second town center because I've got my second town center in the shape of a temple. I can just make oracles. I've got 10 oracles I can make, which are roughly, they're probably equal to more than a villager in some ways because they're gathering that favor for me. So just let me get all those oracles out. You take the town center, no worries, and then I'll come and kill you.
Yep. Pretty much. That's exactly it. And because we're Prometheus, those Prometheans actually do a good amount of crush damage.
Yeah, they do.
Even the baby ones do. So, what you gonna do about it? With your one military pop?
The one thing here for Grass is he hasn't scouted it. He's got an oracle nice and close, but he hasn't got that line of sight on it just yet.
Ooh, Kimo's gonna be nervous about this. He's seen it now. He knows what's coming.
Yeah, he does. He hasn't. Olivia Clay is still yet to come in though as a 5th. Well, did Kimo might have picked off an oracle already somewhere, but nonetheless, surely you've got to get that alluvial clay in. Looks like Grass is just going mass Promethean first and foremost. You don't want to lose any of these though. before that comes in, because that's missing out on big amounts of value.
So guys, alluvial clay, in
Grass.
case you didn't know, it now gives an extra little guy. Not only buffing the stats of the unit, but they split into 3 parts instead of 2 parts. Very strong, those alluvial clay Prometheans.
And now Chemo's Town Center has been spotted by Grass as his Promethean wanders in there. And at this stage, I'm almost thinking that Grass can just go full send, but maybe he should pick up alluvial clay and then go for it. But it looks like he's going straight away here. These Prometheans, they do hit like a truck. A whole bunch of Terma behind here as well. Villager's going to be trying to repair this one up. Terma coming through. Shockwave gets dropped down here.
It doesn't matter though, there's so many other Terma that even though Chemo did get a pick off, he can't get more.
No, and he does pull off of the town center for the time being here. Still no upgrade for these Prometheans, but he does have a lot more of them than he otherwise would have. Charging into the main base here for the time being. There's a deconstruction onto a tower over there to open up this main base and start hitting the gold miners. Chemo does have gold mines on the left side. He's also got that sky passage he can throw down at some point to sneak something. So Terma War starting to rage here into the main base.
Do you think Grass doesn't know about what the upgrade actually does? Because you don't skip
it's over 8.
It's not just stats like in the old game.
I don't think so. I feel like he's seen. I feel like he knows.
Okay.
Maybe he's forgotten it. I don't know, but you know, this guy is currently playing for the 3rd, 4th place in a tournament. I feel like he's knows what's most, if not everything, does in this game.
I would hope so. Yeah, he must have forgotten to just get the tech itself, not just. Yeah, he's just probably not thinking about it right now. Anyway, Anvil of Hephaestus is right there, up for the pickings. I will see him steal it. Give it to me.
Yeah, I mean, he's made the effort to take the temple down, but Grass charging in onto the spot, going to yet again try and take out the town. So there's still 2 or 3 hero citizens here, so it's not an easy attack in the slightest. Grass managing to zone with those Terma fairly nicely, but the Terma micro of Chemo very good. He's still losing a lot of units though. Meanwhile, Promethean still going after the town center on this position here, but it's looking like the town center is going to be able to survive quite a bit longer. A whole bunch of Terma heroes getting created on the back. But it's kind of looking like Chemo is able to hold here, just repairing up this town center, taking good trades with his Terma.
If you can keep this TC alive just a little bit longer, the Terma numbers have gotten to a point where, yes, Chemo is actually gonna win.
Yeah, and these hero Terma are just going to come through and clean everything up here.
Oh my god.
And all of a sudden, this population is not even... It's actually in favor of Chemo.
That's insane. He's got 68, 70 civilian pop versus 46. He's held. I think Chemo is winning this game, boys. It's very hard to throw away this now.
Well, yeah, up 22 population, 24 population of civilian unit. The only thing that he doesn't have going for him is a front line for these Terma. And that's not a big deal when you're playing against a classical age Grass, or Kronos, I should say. Classical age Grass has got no real relevance here. But Hyperion is coming in, and that could be the assist that Grass needs to make the push through.
Sure, if he's going Contarius into the Terma, then the Terma are going to have a really bad time. It looks like Chemo wants to do something before that and maybe take an engagement, reducing this army to, well, pretty much nothing.
Yeah, if he can get in there and get the damage done now, it's going to be huge. Chemo's also snuck a gold mine at the top corner of the map there.
Great use of the Sky Passage. He can get another one connecting to his forward TC there if he wants to. Currently denying gold mines to Grass himself, who is gonna expire. Maybe he can't make enough Contarius, but he has a big bank. It should be okay. Plus, he can keep pumping the... Oh my god, that's a huge curse.
Chaos, he hits everything. But in hitting everything, no real damage is taken because it finishes so quick.
Yeah,
the way Chaos works
with the number of targets,
the
so
way that,
inversely.
Exactly. And now all of a sudden, Chemo doesn't even matter. He can just continue to put pressure on. But we are seeing the Contarius coming in. A couple of Satyr come through to get some huge damage in. And we are now having to see some Catapulties forced out for Chemo. Chemo might be stuck a little bit in this classical age.
Verily, but as soon as he doesn't have to make villagers anymore, which is very soon, by the way, everything goes into the bank. And
true,
a quick heroic is basically certain. Just needs to survive against these Contarius, which is going to be difficult and annoying, but certainly not impossible. Wait, he just spent everything.
Just stay in the classical age. There's nothing here that, at the moment, Contarius, you got Catapulties.
True.
Prometheans, not that big of a deal. Now,
I guess you get hero Catapulties, they beat everything on the screen.
Exactly.
Fair enough.
Okay.
But can the TC survive? Or does it matter if it survives? Maybe not.
Doesn't. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I don't think he can take it anyways. Those Catapulties now onto the Contarius. Grass, he's trying to push forward here. Those Terma are going to get that damage done as they shoot and scoot away back into the main base. Now it's just pure Catapulties coming out of those counter barracks. So every single one of those Terma that gets taken out is just going to be a huge difficulty to push through, as well as we do see Catapulties onto the back there to try and take out the Satyr. Couple villagers getting pulled in here to start shanking as well. And it's looking like, yet again, Chemo is holding.
Man. You know what Chemo lost? One villager. This is ridiculous. What a great hold that was.
I mean, he's such a master at playing this two-town center play and just holding everything, isn't he? Like, this is just what Chemo does, and it's his bread and butter.
It works. It's the craziest part, it works. Don't know if Alluvial Clave would have changed it, but it's certainly too late to find out.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
now got
really
himself
good.
Satyrs, and he does have Gemini, so he does know that Gemini is a thing.
Yes. Did well with that. Chemo was like, I want more TCs.
Yeah.
Typical Chemo.
Yeah, why not? I mean, when you're ahead, get further ahead.
Yes.
That's the way forward.
More population, more everything. Let's go. Gotta protect
Hyperion on the way. More Contarius coming through here. As the Terma swinging up to the top side. Man, the Satyrs, they are scary though at this point. That's 4 Satyrs.
Yeah, doing so much AoE damage. Plus a single target.
If you get that shot through, if you get the shot through, it's absolute carnage. Like if you get enough of them bunched up.
Yep. Start the boys in the back, it will go through everyone.
Tires come out to the top side, but they do get greeted by a whole bunch of Catapulties there as Grass just kind of runs straight through them.
Ooh, that's -3 units, and there's more to greet. And he's got the chaos of his own. No way, man. Grass is gonna lose everything without killing anything.
Yeah, it's looking like Grass's population is dropping very, very quickly. Here is the Catapulties coming over to finish off the rest of those Contarius there. And now all of a sudden, it's 1 town center Grass versus 3 town center Chemo. Both players in the heroic age, and Chemo's got 2k wood in the bank to spam Satyrs if he wants.
65 favor, he can do it all day. Look how much production he's adding. I know you're a big fan of people that do that. That is 8 extra
There's
barracks.
just no reason not to. Just get everything, and then whenever you lose units, you just rebuild them, and they're back in the fight.
Gonna pump the numbers up.
It's got 10 military barracks, 4 counter barracks. Grass has got 5. And
You know, as a
2
DM player
counter
myself, I'm not gonna complain about this.
barracks. Yeah, but you just put them there for the sake of it.
Nah, you need the production, man. You need the production. All that pop. Gotta fill it.
That's why
It's
they
the
have a
same
building
here.
stat, you know?
What's that?
That's true. That's why they have the building stat.
Yes. Oh, popping the villas right into the criterias, but actually it was on purpose. They're stuck in here with them.
Yeah.
Call an ambulance, but not for me, says Chemo.
Shockwave has the army starting to engage on the front here. These are now going to be heavy Terma on the back, trying to help clean up all these units. The Satyrs trying to hold on this spot, but it's not going to be easy. Hecate now clicked up, and Grass wants no more of it as Chemo manages to take the series 3-1. He is your 3rd place victor here, ladies and gentlemen. Nakamura, what a game here. What a hold. As Grass just, I don't know, did he just not know about alluvial clay?
Well, it's too late to find out, but once Grass rewatches this, he will be kicking himself. Either way, put a medal around this man Chemo's neck right now. A bronze one.
Yes.
He deserves it. He outgathered Grass
such
by
a solid.
over 10,000 resources. Wow, that's definitely over 9,000 last time I checked. Very nicely done.
It's over 9,000. Well, yeah, Chemo 153 to 94. All the stats are pointing to Chemo, except for most deaths, of course.
Of course.
And in the end, that's the game. But that's not all the Age of Mythology we've got today. We've still got one more series to come, and it's the series you've all been waiting for. We're going to be moving very quickly along to the Mister versus Recon for the finals
Let's
of
go.
Wrath of the Gods. Let's get it.
That's gonna be so sick, boys. I'm looking forward to those finals for sure. It's the big one.
Yes. It's the big one. Alrighty.
Quick bracket view to see how we've gotten here, guys.
Yeah, let's jump over to the bracket main event finals. I think that should be the place to go to.
Yep. I'm showing both because some people will have joined
Yeah.
late. So this is what has happened. And this is where we're going. Just Mista and Recon left. We start this on my end. Alright, you gamers. Hopefully this is back up now. Sorry for being slow. I'm just sorting through my tech issues, but I think we're back live on my end, guys. So again, apologies, but we can finally talk about this draft. Yep, just looking at it real quick. Wow, it's got all Mista's favorites. This is sick. Other than Hades, seems he has given that away in favor of Recon just to get his other stuff, but it was Recon's middle pick, so makes sense. He secured his Zeus, he secured his Isis and Loki. That's really all that Mista wants, but it's a best of 7, so he'll need to win 4 of these. Yes, Oh, I've gotten to cast that today between who was it? Kimo and then Rappel, yeah. And they made camels. They really liked the camels. The camels were fighting the camels, and then the camels won. The raw camels are the better ones, so they're the ones who won. More stupid camels. Yeah. Oh. In this matchup, of all things. What's the idea? Hmm. That's true, because eclipse blocks the other eclipse, like rain blocks the other rain. But did you know that Fimbulwinter doesn't cancel Fimbulwinter? Yeah. So team games, people can do all the Fimbulwinters all at once. In a 3v3, you stockpile all of that and unleash it all at once. TCs go down. Yep. That's how it be. It's possible. Wait, there's no sound from Void? Oh, sorry guys. That's my fault. He's back.
Feels bad. Feels bad. All right. Just before we kick off, I need to go get some water in my cup. I'm gonna run an ad, and we will jump into this first game here on Elysium. Apologies for my shenanigans here, but I definitely need to get some water. I'll be right back.
No, that's cool.
Nakamura, you can entertain them.
I can try. Guys, did you guys know that if you give Boyd a sub, he will do a 24-hour stream after the tournament is over? I'm kidding. Yeah, that was my joke, Simdar. Sorry. That's as far as I'll go. He's getting himself a more heavy drink. I wouldn't be surprised, you know. I wouldn't be surprised. We've been here for weeks and weeks and weeks. Yeah. A heavier drink might be okay, but not according to the contract. This is a Microsoft-sponsored tournament, so we can't get shit-faced, as far as I recall. That it said that in the contract, exactly. Word by word.
Water is the essence of life.
I'm drinking water right now.
Life is the water is the what's the I don't remember it. Never mind.
What?
It's fine. Don't worry. Zoolander had a thing. That was, you know, an ad. It's very silly.
Okay.
Blue steel. Oh dear. Well, we're gonna be waiting for these guys to get kicked off here. They've had a nice little break.
Speaking of water, I heard recently a really interesting thing that apparently on Mars, the water is actually underground between the pores of the rocks. So it's not even that deep down, but like 20 miles or so. Certainly not in reachable quantities, because it's all over the place. It's not like a solid body, but it never left the planet. Very interesting fact. Just randomly remembered this.
We're going to Mars then? No.
Like extracting that would be a monumental mega project. It's impossible, right? Like,
well, you know what Elon Musk said. You just got to nuke the poles.
Oh,
simple.
Yeah, what an idiot! Oh my god, it doesn't work like that. Yeah.
Well,
Jesus Christ.
I mean, we'll see if there's going to be any nukage of the poles in this matchup here, Nakamura. 'Cause you do have that. You do have those meteors, and they can come in kind of looking like that, just a little bit.
I would love some nukes in AOM right now. So getting your good old meteors, getting your uh your infernos. That's what I'm here for.
Yes, indeed. And some people people don't think the Earth is flat. It's clearly flat. We've seen it. There's literal evidence in Age of Mythology that the Earth is flat. I mean, every single map is flat. That's evidence.
Yeah.
That's
You've seen it from a satellite's perspective the whole time. We were here all day
that's what's
doing
happening.
this. Do we have to explain this? Really? Ah.
I mean, that's why the villagers are being so careful that they don't fall off.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I'll stop being silly. We're going in now. This is the finals time. Elysium, first map here. Isis versus Ra. We've seen a lot of sort of commentary from other participants of Wrath of the Gods. But they feel like this matchup is very much camel focused. But the Mister, he's the meta creator. And Recon, he's the meta creator's training partner. So if there's any actual meta here, we're about to figure out what it is. We're about to get shown what it is.
It's
I have a feeling
camels.
here that Mister's just going to go one town center all in here, Naka.
Okay, I'm here for it, man. I mean, one of the counters I've seen to the camel heroic cage thing is that you actually just go tot, you nuke yourself with your meteor, killing all the camels that stay there.
Not true. Yeah.
And then you make your own camels in higher quantities. That is actually an answer. And then you can do whatever because you win the number war. Can even add elephants and just siege everything down.
Yes, but this is the time for Recon to be trying to pull things out that maybe he hasn't shown the Mister. We do a lot of practice together, but Recon plays other players as well, and he's definitely going to be fiddling with ideas. Definitely doesn't want to go in with that main strat that they practice every single game because Mister knows that that's coming, so he's not going to be able to catch him out. I mean, you can just play a fundamentally sound game and try and find a win. That's always an option. But Naka, we're going to be finding out here. It's grand finals time here. The Mister versus Recon. First map, Elysium. Let's get started. What is going on, everyone? My name's Boyd, and I can't help myself but say I'm back with some Age of Mythology retold action. It is Wrath of the Gods retold grand finals shenanigans here. We've been waiting 4 weeks for this moment. In the right-hand corner of the map, in the blue color, playing as Isis. His name is the Mister.
On the other side, it's his bestie. The guy he trains with. Man, they have to face off in the finals. That's always a bittersweet moment, but I think Recon is ready to change his fate. As Ra going in, do you think he can take down Mister this time?
Well, he's got the god to do it right now. In terms of just raw bonuses, taking out everything else, taking out minor god choices, selections like that, taking it out skill, taking out everything else. If you just put the units into an editor and you put them into each other, well, Ra is going to come out on top.
True.
So that does put the ball into Mister's court right here. He's got to make something happen. He's got to find an advantage somewhere, somehow. Now, he does have a couple of differences that give him some advantages. So, for one, he does have himself access to Nephthys. Nephthys is a big timing push sort of god, minor god. You get access to Ancestors Eclipse with Bast as well. And then you can also start mixing in those Scorpion Men, which can be really, really potent. Following that, he's also got Thoth. So there's all of these big big timing situations that Recon's going to have to defend himself again.
That's
against.
exactly right. And, this is really back-to-back stuff that Ra just doesn't have access to. You gotta play so much more conventionally when you go as him. I'm really curious as to what Recon's possibilities are going into this. Fundamental-wise, I think Mista is just a little bit better, right? Like, he's got the more experience in both AOM and RTSs in general, especially in the high-pressure tournament environments. Mr. did esports for a long time. Recon is rather new to it, but he did good in AoE 4. Faced off against Mr. there a bunch of times as well. So, maybe this is his time to break out. He's certainly capable of doing it here and there, but to consistently in a best of 7, that would be a first for him.
Yeah, for sure. But the one thing here going for Recon thus far is, I think he's had a fairly dominant performance thus far in this sort of main event. I don't think he's even been threatened yet.
Oh no.
He's
First
just been dominating
everyone.
Yeah, the first qualifier, he just won it. So far through the main event here, I feel like he definitely hasn't a 5-game series, neither is the Mister, but he's won some 3-0s and he's been looking really, really strong. But nonetheless here, we were talking about it a little bit pre-game. Recon, he's going for Bast. And so too is the Mister though.
They're cat people. Are you a cat person, Boyd?
Yes.
Great.
I like Bast too. I like Bast too. The reason why I like Bast here for Ra is that, it helps you deal with that first timing problem. It also helps you clean up all the obelisks on the map. You can already see them coming through. Mister is so good at just getting line of sight. He picks up a relic here. He's going to be taking that back. It is Pandora's box. That's going to help a lot with his myth unit spammage here. But beyond this, Recon, he doesn't have to go for just mass camels. He could go for mass Batsukos here as a completely different angle to kind of hold whatever the Mister's going to throw at him. However, we are seeing the Mister throwing a second town center down. And it's going to be 2 town center gameplay here, it seems.
And so is Recon, but excuse me, where's the priest? Oh, the priest was right there. Okay, sorry. I didn't see it. Okay, so that's going to get empowered as well. His base is being empowered at the same time for this whole time, which is really great news.
Did see a priest getting sniped down there as Mister's managed to cut that one off. He's still getting more line of sight. He's still checking everything out. Seeing a top relic here. Charon's Obel, not going to be that useful. Not a terrible relic to pick up because anything is better than nothing, but looks like Mister is going to finish his town center first. Recon takes the slower route by empowering this one up with the priest, but as you said, with that empowerment in the main base, you get a lot more resources for it. An interesting decision though.
He's also picked up the Titan's Treasure, which is going to help him with his age up times. Just spending a little less resources on that stuff. What other relics are we going to find? There was the Tower of Cestus. That's a lot less interesting than the Titan's Treasure. You said about the Chiron's Obol, but something was picked up by the Mista. That's Pandora's box for cheaper myth units, which is going to play very nicely into additional Sphinxes if he wants to go that route.
Yeah, they're 14 favor, down from 18. 14.
Absolutely sick.
Let me say that one more. 14 favor. Are you kidding me?
So cheap.
And the what are they called? The Scorpion Men, and then they go down to like 22 favor. Or 22.5 favor. I don't know how that's rounded. Or you can make Batsukos as well, which are crazy cheap as well. So many options. Is Recon getting a little bit aggressive here? He's trying to push forward, trying to snipe down that Sphinx, but there's a Pharaoh on the front here. That's going to force Recon to need to retreat away. Trying to snipe down the priest there on the back. Good micro, good healing shenanigans here as well. But it's looking like with that Pharaoh on the front, Mister's going to be able to hold here fairly easily, and Recon's going to have to pull back as everyone gets their healing shenanigans on.
Wait, is Recon not gonna bother upgrading his Sphinxes seeing that Mista got his Myth Unit relic? It's probably not worth engaging in that kind of fight. Instead, he's got all these priests, he's ready for the Ancestors Eclipse with that, and then he's going so back. Alright. Super Camels.
So back. I mean, he can go for the camels if he wants. But it's not just the camels. It's also the Pitsukos to synergize with that Eclipse. It's also going to be Locusts to try and tank out a whole bunch of HP. And you can synergize Locust with Eclipse as well. That technically, well, not technically, the Locust is actually a myth unit in terms of the damage. So Eclipse is not only going to speed the Locust up, but also get you more damage on that.
Unfortunately, though, the Locust moves faster during that, so you also negate some of that.
Yes, if the village if the unit stands still, you're gonna get and lose. But if it's on the path, it can be, yeah. It's all different, you know. You have to account
it really
for all
depends on
these
what
things.
you're doing. So if the villagers retreat in the same path, then you'll nab them good.
Yeah, oh, a couple of Sphinx coming down to the bottom side. They do see a priest here going to be able to smack that one down. There's another priest coming in, and Mister says, "All right, let's retreat back." A couple units coming up to the top side. Sphinx gets half HP before retreating away. And all of a sudden, Migdol's coming down for the Mister. He's got himself a third monument already on this front position to just defend this against any sort of god power. And we've already got Mister clicking up through Thoth here.
Wow. Who needs units? Wait, he's making units. I thought he would just straight go to Mythic, but no, that's not going to be the case. A little bit of respect shown to Recon. Whose Migdol is a lot later, and he's like all walled up and turtled up. Not a very good defensive location of the Migdol, but at least nobody's going to touch that. Camels.
At this point, right, we're already seeing Recon starting to build the Camel Riders. He's got one Migdol down. I don't know if he's looking to go to the next stage or not, but he's just spamming units out. And this is going to mean Mister is going to be able to get to the next stage very, very quickly. He's a little bit short on the food as he's trying to drop a market down to maybe buy the rest of it or whatever. But he does seem like quite a ways. Nope. It's just about, it needs 2 more food. There he goes. Okay. Thoth coming through.
Okay. Now we'll see what the market is for. Maybe just preparing for the eventual trade switch, which is going to be in a million years. Or never. Depending on how this game goes. Recon never actually made a second Migdol as far as I can see. Nor has he been empowering his gold mine, which is really weird because he's got all these extra priests. That is a lot of lost resources for sure, and he himself wants to go mythic, right? So every resource does count here. Also, so far, no god powers used, but that's about to change.
Oh, yeah, he's going straight in. He's trying to get some value here. Ancestors gets dropped down, and Recon is just gonna have to retreat away.
No Eclipse.
But, you know, Thoth. That just means Thoth is gonna be here. It's gonna. There's no real stopping it at this point. I mean, where are the weaknesses right now in the Mister's base? He's got some villagers on the home town center. He's got the double Migdol of this position with villagers chopping wood there as well. There's that wood line there that potentially Recon could raid, but that's about it.
Boyd, I think these minions scouting are actually not gonna get vision for Meteor because they're gonna expire before Todd finishes up. So Mister has to send out some real scouts.
He found some villagers though. That's gonna be nice. Does he kill one?
Not bad. At least idle time.
10 HP. Nope, they're dead.
At least some idle time. It's not bad. Just needs to send out the camel to find some targets, which he's doing.
Camel Riders coming through. That heroic mythic age is in now. But where do you drop the meteor? Is this something you have to use straight away? You just get yourself that Valley of the Kings and it just doesn't matter. It looks like that's what he's going to be going for the time being.
Well,
Recon, on the other hand, is just trying to get Mythic Age. If he gets Mythic Age, he's going to have that Son of Osiris. He's going to have those stronger Camel Riders. I do see a couple weapons coming in. Champion Camel Riders on the way. There is going to be a timing here for the Mister. If he has Champion Camel Rider and Recon doesn't, then that means that the Isis Camels will start winning.
he would also have the numbers for quite some time, and you know how Meteor works. If you give it enough targets, it will just kind of hit everything. So, hitting a gold mine location during a fight where Recon has all his camels there, as well as villagers and a Migdol, all of that might just get blasted by Meteor there.
Yeah, and it kind of looks like Mister is just trying to send Camel Riders out looking for a Meteor, but Recon is everywhere here denying line of sight, and there's the Meteor going to come down onto this position, trying to take out some villagers. This is actually reminding me very much of Rappel versus Recon earlier. I think I saw that matchup, and this is exactly the Meteor we saw. It didn't even kill off a Migdol stronghold. That value was incredibly low.
That's almost nothing. Like, you just repair that Migdol and everybody's happy. A bunch of camels died, sure, but I don't think Recon cares that much. They will be regenerating as well thanks to the Dark Water upgrade. So that's all kind of neat. Behind this, he's got himself some good stuff, like Son of Osiris. That can hold its own for a while. And all that Recon really needs is Champion Camels, as well as Desert Wind. Once he has all those... he only has one monument, so Desert Wind will be a while. But once he has that, his camels are far superior to Mista's.
Yeah, and I mean, Mister's going to attempt to break through here. He's got... Oh, man. Recon's got so many priests here to just remove that Phoenix from existence.
Never got to use Eclipse. What's Mister going to do with that?
Yeah, no Eclipse. That's... I mean, what are you saving it for?
Next game.
He has to turn and take a fight soon. Both players are at full population. The only thing is here for Recon is he's lost himself his second monument. So that Desert Winds is going to take quite some time to actually come through.
Still just 20 favor. Away, right? This is a 30 favor cost for that. Yikes.
Meanwhile, Son of Osiris in onto this position here. He's seeing the Locust and Eclipse going in to try and hold on this spot.
And the army there successfully. Look at all those corpses. Wow.
Yeah, everything gets absolutely destroyed on that spot. And now Mister is all of a sudden down to 150 population.
Yeah, Recon's done that super nicely. Now he just needs to find a good little target to get some more value out of this little advantage before Mista pumps out too many camels and is once again equalized. But hey, the Son of Osiris is baiting these boys, and plenty of camels are around to be his meat shield. He deals divine damage, that 68 is actually irresistible. Just like Void.
Stop it. Oh, Mister, he is in a very tough position right now. He's almost cleaned up the Son of Osiris. He must be at like half HP now, but Mister's now moving up to a top town center potentially to grab. He's got that gold mine up here, trying to move up to the top gold mine as well. Camel Rider's going to clean up all of what's remaining here for the Mister at this point.
Wow, look at that gold mine up top. It's completely full of stuff. If Recon finds that, it's a jackpot. There's no rescuing yourself from that one, but right now
he's only just not spotting it. He's only just not spotting it with that obelisk there. Little bits of raids will be helping out. The Mister is just going to try and find his way back into this game. There are a lot of Scorpion men coming through here for the Mister, and this is something that definitely can help. If you can clean up the majority of these priests, these Scorpion men, they definitely do something on these fights, but you have to kill off all of those priests first. The Son of Osiris is going to be coming back in here.
Oh boy. Yeah, the Scorpion Man would have been great, but they're all gone already. That's how many priests Recon had. Plus the Sun for Cyrus itself is a bit of a Giga Chad. Taking down so many camels. This is so efficient for Recon. 205 population against 126. Man, what can Mista do from here? This is rough. And I think Recon is going to find the jackpot spots.
Yeah, he's sending out all those camels up to the top side of the map. He's checking the gold mines, and that is going to be a very, very sad gold mining ISIS here. As Recon pulls his camel riders back, he's still got that Son of Osiris perfectly defended on this spot. The priest hugging him. Great control from Recon. Meanwhile, at the top, Mr. not even reacting to the villagers at the top. He's going to look up here very momentarily and go, "Oh, all my guys are dead." And he says, "GG," as Recon takes game number 1.
Beautifully done by Recon. He really needed this little win to start off the series with some energy. And now maybe he can show Mista who's been boss this whole time. He's just holding back, but no more.
Yeah, it was just a really, really nice strategy here from Recon. There was almost nothing that the Mista could do after he decided to go 2 Townsend. That's why I think when I started this one off, I was like, just 1 Townsend to fast heroic with a big timing push makes a lot of sense here. Sure, you got to deal with all the priests, but like then the Ra is the one who has to deal with something nice and quick. But we don't see it here. And I mean, we kind of were talking about it. If you just if the game gets to the point where you've got through all your big power spikes, Meteor, Ancestors Eclipse, then the Ra units just carry. And we saw that in a big way with that military kill loss, 150 to 50.
3-to-1 ratio, guys. We can do some math on stream, not all of it, but some of it. Very impressive, definitely, and shows the power of Ra in this matchup in particular, but also in general. Recon's doing super nicely with that.
Yeah, well, let's move on to game number 2. We'll see what the next matchup's going to be. As this is a best of 7, we will get to see every map that was not banned through this series. We will have to do 1 redraft of the gods, but we're going to see everything here. So let's go and check it out.
Finally, the raccoons are showing up in the chat. I was wondering where you guys were.
Raccoon bunch.
Spam it.
All right, what's next here?
That's not easy. Fair enough.
Going in onto Midgard next here. Oh, I've got the things around the wrong side. That's okay. I fixed it. Don't worry, guys. And we're going to be see Zeus versus Uranus.
Ooh. Yeah, the Zeus pick is kind of expected, right? I'm just surprised that Recon didn't go for the Hades here. Guess he has some special plans for this one. But what's Uranus got on Zeus here? Sure, there's a shockwave, you can win some fights. Other than that, I guess you can get some sneaky gold mines with your sky passages. Maybe hunt when it's least expected in the mid game. Because you will be losing your fishing ships likely to the Scylla. Except if you age up at the right time and have the Nereids ready to protect. You know, 2 Nereids against the Scylla. All you gotta do is just psycho charge with their special attacks and the Scylla just disappear. It's not even close. You just can't fight it directly because the Scylla will rank up and get more heads.
You don't even need 2, just 1.
Yeah,
run in,
but
special attack, run away.
That's true, but you'll be taking some hits.
Click.
Way more than otherwise.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm here just saying it's not as bad as people say it is, okay? Just a little bit of micro, you know?
Yeah.
Just finish your micro a little bit. Now who's crying? The Skylar user. Someone's got to be crying in every matchup, right?
Someone's always got to cry. That's the rules.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what, Naka. I don't think you caught it, but I did. Magic versus Mista. Early on, we actually saw Magic going with Zeus against Mista playing Uranus on this very map.
Oh, really? Tell me.
Well, Mista built Promethean.
No, not again. Not again. Every time it's the Promethean. Get out of
Mr. was able to hold the
here.
bronze push. Mr. was able to hold the bronze push with. Okay, I can fix that. I think I'm not sure what's happening, but every time I finish a game and change scenes, my mic goes down in volume. I don't know why.
That is weird.
It's the ghost in the machine.
Is this a Wolf Studios Easter egg? Nah, no way.
It's all right. We got it sorted.
Do you have automatic volume, perhaps? Like that
No, I've gone in
Windows
and changed
adjustment
it.
thing?
Yeah, I changed it. It's fine. It's not that.
Something for the future to figure out. For now, we can just play around it. Like we do with many things. But guys, playing around the Mistas Zeus? That's asking for a lot. I do wonder whether Recon does think about this mass Promethean business, because certainly Greek only has 2 heroes available in the classical age, right? But as you go later, you get more, you get up to 4. Have you ever thought about why Greek has 4 heroes, Boyd?
Why? Why is Greek? Well, there's 4
Well,
ages.
you see, Boyd, you see. It's called a fortress. It's called a fortified town center. Yeah? Killuminati confirmed, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's one thing. That's one thing. You know, Spammed is asking, how do I stay up this long? I'm very tired right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
this is peak age mythology, so I'm here for it. So I don't mind. That's how we do it.
Yep.
If it wasn't games this good, I'd probably be very, very asleep right now.
I mean, you've changed your entire life around this tournament series and the previous ones, actually. Because they all go late
basically
for
since
you,
Red Bull, since Red Bull, I've been like, well, if I want to participate, I better just change my sleeping schedule. Oh. But it's been worth it. There's been some amazing, amazing games throughout this entirety of this process. But yeah, I mean, there's also, we talked about Prometheus as one angle for Uranus. There's the other angle, which is going through Oceanus and just going for Hero Mamilo instead, and just trying to kind of outmaneuver and force the Greek player to have to stay in the classical age by putting raids on, taking big fights, and effectively, if you keep the Greek player in the classical age and they don't get bronze, then you can actually find some sort of an advantage there. But it does require you to take maybe some fights you might not want to take, which I don't know about you, Naka, but I find whenever I turn my brain off when I play Uranus, that's when I have the most success.
That says a lot about Uranus players. Okay. Brutal.
You said that, not me. That wasn't that. You said that. Normally I say that, but you said it this time.
I just said it for you. It's okay. hey, these guys are in the... Oh, whoa. We gotta go.
We're 10 seconds away. We're going in. We're in onto the map Midgard here. Second game, Recon up 1-0. This is finals time. Let's get into it. Let's check out what we're going to see here. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Game number 2 in the right-hand corner of the map in the blue color, playing as his pride and joy, Zeus. It is Zeus reincarnated himself. No, it's not. It's the Mister.
Recon, on the other hand, playing the old man, the old man's old man, in fact, Grandpa Oranos.
And we also do see a cheeky little bolt here to kick this game off. Seemingly very standard. Able to take out one of those oracles. Slow down that favor generation in the early stages of the game there. And Mister already just scouting out on the bottom of the map. I'm always interested in how players approach these sorts of things. I think it's super important to try and check where the fish spawns are. And if you can see that with your scout, that's the best sort of situation for you, because you know where to send your villagers to drop that second dock.
Yeah, very important for sure. So Atlantean has a little bit of an advantage there with the extra line of sight. Over time, you end up wasting a lot less of your villagers walking. And you know, as far as water maps go, I like the Murmillo option, Boyd. We've spoken about the whole thing around spamming Promethean. Not gonna lie, I just don't see it as much, but maybe that's a mistake by the players. Either way, what water lends itself to is having a lot of food. You have a lot of food, then Murmillo heroes are not a problem. You back them up with some Caladria, and you've got healable units now on the front line, ready to raid, ready to cause bleeding damage. If they catch some villagers, they'll probably be in trouble as well with Oranos' speed bonuses. Prometheans just don't have all that, although they have the punching power for sure.
Yeah, the Prometheans are mostly there as a replacement to the Murmillo.
Yeah. They also cost food, so you know the economy lends itself to it, but I think the flexibility of the Murmillo is worth a lot as well. And then you want to have the Caladria anyhow to keep those alive for a long time. Then you go into Heroic through Thea, and you've got the birds. Full Air Force ready to go. I think that's potent also.
Yes, indeed. Well, there is the other thing that if you use the Mr. Strats against him, maybe he's got an idea to defend against it. I was watching a game of Magic playing against Mr. earlier, and Mr. went for the Promethean strat. I feel like Magic could have maybe just gone Mythic Age, and then he would have had access to Bellerophon, and then all of a sudden the Prometheans look very silly against Lightning Storm and a Bellerophon jumping to kill everything else. All soft.
Yeah, that does not work.
So I would be somewhat scared, and I think Recon somewhat knows this as he's going Oceanus here. Mister, on the other hand, 4 dock going to be coming up here onto the top side of the map. He's got fishing ships moving all out across, and he's kind of missed that fish. This is... Wait, has he not really scouted it? I didn't. This is something that I think you absolutely have to do. You just have to take the smallest of L's with your fishing ships, with one fishing ship, and you just send it scouting. And you can send it scouting up to spot the fishing spots, and then you're just never going to miss anything. Whereas Mr. here, he runs around to the side, he's just trying to find something, and he's just not able to find it. But he does find a spot close to some fish on the top corner here.
We're gonna have a war
Recon's
here?
already there.
What's the deal with the corner docks? I don't understand. Like, even Recon didn't need to go that far. There was another trio at least. Or he could have gone south, which is a lot safer. And closer to the main base, most importantly.
Exactly. Well, now we got a military barracks.
Bro, it's a naval war. I'm losing my mind. Not seen that the entire tournament. I'm ready. Let's go.
Yeah, there's going to be a Bream out. Recon says it's time to get a little bit of pressure in. And Mister is going to be reacting to this immediately with his own Juggernaut.
Noise.
And then Recon is going to be reacting to that with his own fire ship.
You know, actually, these naval wars are pretty good in Resold. I think I enjoy them a lot. I don't even hate
Yeah,
Mediterranean.
You have to think about them a little bit more, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they're
Can't
kind of
just
dynamic
spam
and
one
back and
ship
forth.
and then exactly, yeah. Well, nonetheless, on the land, Mister is getting himself Sarissa straight away. He's getting 2 hoplites out. Recon, on the other hand, not going to be producing all too much just yet. Just focusing in onto this water harassment.
No response to the Bireme just yet. Oh, well, there is a Juggernaut.
Oh.
He's distracting
Seven
quite a
on the
bit.
back here could be very, very nice to get the health back, but something like a Pentaconta is on the way here, and that's going to put a stop to that. But another fire ship on the way here as well. That's going to put a stop to the Juggernaut.
Oh, we got
Down
the
on the bottom side of the map, we
Carnivore.
do have a big Carnivore getting some big damage onto that Juggernaut. Get back in here, he says, as Mr. does pull back.
Can even hurt the fishing ships a little bit with that tentacle, but the range is not quite infinite. It's as far as it gets. Dude, Recon's cleaning up on the water. This guy is pretty good at this, isn't he?
Yeah, and part of the reason why this is working is we're seeing 2 servants coming out from Recon. That's wild.
I've never seen this before.
Has to. No.
Is this what's happening in the scrims? I want to watch them all now.
How
much do we pay?
Well, this is just so much healing. And they do have 3x versus Myth units. They might be somewhat of an answer to potential Skylar coming through here as well, as a couple of Murmillo are starting to build up here for Recon.
All those hoplites are just picking the dock apart. Mr. has had enough. No more naval war for Recon, he says.
Yeah, get out of there. But while that's also happening, like Recon is also cleaning up, so there's no navy for the Mister either. And
true.
with those hoplites all being up at the top side of the map, Recon could move into the main base of the Mister and actually get some serious damage done. He's got Shockwave. Shockwave raids on villages are very, 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 very potent.
Oh, by the way, the Caladria burst heal does work on the ships, guys, so you can get back hundreds of health in just one go. Several Caladria on water would be probably quite devastating.
Yep. Sniping down a hoplite in the center of the map here.
Whoa,
Mister has to pull back. He has managed to click up through Dionysus, though.
We got 6 Murmillo heroes. All at once.
Yeah.
You guys leave the relic there? Are you serious?
It's only Sharon's Oval. No one cares.
Yeah. If you don't lose villagers, it doesn't do anything. That's how your games ideally go.
That's how good these guys are. A couple of these Murmillo heroes now coming in, trying to catch off one hoplite. He's almost able to do so. Looks like, nope. Mr. manages to keep himself that one alive here, and Recon needs to pull back.
One hoplite on 8 health just makes me nervous.
Yes, it does. Oh. Minotaur helping the Murmillo get to safety. Nope, never mind, he's down.
Plenty of Murmillo heroes here to take care of the Minotaur, forcing out that restoration, which Mr. definitely didn't want to do just yet. But hey, he's up to heroic. He can do a bronze whenever. Not in a rush to, but it will be an option. Adding Hippospis now. We'll deal with the Murmillos very finely.
Yeah, but that Skylar is out. I mean, does the Skylar beat this many naval units here with the servants re-healing up? I think she'll probably get involved there to finish this off. Now 2 heads on the Skylar.
It's all
so
about
going to be a
damage.
very devastating fight to happen here.
It's all about the
3
kills.
heads now in as well.
Pullback micro getting added, but even that is not enough. The 3x versus Mifia, it's coming into play from the servers, but they're just getting freaking free shot. Oh my good lord. Still, it does go down ultimately, though. Wow.
All right, so it turns out the servant is the counter. There you go. That's why they were there.
Some of them gave their lives, but that was a sacrifice Recon was willing to make. What about this fight, though?
Recon is pushing forward. He doesn't have the favor for a Carnivora on this one.
Shockwave is here.
Wave is here. Bronze gets dropped down, though. Recon not going to be retreating back yet. He's already brought some villagers through. There's the Shockwave getting dropped down. Population differential here is very, very close, but those Murmillos seemingly getting some good damage done. But suddenly, Hoplites turn into Hapaspist, and these Murmillo don't seem so scary, as Recon says, that's enough here, as he taps out. The Bronze push too strong, and Recon doesn't want to play it anymore.
Yep, very understandable, especially that Hippospis switch just hit Recon like a truck. He did some stuff on the water, sure, but that costs him so many resources, Boyd. I'm just not sure it's worth it. It was really cool to watch, but Mr. just goes heroic and goes and kills him.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
end.
I've said this before, but I think if you just have to have something, you know bronze is going to come. So maybe the answer needs to be put a sky passage down, have an escape route, and just run.
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
you just don't
you could run
fight.
away from
Like you've got this speedy Murmillo, just run.
Sure, the bronze.
That's the only option you
escape.
have.
Mm-hmm.
This works for flaming weapons. This works for ancestors. This works for restoration. Name it. You can always run. Tempest, it's all there. But Recon and everyone else seems steadfast on fighting bronze thus far. I'm surprised to see it, but nonetheless,
it was bad in the old
a
game.
quick
It's
game.
great now.
Yeah, a quick game here as Mr. levels the series 1-1. We're going to keep going through this one as we move into game number 3. And we'll see if Mr. can keep up the solid play or if Recon is going to be able to continue to keep the series close.
Well, the next map pick is going to belong actually to Recon, and Kerlaugar is his pick. So wait a second. Zeus is gone. Hades is available with Athena, and Mista will very likely have to use his Poseidon here. Unless he's got other plans with, let's say, Loki? Would that even work? What do you think?
I think Loki can work. Yep.
I've seen Loki games where people just straight up ignore the water and go and rush your gold mine.
Yep.
It can be.
Yeah. There's so many different options. You know, like Mr. needs a little cheeky break here, so we can talk about it, but it's going to be Loki versus Hades.
Oh. Well, I really didn't expect it to actually happen. I was just talking nonsense, but to actually see
Like
it,
what?
this is something I watch on ladder sometimes.
Well, the reason why it's good is because you can make trolls.
Yes.
And trolls, they're good.
Yeah, man.
So in building the Herso, you get the favor, you get the fights in the classical age you want. You've got the movement speed advantage on those Herso once you get Hall of Thanes, get raids happening. You can't really fight the hoplites head on, but you don't really want to. You can make Throw an Axeman to do that. But mostly it's just you get trolls.
Yeah, man, and between the engagements, you have your forward base, you have your healing spring that you can always retreat to, and ultimately you'll be getting up to the heroic age with flaming weapons. There's not too much that can be done about that. As Hades, you don't have ceasefire, you do have restoration, but you don't have bronze. So you only have so much you can do about it. Ideally, you will sit behind a wall, relying on the zombies to help you out as well. But so much easier said than done.
Exactly. Well, I mean, if anyone can make it happen, Mr. is going to be one of those players with that ability.
Is the gaming resurgence prize pool way higher than you've seen? Well, that's because AUM has a little esports scene now. This is backed by Microsoft, and you know, Red Bull had an event, EGC TV had one, now we're having one, and it's a pretty good time.
There's also in our little esports calendar, there's still 2 more to go after this. So if you do enjoy this sort of tournament experience, there will be more coming.
And that's just what's announced. Who knows what comes after? I'm actually planning a smaller one towards the end of next month. That's going to be a deathmatch tournament. Soon TM announcement.
Oh, yes. Little cheeky deathmatch scene.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys like late game in Age of Mythology, that's what it's all about. And
Yep.
there is also a completely different early game as well.
You gotta get a little
And
bit
a
of
completely
alternate
different mid game.
action being going. Wait, the announcement has been announced. That's exactly right. It's my style.
The announcement. I have an announcement that I'm going to make an announcement. I have an announcement that I'm going to make an announcement to make an announcement. That's the new meta. That's the new meta.
It is.
Oh dear. Well, at the very least, Naka, a lot of people were complaining. We've seen a lot of Zeus versus Hades on Kalauga.
No more.
It's a very different god here. And Kalauga, it is a Norse map. Because it's from the Norselands, right?
They
Is that
gotta
true?
take
Am I
back
making it
their
up?
home.
That's right. The Greek invaders are here. They're going to get cold. They're not going to be able to make it work.
They don't wear enough clothes. But then again, neither do the Norse. They're used to it. Alright, I think Mista is hosting now. I no longer see the lobby, which probably means they're about to start. When is the deathmatch tournament planned for? Gonna be late January sometime. I'm moving in January, so that's why I'm announcing the announcement that I don't know yet. But roughly late January, so mid-January I should be getting the proper internet set up in the new place, and then announcement goes live once I do have that.
Alrighty. Well, game is soon to begin here.
Yep, and then after that's
Just,
done,
for
some
those of
small
you-
ones to fill the space as well between the major events. There's plenty of space there.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of. I know that there's some whispers of team game tournaments maybe coming, or a little short one, or a couple of kind of odd sort of events to come up. But yeah, there's definitely going to be some more stuff for Myth coming along, especially with the Chinese DLC coming along. That's going to be something I'm personally very much looking forward to.
Yeah, boy, do you plan to do smaller events yourself, or what's the deal? Do you have an announcement of an announcement of an announcement?
To be completely honest, my brain has stopped thinking at the end of this tournament. I haven't thought past
okay.
this tournament. So if something's going to happen, it'll be thought up in the next week.
Fair enough.
But
fair enough.
we might have another backyard bash if nothing happens.
So you see,
Where we
boy,
just run a whole bunch of show matches. But that's about it.
We'll see soon. You know, boy, actually my brain stopped working as well, so I outsourced the job and I got AI to optimize my calendar plan. And then once it did it, I just imported what the prompt said with another AI. Yep, that was effective.
Wonderful. All right. Well, we're about a minute and a half away from jumping into this next game here. We've seen Mr. doing some very, very disturbing things with Norse throughout this tournament. He's done it mostly with Thor. I've seen it happen twice. I've been very disturbed by it. Been very strong. He's now with Loki, and Loki's been nearly universally banned pretty much banned every single game here. It's one of the few games I've seen it actually get through. And with the Mister piloting this, this was one of his favorite gods, I think, near the launch of Retold. Lots of vision, lots of knowledge that he can get to get an advantage over his opponent. So we'll see what he's going to be able to make happen against this Hades that just seems to be continuously popping up on this map, Kurlauga.
Yes, a sneaky spy on a gold miner that happens to go out to get a sneaky gold mine. That could be hot. That could be pretty hot.
Yeah. Well, game number 3. About to kick it off. The Mr. Recon, 1-1. Nothing between them thus far. Incredibly close series here. We're going to be jumping into Kurlauga, and let's make it happen. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Loki. His name is the Mister.
On the other side of Kurlauga, we've got Recon. He's gonna bring the good old traditional Hades. It's his trusty companion. What could go wrong?
Well, many things can go wrong here. A stray Iron respawn there, a stray Valkyrie spawn over here, a troll mass. There are some scary things in store for Recon in this game if he's not careful. Mister here already dropping that dock down onto the bottom. Going to be getting himself those fishing ships happening. No surprises there. You know, there is a little bit of talk about the idea of potentially just ignoring water completely some of the time, but these guys are saying that's not the way to go just yet. As he's just going to get that scouting, looking for some cows. Herdables here, I think, will matter a little bit for Norse.
Yeah, especially if the fish are just not enough in number, which they don't seem to be crazy high. As long as you hold on to water, this is plenty of income that's possible. Also, Mista doing some nice efficient sharing off the ox cart between the gold miners and the lumberjacks, so that's pretty good stuff. Scout is gonna be the spy. Now we know.
There is one other idea here for the Mister that maybe hasn't been discussed.
Yep.
Fast heroic through Njord. Always an option. Just nuke the base. Your opponent's busy harassing your fishing ships, and then you go, hang on, wait a second, there's trees in my base.
True. Now Hades is reasonably equipped with sentinels to try and help there, but if your heroes are out of position, you're gonna be in trouble still.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's, one more larger picture problem for Hades. Your curse doesn't work on heroes. So Hersier-based Loki army is actually a lot of trouble.
There's another really interesting idea that is a little bit more cheesy, though I'm a big fan of the cheese, but you can actually just run your Berserk down if you want, nice and early, and you can wall off the fish and prevent them from dropping into the dock.
It's evil, pure evil. I love it. You have to bring a villager to knife fight.
That's right. Don't tell anyone that that's a thing. That's for the next tournament.
Well, if the Ulfsark is the Berserk is in the middle of that, then you could just very quickly place those down. Build a little bit of health on every side, and then the villager can't get in. AoE 2 quick walling style.
Exactly. Well, Temple coming up for the mystery. He's not gone for that second dock just yet. He's just looking like he's going for close to 9 fishing ships. He might move up and drop the dock a little bit later, but he'll be going to the next stage very, very shortly. Recon, on the other hand, he's got that dock at the top side of the map. He's got his temple already down. and he'll be heading most likely through Athena here in this game.
Oh my
But, you
god,
know-
it's not Athena! I'm so excited already. That's what I needed. That's what I needed. That's my injection, Boyd. Is he? Do
I
you
was
think
literally
he's
about to say this.
gonna?
Most likely Athena, but the Ares route makes a lot of sense. Why? Early Capaspist.
Yes. Give it. Bring it. That's why he's getting the extra
Also, you
gold,
can get-
right? Tell
Yeah.
me it's not for a
You also
TC.
get the-
Tell me it's not for ships. It should be Hippospist.
I mean, he might be going for a town center. You can use Pestilence straight away into the main base, stop any sort of production.
We just need the early Hippospist. Wait. Recon is building a granary for his fishing ship.
Why not? It's just a little bit of efficiency. It's cheaper.
I
50
love it.
wood. You know,
It's so
why?
good.
You've already got the dock there to garrison into. Makes perfect sense.
I've never seen this in a tournament, but it works. You can also take your
Wait, we go
cows to the dock
stable?
if you want, but you know, some people like herd the
Stable?
huntables.
Recon's going for a stable?
No, that's fake news.
No, it's not.
It's right there. I
He's
know.
got
but-
a stable.
Ah, I'm feeling
I'm
unstable
beyond
now.
confused. Recon's cooking up something here. He's got another military academy. He's got another stable. He's getting all the favor in.
What is this?
Is he going to go for Phobos' Spear of Panic Hoplites, or is he going to go for Hippaspis? That's the big question.
But then, what's the deal with the cav? Is that for the throwing axes?
Could be for throwing axes. Could be just to get prepared. No. I was going to say Phobos' Spear of Panic, get prepared for building Prodromus.
Okay, he is getting Deimos' Sword of Dread, so that will unlock the Hippospist and make him attack harder.
Yeah, this is always like the challenge for Norse, right? It's the challenge is how do you beat counter infantry? And then all of a sudden you go through Ares and you've got counter infantry. So Hippaspist Hippias at the moment. Recon is throwing the book out the window and he says, I'm just going to go for whatever I feel like going for.
Definitely didn't expect that Hippias, I'm guessing. Will Mr. react, however, or is he just pumping hers here? He will need to make more
the
houses.
mystery is,
a lot more houses.
the mystery is constantly thinking. He is, you don't really catch the Mr. out very often. Like he's gonna know what's coming for him. He sees a couple of hoplites. There's the pestilence coming through to deny that production. There's a lot of stuff getting produced here for the Mister. And this is going to slow him down in a big way as he's going to have to pull back into his main base now. Meanwhile, we're seeing some more ships coming into the fight here. Healing Spring getting dropped into the main base. Another house getting dropped over here as well.
Wow, that hammer ship got destroyed pretty quick. I don't think they're good for taking down docks because of all that firepower that the fishing ship's giving. Look at this one. It's got 36 DPS. My goodness. Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, well, the army now coming through here for the Mister. He's got a lot of units queued up here to try and fight. We'll see if he's going to be able to find this one. The Hippias now charging in after those thrown axemen on the back there.
Good retreat,
There's
though,
not really
from
an
the Mista,
answer
right?
for those. This is a really, really big movement from Recon. That Cyclops is going to be going down incredibly fast. Iron respawn. That's going to be what he needs here.
Ooh, that suddenly changed the fight in its entirety. The Cav is now getting chased. He can once again go back to fishing as well. You know, Recon has the Hippospis, but they were a little bit late to the party. I'm not sure it was a good idea to take this fight early on. Maybe with the next wave, though, his fortunes will look a little bit different.
Yeah, oh, and the Iron Horn blow as the Ajax and Achilles gets taken down.
Big losses right
And now,
there.
after the first fight goes, now the trolls start coming through. And while these 19 Hersa might not be Thor Hersa with the Hammer of Thunder, they're only getting 0.01 favor a second. Every 10 Hersa you have is 1 favor, or 0.1 favor a second, which is the same as a monument. So he's going to be now able to start producing those trolls at a similar rate at which you would potentially produce Wadgets, for example. And this is going to make life very, very challenging for this Hypaspist army of Recon.
And one thing the Hypaspist can do is actually pressure these docks a little bit without too much fear of retaliation, but they do need their backup. Not by themselves, they can't. The raiding cavalry are just going to be a little bit too much for them. Where are the cav? They hit the other dock and destroyed it, actually. Should be able to run away from there, too.
The Hersa are in. Recon going to retreat away. Another Myth unit spawn. Gets that Draugr in.
Looks like the Mist is interested in the Heroic Age already, and he's got the resources for it, unlike Recon. Very interesting. Bragi's clicked up, and Flaming Weapons is just going to be absolutely devastating. Boyd Hades doesn't have a good answer to begin with. You just have to be ahead and absorb it somehow. Maybe a wall or two to slow things down. I guess the absorption is coming from the fact that he's taking down his army right now. The heroes are going crazy on these trolls.
Yeah, this fight here is really, really good now for Recon.
Ooh, that was great.
As Mr. is just invested in the Heroic Age. He could have been full population army, but instead and with upgrades as well, instead he's invested in that Heroic Age, and Recon gets a little bit of a win here.
He needed that very much. The Mista's army is not on location. The Hippias are getting a great surround now on the Throwing Axemen. What Throwing Axemen? They're all dead. Can Mista actually hold on to dear life here? And then make good use of Flaming Weapons or not? I guess he's got enough stuff. And Myth unit spawns. Okay, the Cav are dead.
Yeah, it's looking like it's working for the time being here for the Mista. As Recon needs to retreat back. He's got no real military in the bank. Mista's got himself a huge army here.
How do you stop it, Boyd? 42 population against 100, militarily speaking. Plus Flaming Weapons.
And Flaming Weapons. Yeah.
That's a yikes, right?
It's going to be a very difficult... Well, with the Hypaspist, if you can get a good engagement, at least on the Hersa, it could be okay, but you're reaching in a way as, I mean, Recon's got a lot of favor in the bank. He could be making some Cyclops as well, but he doesn't even want to see it.
Yeah.
He taps out. Mr. gets the dub as Loki dethrones the Greek supremacy on this map.
Well, that was an unfortunate turn of events for Recon. He really tried to do something cool, but just lost a bunch of the early engagements a little bit too much. And even though he had the units for a long time, they weren't together. They were all over the place, and he couldn't take the fight that he wanted.
Yeah, the first sort of engagement wasn't that bad for Recon, but he had a couple of those really important Hypaspists that just weren't quite in the fight, and he needed those counter units, I think, because he'd invested so many resources into them already in that Deimos' Sword of Dread. But you know, I think the thing is here, this sort of strategy and idea from Recon kind of says 1,000 things without saying anything at all, and that is he didn't go Athena here. Why? Probably because he's scared of whatever the mystery is going to pull out with the Loki against it. He knows that it's a tough matchup, and he wanted to pull something different, and it didn't quite work out for him. But nonetheless, Mr. up 2-1. It's a best of 7. We've still got many games to go here. Let's jump out and see what the next god's going to be.
It's a cool game. Mr. needs at least 2 more victories if he wants to make this a quick one. We'll see, but the script says we're going to game 7. I hope the guys adhere to the script.
The script does say. That's right. We need 7 games. That's what we want. Make it happen. We got.
Recon don't cook against us. No, that's brutal, man. It's gonna be land unknown, so he's cooking, whether you like it or not. He's rolling the dice.
Cooking, and it's gonna be Poseidon versus Set.
That's
Or is it Set
Recon.
versus Poseidon?
Recon is the
Poseidon versus Set.
Set. Yep, they're flipped against the scoreboard. Okay, I got confused for a sec. Yep. So Recon's set on a map that might not net him any good huntables. That's a gamble. That's definitely a gamble, but at the very least, the ones he gets as a spawn would be able to... He'd be able to eat those.
Yes, and I guess the one advantage of picking Set on this map, considering you don't know anything about it, is right at the start, you can drop vision, and then suddenly you know exactly what you got, and you can make a decision based on that, rather than having to scout it out and kind of decide as you go.
Soup says he's always seen a lot of aggro hunt on this map. But there's some times where it's not that impressive. But certainly I've seen a lot of them.
I've seen some
as well.
I've seen some low hunt land unknowns, like one extra pack of hunt so far. But yeah, there's been some maps with tons and tons of hunt on it.
Yeah, I remember one of them in this tournament was some Odin game, and there were I think it was full of packs of rhinos. Like imagine your normal deer, but no, that was rhinos. There's some crazy maps that come out of this for sure.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing here is that, Recon, just not even on land unknown, but just in general, Recon doesn't really, well, I know he can play it. He knows he can play it. He doesn't rate his ability with Wadgets. It might just be because Mr. is really good at kind of catching people out of position. And that's why Recon thinks he's not very good with Wadgets. When Recon uses Wadgets against the average Joe, they look really, really good when he uses them. But if it's the case that he's not going to go down the Wadget route, what is he going to go for?
The chat's at the moment debating Anubites, which you could do. There's more Anubites that you can make than there will be Greek heroes, so technically you could run them around in more spots than what the Greek heroes can cover. I would love to see that, but whether that works out or not is a different story altogether. Poseidon does have Atalanta. She can run them down, so we'll see how that exactly will play out. The spearmen are certainly good.
I don't mind the idea. I don't mind the idea of just going one town and a spearman Anubite here. That makes some sense.
Mm-hmm. And it's different from everything we've seen, so, a guy can hope.
We did see 3D Garneth try that versus the Mister, and then Mister said, well, let me just build myth units and heroes and no human units and see what you can do. And he couldn't do anything.
Oh. I guess he could do that as Poseidon. There's nothing preventing him from just going mass centaur like in the early days of Retold. And Mister can certainly have great unit control to make that work as well.
Yeah, he does. He does have great unit control, that's for sure. There's no access to Apollo though, so he can't use that Temple of Apollo shenanigans.
Are you guys missing Vortex? So he is playing a specific AoE 4 tournament that basically blocked him from playing in all the hour ones because they overlapped. So he just made a commitment to that one.
Yeah. I spoke to him and he said, if I don't qualify for the Age 4, I will be participating in the qualifier. So it's not like he doesn't want to play it. It's not like he's not enjoying Myth. He just wants to play both tournaments.
Yeah.
And unfortunately,
he had to pick.
He couldn't manage to do both. Yeah.
So don't count him out just yet. He might be back.
Alrighty, we have got a game coming very shortly, guys.
Oh no. Refresh bug. We're in a rush then.
You got 2 minutes. It's fine.
I hope so. Working on it.
Alrighty. Well, yeah, I mean, land unknown. It's literally, I don't know what this map's going to spawn like. It could be really defensive. It could be really open. It could be really whatever. One thing I know is there's going to be 2 pigs that spawn on your screen, and you're going to love it. One pig, one big pig, 2. They're it's good. It's good time.
Good stuff. Man, these lobbies are a battle for me, but I found him.
Yes.
Ooh, 1 minute left. Very good. I made it.
Well, Nakamura, 2-1. The Mister's got all of the lead in the world. He hasn't had any luck with Poseidon today, but this is no longer going to be Poseidon versus Gaia. He's got a matchup that I'm sure is not going to be too unhappy with moving forward here.
Hey man, maybe he gets to show us the stick stacked Hippeus with all the upgrades, all the minor gods that helped him. Do a big ass bronze timing and see what Recon can do about it. That would be fun.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have to wait and see. Because we're moving in onto a very, very fun map and a very, very fun matchup with 2 very, very strong players here. We're going on to land unknown. Let's check it out right now. And it begins here, ladies and gentlemen, in the top of the map, in the blue color, playing as Poseidon, currently up 2-0 in this best of not 2-0, 2-1 in this best of 7 for the grand finals here. His name is the Mister.
On the other side of the map, he needs your support in the red color. This is Recon. Our map is land unknown, which means anything could have happened. The players didn't know really the layout that they are gonna get, but it's basically Giga Alfheim, right? Like mega large cliffs blocking the entire
it's mega
way.
large, and they kind of, but it's marsh. Actually, is this Highland? Because it looks really nice. I always was, whenever we played Highland, everyone complained about like the actual map layout, but it actually always looked beautiful, right?
Yeah, the texture does look a little bit like that. But in terms of what the map layout ended up being, it's like old Alfheim, but souped up a little bit, right? Like there's a lot of hunt actually still. So any complaints about Seth not getting his way are definitely not going to be the case. Very easy to wall here. TCs are easy to get. They also secure gold mines. Booby match maybe? But how easy it is to defend here, I think that's the way to go.
Yeah, there's not really any way to stop this town center on the back here for the Mister to go up. He's got ceasefire, so if you want shifting sands onto it, he can just ceasefire, no problems.
True.
Double gold mine on the bottom side here, though, with a very, very tight choke point leading in. One wall and a couple of units behind there to defend. And this is going to be a very tough thing for Recon to break through.
Layers and layers of walls, and being Poseidon, you can make sandwiches out of it too. Just houses between the wall layers. Mista likes to do that actually.
Yeah, yeah. What we see? Oh, oh, a little bit of harassment there
Ah,
onto the
ah.
priest. This is
Aggro the creep
a
camp.
known mechanic to some. This is kind of known. Yeah, it's a thing. Yeah, basically any laming is allowed in this tournament. If you think like laming is totally fair game because there's just so much stuff that you can do that if you just go ahead and say one thing's not allowed, then like what about this other thing? And then what about this other thing? So a little bit of lame there as Recon's gonna need a little bit more stuff, and he does decide to go through Anubis here.
Yeah,
There
you know, the
go.
game anyway fixed a lot of the nonsense from the old one. There's no hunt delete, there's no crazy stuff like that.
Yeah. Anyways, the classical age comes through. Anubis versus Hermes here. As the Centaur's going to be making a swift movement across the map here. I mean, in terms of like what this map actually is, it's effectively mirrored.
Sorry, what?
Like the map is like in terms of resource placement, it's like effectively mirrored, right? Like both players have the same amount of gold, the same amount of food. I just saw a message in chat that it's not balanced. It's pretty balanced. Like
there's very slight differences, but really nothing to write home about.
Now, mate, Recon, he hasn't thrown up any barracks. Looks like he's going for a fast second town center here. He's walling this one up. Does have himself out and a new bite, but only the one monument thus far. I'm sure he's going to be looking to drop even more of those later on.
You think these two Anubites could force a ceasefire? The heroes are going to be here, so very low chances, I guess.
Yeah, you could drop Plague of Serpents down on this spot to cause some issues, but it looks to me like Recon's going to be that little bit too slow to get up here.
Ah, man. Mr. immediately spots the Anubites, so chipping away a lot of their health to begin with.
Yeah,
it's just
going to catch one.
Wow, dude. Not good.
Nice micro. Nice control, nice micro, nice everything there from the Mister. He's always one step ahead of you.
Very bad news for Recon. That's... Wow, Mister did that so well. Plenty of hunt around, however, so even though an Anubite did die, you know, they're not that expensive. It's not the end of the world. It's the 15th favor that's really gnawing at you, I think.
Yeah, and it just kind of depends on what sort of strategy you're actually going for. Market going to be coming down here. Part of me feels like, you know, everyone thinks that if you go Anubis, you have to build Anubites. Part of Anubis is this technology in the temple called Necropolis, and you get yourself a whole bunch of monuments, and then all of a sudden you get Heroic Age, and now you've got a whole bunch of Scorpion Men. Or a whole bunch of Avengers.
Yeah, that's hard to play against.
There's a lot of other kind of angles to go with Anubis. The big thing I think that Recon wants out of this Anubis is actually that Serpent Spear. Knowing that he's playing against Poseidon. Poseidon likes to build those Hippias. But the walls are coming up, and it looks like we will be having ourselves a very, very defensive game here cooking.
Yep. These guys are going to be more than happy to just power up their economy, wall off a little bit, and go to the Heroic Age afterwards. Recon's already queuing up the good old Sekhmet, knowing that these raids with the Anubites probably aren't going to do much of anything. Mister is ready anyway, and he's queuing up his good old Dionysus, so maybe my dreams of Super Hippeus are going to come real.
Well, yeah, I mean, this could be cooking up to be incredible late game if neither player can get in and actually deny gold mines, deny anything. You know, we might see ourselves 3 citadels and then Hetairoi spam. Oh, and the house is coming down here from Recon, away from his base.
Have you seen Hetairoi?
This is how you play around Earthquake.
Oh, sorry, what?
Pardon, say again?
No, you first.
Oh, I'm just saying that Recon playing around an Earthquake at the bottom of his base here. With
Oh,
those houses.
oh.
I feel like your statement is a little bit more interesting.
I mean, this is cool. I was curious about Hetairoi if you've seen them in a tournament environment, because, you know, obviously it will happen in your average ladder game sometimes, but tournaments?
You see them in free-for-alls.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen them in a tournament before.
Huh. I obviously
And also, this
experienced
might
them
be
a
not
lot
the-
playing DM, but that's a different place.
Yeah, it might not be the best idea to do this against Set, who's got access to Horus.
Right. if
Super
you do
Spearman?
go Tot, maybe it's an option. Like they trade
Oh.
okay into let's say camels. That's not terrible, or basic spearmen even, as long as they have some support with counter units. I would love
See
to
the
see
wall
them.
coming up on this spot here. There's this little tactic that I love to use on like little choke points like this to prevent opponents walling it in, and that's to do a perpendicular wall down the middle, so you can't just wall it easily. But Recon's been trapped, and Mister is going to get the wall up. But they can fight over that position pretty easily, I think. We got
That's what I
Stronghold coming
would.
down for Recon in the center.
So I would think as well that we'll have some intense fighting in the middle.
I preferred the, but when I initially started doing this wall, I initially just called it the vertical wall, realizing that meant nothing. I went with perpendicular. A vertical wall. What does that even mean?
It goes to space, so you get your
That's right.
space elevator, basically.
Mister going to be going for a pretty quick Artemis here behind all of this as the Bombo coming through for Recon. He's got some siege towers. He wants to put some pressure on. The Citadel Center comes down. Well, Scorpion, not Scorpion Man, but Scarab, well, a Scarab in here as well with this siege tower push could be pretty strong as we do see a little bit of a raid into the middle of the map there while Recon is ready to push. Mister might actually have to click ceasefire here. He's got no defenses.
Certainly not ready for the siege towers and the Scarab. There's a bunch of units, but they're kind of out of position. The fast Artemis needs to make it. He needs this to work. Then again, boys.
This is the sort of timing that you need. Oh, little cheeky wall.
Nice.
You don't actually have, for those of you who wanted to know, you don't actually have to build every single little chink on this wall. You just have to build the center, and that will build all of the side. So if you want to do like quick walls and block someone in, you can go and draw the wall and then right click in the center of it, and you'll get that quick wall off.
Snacks are in to help. The Scarab's still working. I don't think this TC will make it, but then also it will spawn you some militia if you miss it. That's very
Recon
helpful
misclicks
here.
Recon misclicks those chariot archers. As the chariot archers, though, they're going to be able to take out those militia very, very quickly. A 3-headed Hydra is still waiting on this spot. Does end up getting, does get snapped down there as well. As then pretty quickly the center is going to go down as Recon slowly starting to make some movements through here, and Mister is going to have to start making those peltasts very, very shortly. Recon grabbing himself a third town center now. He's looking like he's in the driver's seat, Nakamura.
It certainly does with the third up, and pumping stuff left and right. Mista is now heading to the main with the Pegasus, looking for that earthquake. It's well timed, but can he actually get one that's valuable enough? He will be destroying some free buildings and the TC, so is it that big of a deal? Maybe not, but it sure looks fancy.
Yeah, I mean, it's 550 gold, bit of idle time. The houses have to come back down. Recon's going to be throwing them up as fast as he can. He actually gets a granary down on both of those positions as well. I don't see the houses. Oh, he's already got the houses coming back up as well. Beltaster in for the Mister, but those chariot archers very, very good at taking those out when using that bone bow. As we see, Mister is forced to use bronze here, but Recon can just shoot and scoot all the way back.
Wow. Doesn't look like the pelters get too many shots off, and meanwhile they're getting pelted themselves. There's no ballistics, so as long as they run away, things are good. We're gonna see my best boy. It's Polyphemus. This time, he actually gets to play a role, right? It's not gonna get just kited and die, right? I'm always so worried about that.
See. Differential in villages will start to come through. We see the Chimera in the main base, though, here, Naka. As all those villages getting cleaned up. Recon not paying attention.
Wow.
He's too focused on the chariot archer here. And he's still, I don't think he's, maybe he has paid attention now.
Well, he's running them away at least, but there's a lion as well to help out. Next fire stream's nearly ready to go. Priests are here.
We see some priests coming over to come and defend, but the damage is already done. Recon, he was in a great spot here. He's now going up through Thoth, so he will have some sort of power moving forward as this Chimera sneaking around. It knows there's a gold mine over here. It is running up onto that spot. He's going to get even more value here. The Super Chimera, the Hero Chimera in this game.
There's nothing here to spot it either, so it's just going to surprise Recon so badly. Ouch.
Damage. It's a barbecue, but it's a villager barbecue. Chariot Archer's still trying to push forward, and Mister is just holding here beautifully. He's now going up to a second town center again. He's feeling like he's dealt enough damage.
It's crazy.
The villagers will be able to retreat through a wall.
It's crazy to me that he's got the villager advantage after all this.
Well, he has citadels and he's on 2 town centers. So in a way, imagine if he didn't take all this damage. That's where he'd be. The priests do manage to catch the Chimera, but only a little bit of damage will be done here.
Chimera does run away successfully. That extra Poseidon speed coming in, super clutch for these guys. So raiding Chimeras for Poseidon, yep, that's where it's at. And then, you know, Recon going up top now. The meteor should be quite devastating on this frontal base, but also if you hit all the houses and whatnot, then you'll be generating a ton of militia, so you probably don't want that actually. Maybe hit the TC instead with the bills.
It might be best to just use it straight onto the Peltast here at the front.
Oh, where's that going? The buildings.
Oh,
he wants to help the Mister. Oh wait, the Peltast are getting blasted in the meantime, even as much as the buildings, but you know, this didn't actually do that much damage or create that many militia. We're having a day where Meteor just doesn't do all that much.
I mean, that's good though. If it killed the Mister here, the game would just be over. So we get to keep seeing these guys go at it. No heroic, no Mythic Age God powers remaining. Chariot Archer is going to be kiting up a storm. We see some Hippias charging in onto this position now, ready to start raiding Recon. The game is still very, very close at the moment.
Well, Polyphemus died without doing anything, but we've got Super Hippias Boyd. They have all the special upgrades, only really missing the armory stuff and Champion Cav. They're going to be a pain to deal with.
Where you
being taught.
really need to have those spears out or some camels. We are seeing camels starting to come in. The villagers are going to be trying to fight this off, but the Hippias are like basically healing themselves back up at this point. And Recon just loses nearly every single one of his villagers on that position.
Oh man, 76 to 53 villagers in favor of the Mista. That is insanity. And Recon behind this has never been able to catch back his back talent center for whatever reason, the main one. I'm not sure he's in a fantastic spot right now.
The resources. He's got full population. That's what he's got. So he needs to push this.
Oh wait,
he's going to be able to get potentially. He's potentially going to be able to get 4 to 2 town center advantage from having full population while Mister's got nothing. But Mister's got the economy, and he just has to delay and get his units out. But these chariot archers, well, while having a population advantage, there's nothing that beats these at this point. They can just sit here and just snipe villages, and Recon needs to kind of know this. He needs to put pressure on someone. He's got shifting set. No, he doesn't. He doesn't have shifting sands. I'm silly. He's playing set, but didn't go through Star, so no shifting sands. He can't push onto these back gold mines, but he does have a Phoenix going after them on the back. There is a Polito over here as well.
The Phoenix does get aggroed by her. And the Mister gives up. He just knows he can't outplay the Bone Bow chariots, I guess. With several houses being destroyable as well by that annoying catapult with Recon reclaiming his town centers. Mister doesn't see what we see, that in fact villager-wise he's okay. But I guess he just doesn't think he can kill all the chariots.
Yeah, killing off all these chariots. I mean, he's got the Hippias, which would be the answer, like those Thracian horse Hippias. If he can get those out in big enough number, yes, he can kill off the chariot archers. But Recon is, if he gets the forward town center and then he gets the back town center, the population is just going to be too much that at no point will Mister be able to get those numbers, which then just means, well, the villagers will come back up to 100, and there's not going to be much that he can do here, I guess, at this point. But, you know, nonetheless here, Naka, we've got ourselves a series. It's 2-2. I think this means we have to go to another draft here as we're moving into game number 5.
Yes, for sure. We might go to game 7 as the prophecy has foretold.
All right, well, let's check it out and see what they're going to be drafting.
Upgrade to best of 9. One day Boyd will need to sleep.
I mean,
but it is not today. So, what's happening right now is the next draft is actually in a best of 3 format, surprisingly. You'd think it's something else, but no, that adds up, numerically speaking. They'll have a little bit fewer choices available. They can't reuse gods they've already used, right?
I believe they can, yes.
They can, right. Sorry about that one.
But they can't reuse the maps. They don't rehost the maps.
Yes. Yes, we're still looking at the same map pool, but the best of 3 picks are now coming in.
Which would mean that the Mister is going to be able to pick the next map. And if we move up here and see if we can take a quick look at this map draft situation.
Yeah, guys, don't forget in the draft format, if you pick a god, you take it away from the other guy. That's why they can't do it all at once.
Exactly. So this means the Mister here, he's got the choice of Giza and Blue Lagoon left. Recon, on the other hand, he's got the choice of Ghost Lake. So that's it. We got Giza, Blue Lagoon, Ghost Lake remaining in this draft. All land maps, and a lot of excitement here to finish this one off. As it's a best of 3. We're in the grand finals, and it's a best of 3 remaining.
Well, they're about to get ready for it. They've joined. The bans are starting. We've got Recon choosing to ban Ra, and then it's the Mista's turn. It's funny because he's done well with Ra. Mr. bans Isis.
Recon grabs that setup. Okay.
Huh.
And then Mister, I imagine he's going to try and grab up Loki here. I mean, Zeus as well is an option, but there's not really. I mean, you have that Ghost Lake. Maybe he wants to grab Thor as well. There's a Hades.
Interesting.
It's amazing. Like Hades is a god that and there's the Loki. No surprises.
Recon has a double pick coming up. That's a Gaia right there.
Okay, you gotta do some sort of guesswork right now. What's Mister gonna pick right now? Before he puts it, quick.
There's Zeus,
Say God,
right?
quick.
Pick Zeus.
Okay, Zeus. All right, is he right? All right.
Ah,
That's
4.
Thor.
Damn. He picked Zeus. I was half right. Yes.
All right, yeah, that's close enough.
What's left for Recon between Odin, Oranos, Poseidon, Freyr? I'm gonna vote for Oranos. What about you?
Yeah, we'll go with Uranus. No, Kronos. They sort of got Kronos. Uranus. Wait.
Yeah, Kronos is already done. It's just one left.
Yeah. Uranus, yeah.
Cool.
That.
It's Poseidon.
Oh.
Poseidon hasn't been doing so hot in this tournament, has he?
No. Well, not well. Mister has picked him 3 times today and is 0% win rate. 1 Poseidon today, unfortunately.
Yeah, what do you think that's all about? That's so weird. The other Greeks are doing okay.
I guess non-access to Athena seems to be the biggest difference.
So Hermes and Ares need some love, maybe?
Could be. I'm not here to tell anyone how to do anything.
Chat is. They've got this.
Why buff when you can just nerf? That's the big question. Why, so you're a game designer of some sort, right,
Yeah.
Nako? What is the advantage in terms of buffing things, or what is the advantage of nerfing things when trying to create a fun game, both in terms of gameplay and in terms of competitiveness?
So, okay, let's say you've got some things that nobody uses. Buffing is cathartic as a player experience, right? Like you finally get this toy that you've been craving but just wouldn't work when you actually tried it. So I think it's just a really positive experience for the players to have something that they like buffed, and then they go and explore all the new avenues that the buff brings into the game. Whereas if you nerf, it's like, oh, you're taking away my toy. This was my favorite thing to use/abuse, and that has a lot of negative connotations. But at the same time, sometimes you have to do it for the health of the game, like when somebody keeps making, I don't know, 7 widgets every game forever in every matchup. That probably is one of the things that you wouldn't want to see, because at some point it takes away your other strategic options in a game where you have mutual exclusive choices for the minor gods. Yeah,
Totally.
that's about my summary.
That's a good summary. Well, we've now got ourselves a map. We've got ourselves a matchup. Set versus Hades on Blue Lagoon. I hate to say it, but I've seen this one before today.
We'll probably see it a bunch more times.
But this time it's Recon. Oh, I've got them the wrong way around. Hang on. Let me fix that up. Got them the wrong way around. It's Hades versus Zeus. Okay. So, Mr. on Hades, Recon on Zeus. Sorry, Set. It's close. Set, Zeus, Set. Now, we just saw Recon playing Set. He had a great game just now against Poseidon, but it's a completely different beast with Hades. And I'm interested in which angle is going to go. Like, we've seen a whole bunch of the Wadget stuff. The first sort of Anubis angle there worked out really well for Recon. Maybe he's going to go for it again.
Last time we cast this, I think it was between Chemo and Mr. Right on
Yeah.
Marsh, and it turned into a bit of a boom war. I think it could happen on Blue Lagoon because it's relatively defensive with all the obstacles that the map can give you. But does it have to be? Maybe not. Maybe not. The snacks are a little bit difficult for Hades to deal with as well. And a good shifting stance can be worth its weight in gold, especially once you go after that second gold mine. But we know how Mista is. He likes to go for his 2TC heroic. He's not gonna really be leaving his base that soon. Plus Hades does have access to Vaults of Erebus to boost the gold income a little bit without gold.
Oh, I totally missed that the players had actually already put the lobby in. Are they already? Are they? What? Can we work? Right. Okay, hold on.
Oh, when Mr. said BL, it meant Blue Lagoon, not bad luck. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see if I can find the lobby. I don't know if they popped it in here or not.
I don't see it.
That's okay. They aren't started, I don't think.
There's all of a sudden a lot of games, so it could be anywhere.
No, they're in lobby actually.
Oh, good.
I think. I see Mr. is in lobby in my friends.
How many games will they play? At least 2 more. Somebody's gonna get 4 wins. It could be 3 more games. But that's the maximum. Unless we have some kind of weird disconnect and they have to restart.
Okay.
Hey, Boyd.
I found a lobby.
Have they started?
Happening? No.
Can I go and get some water because I'm out?
Yeah, you go for it.
Yeah?
You're gonna have 3 minutes.
Nice.
At the very least.
I'll hurry up.
All right, guys. Well, now Nakamura is gone. We can start saying funny things about him. Oh, wait, are you still here? Yeah, the whole like drafting thing, you know, it's been somewhat of an experiment. I don't think it's been something that's failed. I think it's produced a lot of really high quality games in there's definitely room to experiment with this format and change it around. Oh. So, I mean, if you've got any comments about it and you want to provide any feedback, I'm sure that tournament administrators are going to be very welcome. Will very much welcome that feedback, as they want to put on tournaments with incredibly high level games so that everyone can have a fantastic time. Yeah, this is for all the marbles. This one, this game here, we're moving in onto Blue Lagoon. No, this is the 5th game, so they still have 2 more wins they need to be crowned champion here. So not for all the marbles here, but you know, there's a sizable difference between 1st and 2nd. But we are getting close to jumping into game number 5 here. These guys have played many games today, had a lot of exceptional gameplay to throw at us. We'll see what Mister can pull here against the set. He's taken out many sets with Hades today. This is Recon, and he's a different beast. And I'll tell you one thing. Recon's not scared at all to take on the Mister. He has been throwing the kitchen sink at him and having a lot of success, as we welcome Nakamura back and tell him he's got 30 seconds before the game begins.
I'm hurrying.
But we are going in on Blue Lagoon.
Problem is I don't even see the map. The host.
The thing is in the Discord. The lobby.
Thank you. Nice, that
Well,
worked.
we're going to be jumping. Okay, fantastic. We're going to be jumping in now. Let's hit that blue lagoon button and get going. And we are back with game number 5. The players have just redrafted. Therefore, we will be seeing some of the same gods again to finish up this series here in the bottom of the map, playing in the blue color as Hades. His name is the Mister.
His opponent managing to equalize a series. This is probably the closest he's been to defeating the Mista ever. It's Recon playing a set.
Yes, indeed. Ever in tournament with a big asterisk. Who knows how many times Recon's managed to take series off Mister in their practice sessions. These guys know each other's game like the back of their hand at this point. So there's no... I don't know if... I would love to ask Recon how many actual curveballs he threw at the Mister in this series. But so far, he's been playing out of his mind. And Mister is just doing the Mister thus far.
Or maybe, boy, you get to ask him in the interview. You never know.
Maybe. Maybe. Well, what are we seeing here, Naka? We're on the map Blue Lagoon. Is there anything here that's looking a little bit dicey for either of the player?
Not dicey, I think. Maybe the food for Recon's a little bit sparse, but he's set. He's fine. Set means he can bring home the animals that are further out and unsafe, like that elephant. And he can eat the elephant at home. He can grab a second TC. There's a relatively close by gold mine to that. This seems to be a really good setup to me, boys. As for the Mista, he's got a similar situation, and in fact, if he gets a second TC close by, that secures a back gold mine. That's a dream situation. There's an elephant behind that. Oh my god, this is so good.
Yeah, this is very, very nice for the Mister. He's going to be getting exactly what he wants. Effectively here, the Mister has been really enjoying his semi-fast mythics off of 2 town centers. And with a map like this, berries, gold, wood, elephant, this is exactly what he needs. But does Recon notice this at all in the early stage of the game? I mean, he's going to see his own elephant behind his base. Does give an inkling that it could be the same for his, or it will be the same for his opponent. He does see on the map some town centers. The town center could be, actually probably will be on the other side. So maybe, just maybe, he could make some sort of a guess that this is the problem, that, or a problem that Mister can throw at him. So maybe a quick advance time, and maybe in for some Wadget shifting sand shenanigans. But Mister's already in the classical age. No fast Bolts of Erebus here for the Mister.
Yeah, ain't nobody got time for that. Wait, he's making a hero. He really wants to make sure that that town center, I guess, stays safe. Huh. That will be a big delay. Hestia's Harp is picked up as well, which will allow him to train villagers a little bit faster. Doesn't shave off a second, but it's something.
Yeah. I mean, the question, like, we got a question, chat. Why a fast advance here from the Mister? Well, effectively, he wants to put the pressure on. If you advance late, then you're giving your opponent full control of the map. Mister, he loves the pressure. Put pressure onto your opponent and then make them make a mistake and then capitalize on it and build on that mistake. He is a player who, once he gets you into his grasp, he never lets go. And we see Anubis yet again here for Recon. Anubis is back on the table, guys. The Wadjet meta is over. The Anubis meta has reborn.
There's
Or
a
is this just
second
the
Anubite
play
as
style?
well, just like in the last time. Wait, there's a third one coming. They train so fast.
Yeah, you got to get them out. They're cheap and they're real strong. He's going to be moving forward, but the heroes are going to sit here waiting, watching, and this basically means that Recon, he's going to see this. He sees the heroes over there, but he can just go elsewhere on the map, like hit the gold mine, hit the wood line. He's going to be charging forward here.
No, he can get his
Unlike
own
on the
TC.
last game, unlike on the last game, this Anubite, as we see the Plague of Serpents getting dropped down here, is going to attempt to get some value with this.
Those snakes are gonna attack the villagers, right? Or are they just gonna sit there? Oh man, that's so
They're a little
unlucky.
bit far away.
They don't do that
They don't
much
really do
damage
anything to the
anyhow, but
villages.
to do any
They-
damage
they,
at all.
They don't do anything. No, that was like one. They do 1 damage maybe an attack, maybe less. But now Recon going after the oh, his Anubite is stuck.
I think Void is 0.5. And then it gets resisted, so
Yeah. It's not much. It's not much at all. Oh,
Ajax almost died. But now they are in the wood line.
yeah, he's getting some damage done, or idle time, I should say, in this main base. And now Mister says it's time. He's got his second town center. It's time to get himself that Vaults of Erebus technology. He's got his base set up, and he's going to be in a good spot here. Recon, on the other hand, his own second town center through. Obelisks now starting to come through into the center of the map. Minotaur. Anubite gonna just jump out of here and upwards to the top here. We will be seeing Anubite getting sniped down. There he goes. He's out of there.
Oof.
And these raids here, they've been getting some good value done, but in the end, it does end up getting shut down. But this also means that Recon, behind all of this, has just gotten basically whatever he wants.
He got some idle villager time. It's something. And, you know, he's getting to wall up his second TC. He's playing with these outer gold mines. Don't tell me he's getting a third town center. Oh, boy.
He's getting a third town center here, Nako.
Thanks for sharing. Well, what's better than 2 town centers, I guess? Let's see if the Mister has the same thinking. I think he typically likes to go heroic, though.
This is something that I think Chemo did versus Grass and Groom, actually, in the fourth place match. Where he went for a really quick third town center, and he was able to build on that advantage and then just become unstoppable. Now, it was a completely different map, and even, I think, a different matchup as well, maybe. But
True.
makes a lot of sense here, especially with those Anubites just controlling all the map.
Oh, wait. The Mister is even getting, like, Watchtower. It's not that expensive in Retold, but it's, like, part of the way to a next town center. Something to think about.
Watchtowers here for the Mister are just saying, all right, if you want to walk close to me, you're going to take some damage. But Recon's sitting out the back saying, I don't mind taking damage. I got priests. But he jumps in. He has to pull back. Again, moving up onto the left side of the map. There is one little cheeky Ajax over here.
Very peaceful indeed, but not for much longer as Aphrodite is coming in. Curse will be available to perhaps turn his Danubites into piggies. But Recon is having other thoughts. He's getting Sekhmet right now. There's a lot of barracks for someone that's gone Anubis, right? So perhaps maybe we'll see Spearmen and Slingers or something like that.
Well, it's just still seeing these villagers getting pushed around. Mister very quick to react to all of this. He hasn't really lost anything, but he is losing gather time every time these start to come through. On the back here, we have Mr. grabbing that back food, back elephant, and all the good stuff over there as well. Yeah, so the way the curse works is it's based off of resources. It can hit myth units, it can hit human units, it can't hit heroes. So an Anubite is effectively worth 250 resources, and a curse does 800 resources worth of damage. So yes, he can kill off some of these bad boys. Just take a look at the map for a second here from Recon's perspective. He's got so much vision. He's got red dots everywhere at the moment.
I love that he's making all
very
these
nicely.
obelisks. That's great.
Yeah, and you see an immediate fortress here for the Mister. Does the Mister know about a third town center? He doesn't even know about the second town center.
Oh boy.
He's sitting in his base doing next to nothing here.
Yeah, he
He's
just
just
hasn't
holding.
been able to go out because of the Anubites always being a constant threat. So the heroes have to stay home. And it is what it is, right? Like, maybe you can pick some off now?
Oh, he
There
does
it
snipe
is.
one Anubite now. A couple of those barracks units are going to be coming through, and there's that curse. Mister wants to get a little bit of pressure on. He will be seeing the town center on the front here.
See if you can steal the pigs. That's almost all of them. Good enough. It's a really good curse, boy. Also, Segment will be finishing up, and Recon's
It's
pump
giving him
can truly
something,
begin.
but yeah, I think that right now, Mister. I mean, he's already got this. He's already going Mythic Age. His Precure and Artemis is coming through. Serpent Spear on the way. Segment on the way. But Recon looks like he's going into nearly pure barracks units. He can go for the Slings of the Sun slingers, but he doesn't have that Electron Bullets tech to boost them into all oblivion. So they're not going to be that strong. It might be better to just drop those Migdals and go for Chariot Archers.
Yeah, you would have the Bone Bow upgrade for them. We've seen how well he can play with that before. So maybe that's what he should be doing. Oh, but Chiron actually is Centaur raiding here. Finding some villagers that are gathering pumpkins of all things. Didn't expect that. I guess the kitchen knives.
This thing actually does hit very, very hard here. He's getting a lot of villager kills. Finally realized it's time to retreat away. There is a Nemean Lion in hot pursuit here. We'll get a bit of a stun to chase these down. Spearmen are through. I'm going to be able to take the Chiron out. And all the villagers will go down to the Nemean Lion, though, as I think this is a completely fine trade here for the Mister.
Absolutely, that was worth it. He's now getting his Pegasus.
I mean,
Pretty much ready to go for the Artemis business. Defending against the Scarab will be no problem. The Fortress and the TC have plenty of firepower against the other units. Just needs to get a good Earthquake. Definitely can't get the Citadel and the Barracks. There's just too much stuff there. But maybe the back TC. Maybe the main TC. One of those. Well, Recon's had enough. He's making elephants. He wants to siege this down. No mythic in sight because of this. He's spending all the food after all.
yeah, but this is a big push now going to be coming in, and I don't know how many units really at the moment the Mister's got. Recon's got full population here. I don't know where the rest of his army is. You see a Pegasus coming through. It's not going to get sniped down in time as the Earthquake does manage to come through. But yet again, this is basically just a town center kill and a handful of houses.
A Zom?
Meanwhile, Restoration coming in. The Zom coming through.
That's
the
Zom
units
too.
are very plentiful here. Can Mister hold? I don't know if Mister can hold this push.
Maybe with the Zoms. Doesn't look
Maybe the Zoms
impossible.
can
He could make also Perseus to get rid of the Scarab and individual elephants every now and then. It's looking good, boy. It's looking good.
It is. This town center is going to be falling very quickly. But the problem here for Recon is he needs his houses back up. Losing that town center has really stunted this push. Hoplites coming through to try and deal with the elephants. Villagers repairing it back up. Will it be enough? The Scarab is still going to town. Town center is down here, Naka.
Oh boy. That was close. If Perseus had just been out a few seconds sooner, that would have been a very different situation, but alas, this is where we are. Mr. has to rebuild. Recon could take a 4th TC if he so desired, and he does. He also is rebuilding back home. A bunch of houses and whatever to remake, but no big deal. 4 TCs, 100 villagers. He can do this all day.
Yeah, I mean, he's got so much production. The only thing he's really missing is upgrades, and they're slowly starting to come through. But the Mister, he's still in front on score, Naka. He's still got quite a bit of army here that is going to get very, very strong very, very quick. He's getting himself that Shafts of Plague tech. He's even getting plow in for his farms. Lots of villagers on favor here to produce. The problem is he's only got 2,700 gold left, and Recon, he sees literally everything on the map.
Certainly can surprise the man. Do you think it's maybe time for Gastrophiles? With all these slingers, is that too risky?
I don't know if he can get them out though. Like he needs like 3 or 4 fortresses. He doesn't even have one.
Yeah.
He doesn't even have one fortress. How is he gonna get them?
Losing that original one was a pain, and then not having a good gold mine to go to next is gonna be a problem. This one is about to expire. Recons on all the other ones. He's just boxed in. I can't find a thing that he could do.
I mean, the best hope here is get to another restoration, push out to another gold mine.
That could do it, but I think we're in the spot where Recon is saving up for the 2nd Citadel. He's gonna have 45 town centers soon enough as well. And he's clicked up Horus.
And Horus is on the way.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Horus on the way, and that means Tornado to clean up a whole bunch of these units as well, which Mr. doesn't have the gold to replace here. Mr. is also losing units on the retreat path here. He's in a very, very difficult position.
That's to say the least, and if Recon does win this, he just 1 game away from winning Wrath of the Gods. Which is actually a good thing, despite what it sounds like. Hey, this is a good fight for the
army
Mister.
actually going down, yeah. This is the type of fight he absolutely needs. Half the units moving up to the top side as you do see some hoplites trying to take down a Midgard, but maybe a little bit of an overreaction. Peltas moving up to the top side of the map. Mister is trying to make something happen at the moment.
Well, Recon cleans up 2 of the 3 armies, but the main one is really the one that's a little bit tougher. I don't think it's going to be a huge issue trying to clean this up, especially with Horus hitting. The Tornado could just swoop up every single unit here. Especially once Recon groups up his entire army again. And now's the time for that gold mine swap. Just 600 gold left in the Mister's last gold mine. There's certainly no room for trade attempts to make it work the hard way.
Yeah, well, I mean, Mister here, he's trying to break through on the left side. He's got units coming in, but Tornado can just get dropped down here very, very shortly. Mister's spreading his army out yet again to try and limit the damage, but he's got no gold in the bank. He's got no units in the bank. He's got a very, very strong Spearman army going to be coming through very shortly with greatest of the 50 already queued up and champion Spearman here.
Yeah.
Tornado getting dropped down straight onto that army as it all just gets demolished. No town center going to go down, but now Mister is down to 140 population. On the top here, we see a little bit of an attack on the Midgard, but Recon's already got himself boiling oil. That's not going to be doing anything.
My game has frozen up, so I'm watching your stream now, Boyd. Just letting you know. You take
advantage me for once. This has never happened before. We're also going to be seeing that Spear of Horus tech coming through as well. Villagers going to be diving into the town center. Mister's got very, very little remaining in this one as the Spearmen are just such a big problem to deal with.
All those upgrades working together. So good. Even Axe
Now, a
of
couple of
Vengeance
camel
coming.
riders.
Wow.
Somehow missed his hold, and he's not holding here, but he's still alive, and that's going to be him saying, "I've had enough in this game. No gold left. No real chance." I mean, the only thing he could really do is mass out a whole bunch of Chimera at this point with the food. Like, they cost food, right? Yes. Yes, they cost 350 food. So he could mass out those to build up some population, but Recon, too strong, too much gold control, too much power, and all of a sudden, Recon is one game away from not only winning Wrath of the Gods here, but also dethroning the Mister. Solid game here from Recon. Well played.
That is
Let's move on
such
to
a
the
big
next one.
deal, and Ree just needs one more. He's got a good draft as well behind this. I'm sure it's not entirely impossible that the Mista just goes down in the next game again. Just needs a good matchup on a good map. It's Mista's map pick though, so Recon doesn't get to decide everything.
No, but we'll have to wait and see. Let's see what they're going to pick. All right. So, well, I mean, Mr. doesn't really have a pick because this is his last map. So it's Giza.
Yeah, that's true. It's still his map though. He picked it.
That's true. And Mr. He is going to go with Loki, and it's going in onto Poseidon here. Loki versus Poseidon on Giza. Is this the matchup he needs, Naka?
It can certainly work out. So the thing is, when the Mista plays as Loki, he gets so much work done with so little. Basically, his idea is, let's do a little bit of build up. Let's not commit to any big fights early on against the Greek player. And when we have flaming weapons, that's when we hit them super hard. Sure, they might ceasefire us, but we'll be overwhelming them with numbers in the heroic age, especially using myth units. Pretty difficult stuff.
Yeah, there's so many. It's so much difficulty here for the Poseidon player. Even if it's not the Mister, you're just playing against Loki. He's got the myth unit spawns. He's got the super Herdman as well with that bonus damage.
Yeah.
He's got trolls to worry about. He's got flaming weapons. Even though you got ceasefire, that only blocks half of it. So there's just a lot of difficulties here. The big thing that you do have is that your Hippias are really quick.
That is true. So you can get some counter harassment, but that's where kind of the herdmen come in. If there's a handful, just a handful sitting around where you've got your hunters or whatever is exposed, right? Then you should be in an okay spot. But that second goldmine fight, man, it's so hard. Poseidon has to basically go bronze and hopefully fight fire with fire, or fire with bronze rather.
True. Bronze does technically beat flaming weapons in terms of like raw stats that you get, but flaming weapons is global.
Yeah.
So you can basically just go, oh, you got bronze. Oh, let me just spend my units all over the map. And then all of a sudden, I'm going to win 2 fights. Maybe I have to retreat from 1.
And what about the economy? Loki is kind of advantaged being able to make dwarfs there. So the faster advance usually does belong to the Loki player. That can be quite tough for Greek to deal with.
Do we have a lobby yet, or are we...
Me no see lobby.
Me no see lobby.
I'm sure at some point the players will post it. They've been pretty good at that.
I know it's a lot of games for these guys to play through. It's been a really big day. It's been a big few weeks here. But, you know, they're soldiering through.
Yeah, well, after this, they're gonna definitely get their nice, well-deserved winter break. And there's a bit of a gap until the next big esports event. We're gonna have a few smaller ones in the middle, but yep, there's a big break coming. So probably feels a little bit overwhelmed with all these events. Then yes, you get to rest as well. It's been super fun though, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, so many good matchups, so many good games. There's been some great stories as well. Definitely been seeing Kavoth coming into his own element. Magic also playing at a really, really high level. Chemo also managing to show up in this tournament, and he played amazingly, coming third here. Grass with that fourth still can't quite crack that top two, but he's been floating in that fourth position for quite a while.
But that's still really impressive, especially how
Yeah.
new he is to competitive RTSs, right? It takes some time to learn it. A little bit of maturing doesn't hurt in the middle. Sure, these young ones are quick with learning, with everything, but AOM is a really complex game, and there's just a lot of scenarios to run through until you get everything right.
The gambles, you're spending all your gambles. Oh no, I'm just poor Adapesu. We also saw Adapesu. He took out Superafim in one of the tournaments, so even some kind of out of the top 16 players have been showing up. We've got some real cool new talent on the horizon. The longer they play, the better they're going to be able to get. Nulra as well, coming for, I think, the first tournament he's had some serious success in as well. So there's definitely some shenanigans. They just started playing. Okay.
We need more new
go.
blood in this, by the way. So if you're up and coming, keep at it. We're waiting for you. One more minute until our match here can begin.
All right, let's oopsies, I did not hit update on my timer. Too late now. Go away. Well, there's it's one win away here. If Recon can figure this matchup out against Mr. I mean, it's a insane task to try and make a win here for Recon against Loki, but if he can figure out how to beat this Loki here with Poseidon in this one, he will be the crowned champion of this. We're going to be figuring it out very, very shortly. We're going to see which way Recon's going to go. He's already thrown that curveball of Ares at Loki once. Will he go for it again? Let's find out. Going in onto the map, Giza, for game number 6. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, in the top of the map in the blue color, playing as Loki. His name is the Mister.
Give me Ares or give me death. This man in the red can help me out, I think, with that. This is Recon playing as Poseidon.
And it's the map Giza at the moment. It's now going to be, well, it's match point. One more win for Recon. That's all he needs. It's in his grasp. All he has to do is take it. Just take it. But it just so happens that the boogeyman himself, the devil reincarnated, is there to stop him in this match?
Well, what do we say
And
to
it's not
death?
any regular devil, is it, Naka? It is the Mister with Loki. This is going to be very, very spicy as we see him drop that spy down on the Katoska boss, getting a lot of extra little bit of scouting information on the map.
That's right. This is not an easy matchup to begin with, but to do it against the Mista, ooh, man. Recon has experimented earlier with Ares as well as the early Hippospist, but didn't go so well. Let's see if this time around he's got another idea. We're about to find out as he's slapping down an early temple for a fast advance time. Of course, Poseidon can do this. You don't need to make a granary quick advance. Your lure is your granary. Maybe he'll do some hero
Yes,
harassment.
indeed.
Maybe he's gonna go Hippospist again. I mean, we're gonna see.
Naka, just take a quick look at this relic that's right behind Recon's base.
Okay. Some quick
If
cav
you thought
boys.
5.9 speed cavalry was fast, and then you thought the upgrade with Spirited Charge to 6.5 speed was fast, then what happens when you see 7 speed Hippias running around the map?
Oh, and we also have Hermes' winged sandals, so Atalanta can follow them around.
Also, maybe the Herser can follow them around as well. That could be a different way to go.
Oh, but for the Mista, Tier Thing, Agantir Sword.
Oh, yes.
Lifesteal?
I mean, you just have to get those heroes out as fast as you can and start grabbing them, don't you?
Recon has seen it. He needs to go and grab it.
He's taking a late advance here to the classical age.
With
Now
Hermes.
advancing, Mister has already got himself the Herser out, and it's going to be moving very quickly forward to grab this relic.
Ooh, the speed one first and then the regen next. I'm assuming he's seen it. Wait, let me check that. He does know about it. Oh. The next Hershey.
Recon, on the other hand, doesn't. So in terms of, I mean, Recon kind of did this to himself in a way. He saw the relic. He could have got the hero. Maybe he didn't see the relic. I don't know. He could have got the hero out much faster. He could have grabbed that one, but
too late.
not going to be happening here. And he still hasn't seen his dwarven horseshoes. The gods have really come down and said, "Hey, Poseidon, I got something for you." And then, well, obviously Loki goes, "I got 2 little somethings for you."
Don't tell me he's gonna pick the bridle of Pegasus. I'm gonna lose my mind. I've got an upgrade for that.
I mean, it's worth resources. Why get the upgrade when you can just get the relic? Wait, where is this Theseus going?
No,
Where's Recon?
Recon.
Nope,
That's
he's
the
found
wrong
it.
relic. No.
Just go back home and then drop it off and then pick the other one up. It's fine.
This is a disaster, boy. I think we might have ourselves a setup for the Game 7. There's the prophecy.
Nope. Atalanta's got it. It's fine. Atalanta's got it. It's all good.
At least we got the Cav relic. That's right. I did tell you guys the script says Game 7. Never doubt me again.
And Mister is trying to send that Herser around to steal the relic, but he is too little, too late.
So much pain.
Speedy Herser versus Speedy Hippias. Out these two go 6.5 and then Spirited Charge. Oh,
Just these poor
what would you
hippies
rather?
are. They're not gonna win. They don't have any armor, and then the Hersier are life stealing now.
It's not about winning. It's about sending a message.
That's what Yodesla's notifications say.
And look at this. Now he can start catching out on these Herser out of nowhere. And oh, look at this micro from Recon. He's doing everything he can to try and not have the units bump into each other. He's going to be close to being able to take it out, but a couple of these Herser now pushing in onto this spot, and Recon might need to retreat away from him. He's going to be hanging out. No, Mister says, all right, I don't want to take the fight either. Let me pull all the way back home. He saves his Herser, but some damage has surely been done here.
Trouble is, the damage on Recon is permanent, whereas Hersier are healing up by the healing spring. Having a good time over there.
Well, it's kind of permanent. Lord of Horses is in.
Wait, a second town sentence. What? Recon? How are you going to secure your second gold mine?
Who needs gold when you have Hippias?
We
Just run
send
the
the
Hippias
message.
around. That's right. Just run them in. Just get villager kills.
They're 6.5 speed. And this is before Spirited Charge.
Yeah. But the Hearts are a 5.6 speed, so everyone's zooming. And if this isn't anything to say about a game, like, why not just give everyone an extra 2 speed in the game? We can all zoom.
Yeah.
If everyone zooms, no one's zooming. Am I right?
Maybe the game will be just better like that. I don't know.
Could be.
It's worth trying.
Where's my modders? Make it happen.
He says already going for the armory. He knows he doesn't want to engage us in the classical age. After all, advancing to heroic is a free upgrade for your Hersier, like as if it was a line upgrade. Why not just go and grab it? That's right.
But Recon here, I mean, he still can just run around and find villager kills. He's just got to figure out now those the Hippias do actually get somewhat line of sight with that Lord of Horses tech, as well as getting that regen in. But you can just walk into or ride into Mister's base and just try and get some villager kills. The berries here at the back, the pumpkins, that's an open spot there, but he has to find it.
He might just now. But you know, meanwhile, Mister went out and killed a bunch of animals, gathered the favor from them, and got an Harrier spawn. So that's pretty insane. Actually, Harrier is now in the base of Recons. Blowing a horn.
Hello there. What is he doing here?
He's announcing himself.
What are you doing? Why are you here? It's actually a really, really big unit to just have.
Why did he
Not
send him
really
in?
running around with you. Oh, wait, he's going to get a villager kill. No, he's not. Oh, yes, he is.
Yes, he is.
He got a villager kill. How do you get a villager kill there?
I have
How does
no
that
idea.
happen?
Just walk right
Anyways,
past
with
Atalanta.
Recon's already gone up through Dionysus. He's gone 2 town centers and he's going up through Dionysus. Mister, on the other hand, he doesn't know there's a town center up. So he doesn't know what to expect. He's just sitting in his base, just holding.
So
Darky coming through.
Bronze Hippospist might be actually able to deal with this nonsense. So,
I think they will.
do you think Recon has figured it out?
Yeah, you just got to get the speedy Hippias and just make Mr. terrified to leave his base.
His brain is so big. I love it. Chat's talking with the thyroid. you guys.
Yeah, straight to the thyroid. Just three fortresses in your main base to defend any sort of aggression, and then straight to the mythic age for thyroid.
That's it. That's the strat. You got
But,
it.
I mean, you still got to be scared of this. There's so many Hersa here just spamming.
Yep.
And then
There
it's
sure
gonna be,
are.
look at the favor. So there's one problem with this pacifist sort of situation, and that's that while the pacifists counter the Hersa are generating trolls in terms of favor, and the trolls will kill off those pacifists very, very fun.
Yeah, all these battle boars and then flaming weapons itself. It just keeps being this death loop of generating favor, man.
Yeah, and well, Mr. Still not 100% sure what Recon's doing. He doesn't know there's a second town center. He might think there is, but he doesn't know for certain here.
Just checking his view. I mean, he's known about the location because of good scouting, but hasn't actually seen what happened there. Got a lot of production up and adding in a little bit of Jarl, knowing that, yeah, he's indeed going to have to deal with the Hippospist. The Hershey are not that much slower than the Hippeus, but they certainly are being kept back because of this. Battle Boar number 3 is out, and I think somebody just summoned something. Oh, a troll.
Yeah, so many battle balls out. This is also another difficulty to deal with, but Recon is in the heroic age now, so at least he's got the third hero to help deal with all of this. The Hersa coming through for the Mister, as he will spot this town center is up, and I mean, how far behind does he think he is at this moment in terms of economy? Because stats-wise, it's 20 villages. But 26 Hersa are out. Those things are technically villages as well. So it's not as they're generating favor. So that's extra economy.
Nothing to scoff at.
Favor is a resource. Favor is economy.
Well,
is he getting 15 favor per minute? 150 resources per minute? That's a lot.
And they can make myth units themselves, so villagers in that way too.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We're seeing a fortress coming up onto this side. There will be access to ceasefire if need be. Mr. has a big timing here to make something happen. As the Hersa charging in, I think he just ceasefire this, but he's going to be dropping the bronze. Flaming weapons now coming through for the Mister. And there's the ceasefire.
Well, that's going to ceasefire his own bronze, unfortunately. So
yeah, that's going to be...
Ideally, you ceasefire first and then use bronze. Rather than this, Recon's not in the best of positions. This also is going to slow down his fortress from coming up. And then his bronze is not going to last throughout all of flaming weapons, which is absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, I mean, he can garrison into that fortress and then sort of run away. And then if he loses the fortress, he gets all the militia. As an idea.
There is an idea with that. That's true. Not a bad one.
But he just needs to delay here, basically.
Oh god, the militia are disappearing
right now. The militia are gone. There's villagers here to help out. This is the big fight. This is what Recon needs to hold here. The Politer is trying to do what she can. Atalanta is in to charge in onto those back trolls there. But the population looks like it's heavily favoring the Mister here. As all those thrown axemen cleaning up everything on the back. The Hersa charging forward. The battle ball's bucking around. And it's looking like Recon will not be able to hold here. He's going to lose all these villages as well. Trying to shank down, but it is too little too late. And the Mister claims a very, very satisfying game number 6 win. And we're going to a decider here, ladies and gentlemen.
There were a bunch of hippispists here, but looking at that total military resource value, they were going up a hill, maybe a mountain. Damn, that is a big, big differential there, and obviously they couldn't make it work. Not through flaming weapons and whatnot.
Yeah, geez, that's a lot of difference, to say the very least, at the end. But I think what you said was right. It should have been... Obviously, I think he uses bronze to force the flaming weapons, so then he can ceasefire. But I think just ceasefiring in general, while Mister was stuck at 175 pop, means he can't produce anymore. Recon wasn't there. Recon needed to get full pop bronze and try and hold. And he just was not even close to that military-wise. I mean, he does have 138 units at that point, but he needed to get up to beyond 50 there because his units are only costing 2 pop. And this was mostly costing 3 there. But nonetheless, a game number 7, a decided game. It all comes down to one game, Naka. Let's jump into it and see what's going to happen.
Ooh, very high stress scenario for both of the players. Obviously, the rewards are great no matter whether you're first or second, but hey, the first gets more. Who would have guessed? So, what is the map choice going to be? It's Recon's last remaining pick. It's Ghost Lake, ladies and gentlemen. And for our matchup, what we're going to see is unknown. They're picking. Well, it's Zeus and Thor versus Gaia and Kronos. We'll see which one it's actually going to be.
Well, I mean, it just depends on what... I kind of feel like it's obviously Mr. has been picking Thor on this map a lot, but Mr's also so comfortable with Zeus.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him just go with that Zeus and say, "This is what it is. Do your worst." But these are two Atlanteans. Maybe Norse is the answer for him. And
Oh,
in the
he's
end, you
doing
pick
it.
Zeus.
He's doing the
We
Zeus,
wouldn't.
and
We
Recon's
wouldn't
going in
have
with
it
the
any
pro.
other way, Naka, would we?
It's the decider match. The Mista going for his classic Zeus. Yeah, I love it. What more can you ask for? This is why people love to watch the Mista. He knows what the people wants, and he gives it to them.
Wow. I mean, wow. I'm surprised we didn't see Recon going in with Gaia here, though. Just on, he's so comfortable with that Gaia, so strong with it. Decides the Kronos instead. I got my gods flipped around the wrong way.
Question in the chat: is Mista good with Zeus? Is water wet? Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of his main. No worries.
If there was a main, this would be his main.
Yeah, this format really doesn't allow you to main something, right? With the draft, you have to play all the gods pretty much. It's okay to like have one set of gods be a bit weaker in your pool, but ideally not. You want to have access to everything.
Whoa.
So we'll be right back, and we've got our lobby URL at the very least.
We're getting close to 7 a.m. right now, Perth time.
Good morning, Boyd.
Good morning.
What are you gonna do when this is all over? Do you shift back with your sleep schedule?
Yeah, so I've got a lot of So I've got a plan. At the moment, I'm going to take a little bit of a break, have a little bit of a reset, try and maybe go to the beach, see some sun.
Nice.
You know,
touch some grass. Love it.
Touch some grass. Leave my house. You know, try and eat some food, be healthy, all the good stuff. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we're gonna stay flipped or what we're gonna do, but I like streaming in this time. It's nice. I'm not sure what the plan is. Definitely a short little holiday is on the agenda. How about you? What's your plans for Christmas? We're moving into this last game, and I'm just like, I'm absolutely fried.
I'm probably gonna check out the London Christmas market with the wife before we move up to the north, right? So gotta go to the big city while we can easily. I mean, we can do it later too. It as a direct train. It's like 2.5 hours to get there, so not a big deal.
Oh, that's nice.
But right now it's much closer. It's like an hour. So yeah, gotta use it while we can. Where are we moving to? North of England. So it's a town called Warrington. It's between Manchester and Liverpool. Nice. It's safe. It's cozy. It's cheap. What more can you want when you're working remotely?
Yeah. Oh, well. Okay, I guess we could touch on this matchup just a little bit while we're waiting for the Mister. He's obviously he's just played 1, 2, 3 sets today with probably all drugged up on the painkillers.
Oh yeah.
So he's definitely in some pain, I think. I can feel that.
He's already been earlier, so.
Yeah. But Zeus versus Kronos, what what do we have to worry about here? I'm not sure I've seen this matchup very much. If I probably played it myself a little bit, a handful.
Well,
But
I think you want the
what's
power
the deal?
spikes, right? For Zeus, it you go through the power spike path. So essentially, we're talking about Athena, we're talking about Dionysus and Hera. You get to hold back the tide that Kronos will be throwing at you, whether it's mass myth units, whether it's chaos spam or whatever. You have something to deal with all the things. And for Kronos, I think it's really just the use of mobility that you can
Yeah.
really put some pain on with. You got deconstruct, so in the heroic age, you get rid of the fortresses as they come up, and then you get a fast implode way before the Zeus can go to Hera. That's, I think, the idea here. And
Well,
certainly on Ghost Lake, you can put on a lot of pressure with second gold mines often being difficult to get. Although in our cast today, Boyd, we've seen a lot of double gold mine Ghost Lakes. It's never guaranteed.
Yeah, it really isn't. You can get two gold, like large gold mines as well, a player. So yeah, there's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, depending on everything's going to happen. We've now got this game cooking up for us, as we're going to be jumping in momentarily here, guys. It's been an insane tournament thus far. It's been some insane games. We've been having so many over the weeks. I don't even. I'm struggling for words right now, Naka. Zeus versus Kronos couldn't be more of a canonical matchup for the final game here. Father versus son, teacher versus apprentice. No, there's no teacher apprentice here. It's two friends duking it out
Recon
for eternal glory.
Recon
It gets etched in history.
Well, That's
true. I mean,
got
that's
that in
right.
common with Kronos. And now we'll see if he can beat Mista's daddy. Let's see.
We'll have to. That's where we're going with it. But oh my god. I mean, what else can be said that hasn't already been said about these two? Whoever wins this one, whoever loses this one, I mean, they're still absolute legends for sure. As we're about to jump in to the final game, Wrath of the Gods, main event, grand finals, the Mister versus Recon. Off we go. And you heard it here. It was said on this day, there would be a best of 7. And it would be between two of the greatest Age of Mythology players currently playing in the top. It's one of them. He is playing in the blue color, and his name is the Mister. He's also a Zeus.
On the other side, he's certainly the other player. He's certainly a top player. He's also red. This is Recon playing as Kronos.
And yes, we've already seen a bolt coming down from the heavens to strike Recon's Oracle.
I bet
the damage has
see
already
that
been
coming.
dealt. Maybe he did. Maybe that's the thing. Well, Naka, you're alluding to it earlier. This is a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake. And it's a 2 large gold mine Ghost Lake. what does this actually mean? What is this? This is
It means
crazy.
pain, boy. Somebody is gonna get hurt here, and we're gonna watch and enjoy their pain, as it's gonna be so difficult to get a second gold mine secured. It's over there in Narnia, man. So far out from the mains, and they'll have to
Just
go
go through the
there.
closet.
What's that?
Just go through the closet.
Oh, that's the
You know,
trick.
to get to Narnia?
Well, Uranus can do something like that, but we have Kronos here. That's trouble.
Yeah, it's a bit of a wonder. It's a bit of a wait. I
Wonder?
thought for a second there.
We're going there too? I'd love that.
Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised.
Hey, that would be one way to end the tournament. Like Wrath of the Gods ending with a Titan into Wonder War. I'm here for it.
Well, nonetheless, Athena on the way here very, very quickly for the Mister. He's going to be getting out his hero straight away. He looks like he might be trying to get a town center. If he goes for that bottom left town center towards that gold mine, he secures not just the gold mine, but he's also got Hunt behind it and a Caribou pack. Could be really nice for him. If we take a look at what Mr. sees, he hasn't quite spotted that just yet. So he might see it later. We'll have to wait and see. But Recon, he's going through Prometheus. And look at this. Oracles are now coming out. I mean, he's already lost one, so we might need to get a few of these to really start getting anything sort of cooking here. He's deciding not to go for that forward time shift that we see so much.
Quick look at his relics. Is he interested in this one? Girdle of Hippolyta. That's what he's going for, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Straight across the map here to grab that Girdle of Hippolyta. That's so good for him. Keep it away from the Chronos. Keep it away from the Terma. Keep it away from the Arcus. It's very, very nice.
You also got a Titan's Treasure. That's going to be very nice for age jumping. Ring of the Nibelung also for a little bit of gold trickle. I think these discount relics are rather important in these limited gold mine scenarios as well.
Yeah, it's all... Any little bit helps here as the Minotaur is going to be wandering forward, trying to hit some oracles and everything, but it looks like Recon, his base is too safe. This beautiful back forest, nice placement on the mana. Everything is going to be hunky-dory, as they say down under.
The what now? Teach me your ways.
Hunky-dory. Hunky-dory.
I've heard this in
Means
movies,
A-okay.
actually. This is not new to me. I feel happy now.
Yeah, okay. All right, fantastic. All right, well, we do see that Mystery goes for that far second town center, but this town center doesn't really secure anything.
Side question, is the Bob's Your Uncle thing also Australian or is that American?
It's Australian. Everything weird, any weird phrase you hear, any sort of simile you hear that makes no sense, then yeah, that's Australian.
Cool.
Right, now Recon's going to be gearing up to get his own second town center as both players have kind of agreed. Let's just get a little bit of a boom happening here.
On this map of all things. Wow.
Yeah, and then double military academy coming up straight after this. I am a little surprised on that. Just like, I feel like I say, if you see one town or two town center coming your way as the Atlantean, you can just say, no worries, let me just build my 10 oracles, my 7 oracles, whatever, however many oracles you want, and then just start throwing them at your opponent. And just say, losing Promethean gives you resources back as well when you're Chronos, not just a little bit, but just throw them at your opponent and you get such an advantage, especially when the gold mines are as they are right now. But I imagine now Recon going to town center, this almost allows Mr. to just go heroic age behind this. Two town center,
Yes.
fast heroic. Is missing resources, but he can move those goats up to the top right if is necessary.
Which would be very practical because it saves you from moving to a new spot again or even back to the main. That would be not very practical. But making hoplites, that's expensive business, Boyd. Can Mr. actually make use of these buildings? I think he just pre-made them for the later game, right?
Maybe. I mean, he's getting Sarissa. He's got 1 or 2 hoplites out just to make sure he's got something to defend himself. I mean, one thing that I wouldn't mind seeing from kind of both players is securing a gold mine nice and early. We see this a lot of the time by
Yes.
players like Kavoth and maybe even Magic to some degree, but you can move forward, put a wall down, grab this gold mine where the Mermilla are sitting. Or on the bottom here, we see some nice little raids coming in onto these citizens here. Recon got to retreat away. He does have that Valor, and he's going to be dropping that
Oh,
down.
very nice
Watches
save.
it out.
Oh,
Last minute
that was
there.
beautiful.
But he was a little bit aggressive on that one. Like I said, get onto that gold mine here and put a mana down next to it. Get some units over there to support it, and he's going to be in a good spot.
Risky, but I mean, that was a clutch play, certainly. Mr. brought home 3 relics so far. He needs every little bit of help, he guesses. And I'm certain he can make use of that.
Big little raid coming in. Big little raid. What does that even mean? A little raid coming in here to try and take out this position. That Minotaur starting to shank back. We've got those hero citizens in. That's going to be a big amount of damage there.
Hoplites down to 14 health. An easy pick for the Cairo Ballista if microed. Let's see if that can be... There we go. There's the hit. Nice. Oh my god, how many flips can this Promethean do in one go? That's a skill right there.
Yeah, but this damage here so far from the Mister, it looks like it's been relatively well dealt with, as just a couple of Mermilla heroes going to be coming over onto this position here to defend. And the main base here for Mister, he's got himself the armory. He's already thrown down a couple of farms onto the goats, and he's clicking up through, you guessed it, Apollo. He's going to start looking towards building. I've got a guess that he's going to be wanting to make some Manticore in this matchup.
All right. You know, I would have thought that he's gonna go Dionysus for the bronze, but I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. That's fine. Manticore spam is really something that the Mr. likes, and then he likes his big underworld plays. He likes his hoplite peltast mix. And considering that you want to spam hoplites, Cairo Ballista will be nullified by Peltas, that's for sure. So basically you'll be forced into your own Murmillo against this kind of stuff. But Murmillo don't have a lot of pierce armor, right? So the Peltas actually are not terrible in that situation either.
Totally, but yeah, he's now seeing the Hyperion, so no real surprises there either. One of the big advantages of going through Apollo on this specific map is now you've got an underworld. Now you can potentially steal a gold mine from your opponents or secure your own in a difficult position. Also, you can potentially use it to avoid an implode, though I'm yet to see that executed.
It blocks garrison. You can't.
Oh, you can't. Okay. Right, well.
It's very sad.
No,
I
you
tried it before in DM. I thought I'll cry on the spot. I just had my army there already. I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna pop back through. No, you're not, says the game.
Do it just before, like you predict the Ancestors Eclipse and you click the ceasefire before they click Ancestors Eclipse. You got to do that, but with an implode.
Now that's next level.
There you go.
That's all we need to do. Because, you know, with something like Frost, you just hug your underworld. You stay nearby just so that you can click through before the animation goes through. That works. Not implode.
A little sneaky snipe on the villagers there. Killed in a hero citizen as the units are starting to push forward. Caraballis is still sitting on the back there. A little bit scary to engage over onto them.
Well, the hoplites are blocking the way for now, but I think there's enough weak citizens here, Boyd, that another kill or two is not unrealistic at all. There's one.
Yeah, and restoration coming down as well here as the Mister is trying to force something out. Recon not going to be biting on it at the moment. The Kyrobalis is still sitting in the back, still doing some good damage. Satyr coming through here as well, and it looks like Mister may have overstayed his welcome ever so slightly on this position. As the Jason and Heracles charging down to try and take out the Satyr. Bolt comes down there.
Second bolt of all things. That's cool. Heavy infantry is in, but this is not enough stuff to beat what Recon has right now. The thing is, though, the macro behind this. Mista is not that far behind Recon in terms of like villager numbers.
No.
And the Greek villagers are more population efficient. So this is actually good stuff for the Mista. He just needs to back up. He needs to remake his heroes and try again later.
Exactly. Well, Recon is realizing Peltas now in. He's got to have an army to deal with this. He's making some Contarius out. He does have a healthy, well, he had a healthy amount of Satyr, but it looks like he's only got, well, there he is. He's got 3 in the back. That's going to be big help for him. And Mister is just continuing to pester this position over here.
Citizens once again getting low. Only a handful of units getting chaos, so the duration on this is going to be absolute nonsense. The Peltas are murdering each other. Wow, they chose death, man.
Yeah, that was a great chaos. Using it on less units at the moment seems to be the better call here. And now the very immobile army of the Mister is going to start getting greeted by those speedy Contarius moving around the map. One thing that Mister has not secured yet is this top gold mine. It's completely open for raids moving forward. We're going to see a third town center getting dropped. Contarius raid, third town center goes down. Really, really smart play. The Hoplites have got to get up there and defend this. No fortress just yet for the Mister is a big, big weakness.
To the Mister spots these villagers, he can cause some serious trouble. There's 4 citizens here to kill, but then again, his own villas are in trouble against the Contarius, and Recon positions them super nicely to Mister not immediately reacting, but there is actually the underworld. He can send through the villagers, he can bring back the army, and kind of have both positions under control. Moving through to the next gold mine here is an option.
And it looks like the Hoplites managed to come down and deny that town center as it was just about finished. Population differential is very, very close now as the villagers are going to be pulling out.
They're certainly trying, but they're much slower than the Hoplites. 4.9 speed on these bad boys versus 3.8. But the big fight kind of necessitates, I think, the Mista to respect the army.
Yeah,
he'll be back.
The thing is that every little bit of this delay that's happening, and Recon needs to be getting some serious damage done, is Mister just getting in ahead. You already touched on it. The differential in civilian unit count right now is very minuscule, which does favor the Greek player.
Yeah, guys, just take a look at the gather rates and divide them by the population count. That's 1 and 2. It does not check out in favor of of Recon at all.
Unless Palace is up, but Palace looks like it's going to be getting torn down here as the Hoplites are still just distracting down on the bottom of this army. This Palace here is a big thing here for Recon to try and secure his third town center.
The one thing that's going here still for Recon is the quad Satyr use, but then, I mean, that second restoration is brutal, man.
Yeah,
what's he going to do about this?
So strong. And there's 3 heroes out as well for the Mister here. Odysseus can take out the Satyr. Everything else can go after this as well. The Hoplites incredibly strong on the back.
Recon has the resources. He doesn't have the army. The production is also very, very tiny and far away. Holding this position is definitely a pipe dream. His palaces will be going down, and the citizens are not particularly safe either. They should be evacuating.
And now Recon has got no army left. He's not got almost no gold mine left as well. The left side with only 2,000 gold left in it. As if Mister just controls this top side, very, very tough for him. Another palace is attempting to come up on the back here, but these Hoplites, they don't care about buildings. They will tear them down in an instant here.
Chat wants to have Recon change his god and make a sky passage. I'm sure he would love to right now, but these villagers are stuck. Help him get out of here, but There's no one. There's no one to help.
Oh.
Did he delete them?
Well, behind this, though, Recon does click up through Atlas. So he's found something, but he's lost a whole bunch of citizens. He is getting some revenge raids here, and this is what he needs to keep himself in this game. So some big revenge raids to distract the Mister, get Mythic Age, use that at Implode, find some sort of an advantage moving forward here.
Damn, dude.
Yeah.
The Mister just comes through. He's defending the Vills. They're not throwing me down. Not even close. Hera is not coming in just yet, so there's still one more hope for Recon. It's Implode. Let's see what he can do with that. If he kills all the villagers, if he catches the army, maybe then.
You see the fortress is up now, so that means Hera will be coming through, which means Lightning Storm, which means even if you kill off all the army of the Mister, Mister can potentially kill off all the army of Recon, and we're equal again.
It will be Implode way before Lightning Storm, so there's definitely an opportunity here, but it needs to be soon.
Well, deconstruction on the fortress as the Contarius need to kind of roam around here. Still looking for that damage. It's a little bit of a attempt at harassing that bottom gold mine. It's gone. Recon, he kind of needs to start a trade route here. He needs to get the top gold mine as well, but both players might need to consider starting a trade route. This could be everyone losing every unit they've got with god powers, and then there's just no gold left to build the army anymore.
The markets will decide their fate.
There's the Mythic Age, and Mister, he goes, hang on, I got to spread my army out, right?
Good, sir.
Does he go for the main base? What's he going for? The Vills are coming. Everyone's coming right now.
The boys and the girls are here. The Mister goes through the underworld preemptively. Oh my god. The TC is shooting at the Vills, taking them down left and right. Mister's microing it to make sure it's doing exactly that. And there's a second group of hoplites going for the main town center. They're menacingly gonna go after that. Lightning Storm will be available for defense as he's not getting it in the front TC, of course. There's no good target for Implode.
That's no good target for Implode at all. The hoplites here do get distracted off just a little bit. So a little bit of time has been bought as the Contari is coming down to try and secure this gold mine, but Fortress almost finishing up on that spot. Still a ways away from getting another deconstruction onto this bottom position here.
Towers and the TC getting some fighting done, but here comes the Lightning Storm and Recon is scurrying out of here. Will that be enough? The villagers are getting blasted from space by Zeus himself. Hera told him to do it. And she's the boss, we all know it.
Mister's just playing around this Implode so insanely well now. He's got army at the top side of the map. He's got army in the middle of the map. And he's just stretching Recon so thin. Recon's got no gold income. He's got a couple of Contaris at the top gold mine, but Mystery is sending units down there to check that out.
Well, it's just Contarius. There's 0 gold income right now for Recon, although he does have some villagers assigned to gold. They're just moving up there. I don't think they're gonna make it, boys. This fortress is handling itself for the most part.
Yep. Odysseus gets taken out. Villagers will go down next. You see the town center attempting to get shot up here for Recon to attempt to secure this position a little bit, but maybe it's time to just drop that Implode.
Oh,
it's a long ways away, and
no.
those villagers are all falling. The citizen count for Recon looks brutal at the moment, as we've also got Mr. saying time for some Medusa, Odysseus, and everything else here.
Yes, Mass Medusa is such a good tool. I'm not sure we're gonna get to see it in action, Boyd. As Temista is going to be your Wrath of the Gods champion, taking down Recon in this beautiful Game 7. Man, what a time to be alive, as you would say.
Oh my god. The Mister, he's done it again. That's his 3rd straight S-tier tournament victory, and he's done it through thick and thin in this one. He's got the injury, he's got all of the world against him, it seems, but he's managed to take everyone out. Recon pushes him to the brink, but in the end, His Zeus claims victory, sits on the throne, and he takes the dub. What a game here. What a game. What a series. What a tournament, Naka.
What a tournament indeed. The Mr. and Recon once again delivering one of these super epic finals. I do wish they could have used Implode. That would have been a little nicer, but hey, everything that we could have expected from this, we pretty much got. The Mr. just played his heart out here to get that big W. And Recon has gotten super, super close this time. Maybe next time the Mr. actually gets a shake, but 2024 is the Mr's year. Nobody's gonna doubt that. The next Greek god DLC is gonna be the Mr. That's great. I love that.
That's it. That's it. GG. I mean, what a time. It's all on. That's it. Well played. What else are we supposed to say?
We're supposed
Come
to
over to
interview
main
the
two,
Mr.
hey? Let's go over to main two for the second, yeah. Alrighty. We could do an interview with both the Mr. and Recon. It looks like they both want to jump in, so maybe that's an idea.
Sure, with like both at the same time?
Yeah.
Cool. Do we want to like give them a link and get them into a call? Are they doing camera?
Yeah, I'll just invite them to this server here. That's fine. We can get
Sure.
that happening.
Works for me.
Wow. I mean, what a tournament. What an end to the tournament. A best of 7. A game 7. The Mr. Recon. I don't know what else to say. I'm kind of
I think we need to let the players talk. They all say their things.
I think so.
We've said enough. We'll have some questions now. I'm already thinking.
All right. Well, we'll get. I sent Recon in if he wants to join up. I don't know if he's feeling. I don't know.
Is he not
man.
joining? We can hop into the Meta Place one. It's easy to just join that already. He's there.
Oh no, he's I think he's here.
Okay.
I think he's here. No, maybe he's not here. Okay, let's go over to Meta Place.
Okay. See you there.
All right. Well, I guess a little bit of a recap on the bracket here as we wait.
Sure.
As we see the Mr. the Wrath of the Gods champion taking out Recon, runner-up, Chemo in the bronze match coming 3rd, Grass coming 4th. Over to the actual bracket in the sort of 6th to 8th spots. We got Magic, Rapple, Kavoth, and Soup. 5 to 8th spots, I should say. Everyone very, 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 very well-deserved victors.
They also get their special medals on their little Meta Place profile, so especially Chemo will have a really busy profile there with all the legacy wins. we could go and take a quick look at that. Full of medals, this man. Decorated general, that's what he is.
Move to the wrong thing here for the moment. Okay, we can fix this. All right. We're
Where's-
gonna use this for the
Where's
time
my
being.
cam? What do you mean?
It's coming. It's coming. Don't you worry. It's coming.
I'm banned.
think-
That's true. Oh,
There
there's
you are.
Recon.
It's back. All right.
Recon.
We have a recon joining with us. I mean, we just witnessed one of the probably the best series I think thus far in Age Mythology retold history there, Recon. You didn't
Yeah.
quite make it, but it was an insane effort. How are you feeling in this moment?
Pretty happy. Obviously, I'd have liked to have won, but it is what it is, I guess.
Oh,
We
we've
also
got a
dragged
maiden
in
here
Iron
as
Maiden,
well.
High Maiden.
I kind of regret
Uh,
going Ares on Kalauga. I can say that much.
Oh yeah, what was
I
the
was
idea there? Tell
yeah,
us about it.
talk us through it.
I don't know. I've never played against Loki on this map before, and I was
Oh.
just cooking in my brain like, Ares. That sounds nice. Didn't work.
You know, you almost had like the right amount of stuff in general. And basically they were just a little scattered, so maybe if you go together, it looked not bad. Maybe something worth exploring more.
Yeah, maybe. I tend to misrally my troops a lot on retold. I don't know why.
Do your rally points not listen or something? I heard some people had problems with that.
I don't want to like say that's the case and say the game doesn't work, but it could be. I'm not totally sure.
Right.
Well, I
It's a
mean,
lot
let's
to keep
walk
track
you
of.
through this. Let's walk you through the series. I mean, you took 2 wins with Set. Is that something that you're like kind of really comfortable with, specifically Set versus Greek? I think it was. Is that something you've like had a lot of experience in, and it's what you're seeing in practice, or is this just like it just happened to work today?
It just happened to work today. I think when me and Mister played drafts, I don't think I get set like ever. To be honest.
So
You don't get
with Set and Ra working out so well for you, yeah, we were definitely thinking that this is now your new thing. What would you say is your thing?
I don't know. Like I kind of play everything, right? I think Egypt's just it's just kind of broken. I don't know what else to say about Egypt. Like the chariots are so strong, especially with the bone bow. Like this map spawn was insane on London, and I was like, this map's usually choky. I'm gonna go for a boom, and then I scout the map, and it's just like the most choky map I've ever seen. And I'm like, okay, it's time to go Sekhmet. Probably should have got the catapult tech as well, but I didn't have favor.
I was a fan. There was this one moment where you walked up to the big choke in Mister's base, and I was like, man, I want you to build just a wall straight through the choke, so Mister can't wall it off. But
Oh, that's
you
a good
built it,
idea.
and your villager got stuck. But I did want to ask you about Set. I know I've talked to you before about this, and you're like, I don't like going Wadgets. Is that just because of the Mister and the way that Mister can kind of constrict you and somehow like you just catch you out with the Wadgets? Or do you go for the Anubites because they're like obviously Anubis offers you a lot as well? Is there some sort of something behind all of that?
I mean, I try Wadgets a lot of times, right, in practice or in ladder and everything, and I just don't have that much success with them. I don't know what I do wrong. Like I think it's something to do with like army movement. I think you have to
Yeah.
be smart with your army movement if you want to play Wadgets. Mister's like I always think of Wadgets with Set or Ra as being very similar to English in Age of Empires 4, and Mister is absolutely like the best at playing this play style. So every time I play against Mister's Wadgets in practice, it's not I just get annihilated and there's nothing I can do. But then I play them and like Mister will beat me, and I'm like, oh, this doesn't seem that strong, but I've just done something wrong. So I just try and play Anubites instead.
I'm a fan of the Anubite. I think the Anubite's real good.
Yeah, you got the mobility, you got your initiative. I think that's kind of more like your thing with how you play. You like
Yeah,
to be
exactly.
active and just surprise people every now and then with the raid.
The Blue
Oh.
Lagoon game, I was I was intent on being extremely active with my Anibites on purpose because I've been trying it today like a couple of times already, Anibites, and it hasn't gone too great. Like I played against Soup, some Anibites, and just I was really far behind in that game. And I was like, I'm using them like a Sphinx, and I need to be using them like an Anubite. So I literally just sent them everywhere. It's crazy.
Well, tell us a little bit about that last game. It was very hard to find a gold mine, right? But then uh, when you did go out to get one, your villagers were kind of unprotected. You didn't have production nearby, and then Mista comes in with a second restoration. That was rough. What was going through your head at the point where that happened?
Yeah, I don't know about that game. Like, I feel like probably I could play it better, right? I don't know if Kronos is good against Zeus or not. Uh, but yeah, in the end, not being able to implode his army because he's just sending it everywhere was like really annoying. Actually, he played it really well because he obviously knows I'm going to go implode right at some point, and he has Underworld, so he was really mobile. I couldn't raid him.
I mean, is there ever a world you just go vortex? Vortex. Reason why is lightning storm comes, you just zoom to a different spot, kill off some villages, and then I don't know. I genuinely haven't seen Helios at all, so I'm in that space, just going. Maybe if you get into these spots, just like versus lightning storm, you can just dodge it.
Maybe you're right. Actually, I don't know. Could be good. Maybe it's cooking something like my Ares, or I don't know.
Could be an Ares blunder. I have one more thought on that map. The way that I kind of am seeing Atlantean at the moment is that you don't really need a second town center for, I don't know, maybe like 2 minutes or so until like after your opponent gets it, because you can just get oracles out instead. And if you see like an angle to go for a big one town center all in, you can just take that with like having 6, 7, 8 oracles, right? And then just mass Prometheans and rush. On that Ghost Lake map, you had one gold mine Ghost Lake. You had gold mines kind of all over the place. Was there a thought there that you might want to go for one town center play, or is it just we'll do 2 town center, 1 town center doesn't work there?
I wanted to go to TC, but I think you're right. Maybe I should have played it differently. I think Prometheans are really good against creep, so I don't know. Could have worked maybe.
I got a question for that last game, Recon. What were you waiting? Why wait for the implode usage? Were you trying to wait for just the really big one with the conglomerated army, or I mean, resigning without the implode usage? It feels like such a miss. So, explain yourself. Explain yourself.
Yeah, Mister just had his army all over the place, right? I want to use implode on a big army and just like wipe everything, but he just didn't let it happen. So I just saved it.
Oh, well,
Simple as that.
I mean, it's as simple as that. Well, we've got the Mr. here as well. I don't know. Congratulations is in order. Before you go, Recon, if you've got anything you want to say, don't want to hold you for too long.
I guess congrats to Mister for winning, and thanks to you guys for hosting and running the tournament and everything. Everyone for tuning in, and my team TAG or Tag or whatever it is they're called. I think they prefer TAG actually. Yeah, for being my team.
Thanks, Recon.
Yeah, thanks very much for playing, and congrats on your silver medal.
Yeah, it's a really cool series actually. I enjoyed playing it.
Attaboy, Recon.
Man. Well, welcome, my friends. It's been I know it's been a real tough weekend for you. You've been injured. You've been on the medicine, trying to get through it. Just walk us through what's going on in your body and in your mind right now. You got to be feeling real happy as well as all the other stuff going on.
I am relieved. That's how I feel right now. Like I'm done. I don't have to play anymore.
It's time for a break. Very
I
good.
can just relax now.
Yeah. Oh, that's wonderful. I mean, this is I was telling Recon before, this is arguably the best series I think I've ever seen on Retold thus far. Goes straight to the 7, goes all the way to the 7 games. Incredibly close games every single round. There was barely any serious misplays throughout the entire series. What's your feelings on it?
Hmm, I mean, going all the way to the 7th game, and it was a very, very hard series. Actually, it's too many games as well today. It's way too many games. 7 plus, hey, that's 15 games. In my state, that's too much, way too much. But I enjoyed these games. I enjoyed them very much.
They were certainly very fun to watch. Do you have a particular favorite or like a favorite moment, something that you thought was cool?
Uh, I think it was me. You should have seen my expression when I saw Eris on Kerlager. I'm like, what? I was
No, that
like,
was
what?
us.
I'm like, what is he trying to do? Like, I was confused, very, very confused. I think that game felt like it was something that I've never played before as well.
Yeah, Recon said the
Yeah, I
exact
was
same
super
thing, and
excited.
we thought
Yeah.
it was gonna work. Like, do you think there's potential behind that Hippospis business, or is it too expensive?
Not against Loki. It's like the throwing Axeman just shut them down really hard, right?
Mm.
And the fact that you're going for hyperspace, you're just burning your food so fast that you will never get heroic. That's one of the main problems. Like, you need so much food, and I'm pretty sure he ran out of food in that game. So you can't keep up. While I can make like 10 throwing axemen and just take good trades. And you also sacrifice mobility the moment you go hyperspace.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of what happened. He did run out of food, and you did pull him in all the different locations, so you had control there.
Mm.
Before we jump too far into the series, ever since the very first match of the game, I wrote down a question that I wanted to ask Mista. Mista, Isis game 1. It's a 2-part question. Isis against Ra on Elysium. You end up spamming camels against Ra camels as Isis. A, why go for camel v camel when your camels are simply weaker against Ra? And that's kind of the first question. Why camel v camel? And part 2 is losing game number 1 of the series. What was your mindset after that? Were you like, oh shoot, Recon came to play? Did it psychologically, kind of shake you a little bit? What was your psychology? First, why camels? Number 2, psychology.
So why camels? Because I had a brain fart. That's why. I can play camels, but I need Son of Osiris. It's like Son of Osiris was the one who murdered me, and I don't have the option of going Spearman because my Spearman are just not good. So it's like I have to rely on my favor. Not monument protection. I guess I did nothing to protect with the monument. I should have just went Osiris and played camels with mummies. But as I said, I brain farted, and although I still think that it works to play camels, but I don't think I played that very well. And as far as losing game 1, I lost game 1 against Magic, I lost game 1 against Chemo, and I lost game 1 against Recon. So it's whatever. I mean, it's all about that final game that either you win the series or you lose the series. Anything before that, it's just one game.
That's a fair point. Can I follow up on that? You've played many, many, many championship matches. Do you think that game 1 sets the tone for a best of 5, a best of 7, best of 9 series? Those are very different types of matchups. So, in your opinion, does game 1 set the tone for a series? Do you, as you're mentally preparing for a finals, a championship, whatever, do you put extra emphasis on game number 1 of a series?
This is basically how I work. It's like I'm always very tensed when the series starts. And for some reason, I don't know why, when I lose the first game, I always chill down. I don't know, it's suddenly just like, like if I lose the first game, right? Not if I lose a game after I win. I chill down a lot faster. if I don't lose the first game, I'm usually very tensed. I don't know why. So for me, it doesn't really matter. I mean, for me, it matters. Like usually, when I lose the first game, I play better after that. Usually.
So the secret to beating you is losing the first game. Then is if I'm playing against you, the secret to winning is actually losing the first game, so that you psychologically.
It has to do with the day that I play. Sometimes I
Yeah.
have good days and I don't feel that stress. Now, sometimes I over practice and I end up being more stressed than I should be because I have this need to perform, right? And
Yeah.
it's very stressful. Uh, I don't know. It depends on the day actually. It depends on the day. Some days I just play with no stress. Some days I'm really tensed. I don't know. It's how you wake up in the morning.
And do you think this has gotten like better or worse over time? Obviously, you have more and more experience doing this. You're practicing uh, all the different matchups throughout. So let's say against Red Bull, has it gotten better since then? The stress
Uh,
factor.
I mean, I mean, the stress factor is always there. Like it's the adrenaline, right? It's if there's no stress, then it's not exciting. Like, and this is exciting. Competing is exciting for me because I don't do it like all year long. I do it for like certain periods of time, so it's always like resets. I'm not constantly active. But obviously, the more you play, the easier it gets. But it's still there. The stress is still there.
All right. Well, I'm gonna wrap up the interview for me, and for the Mister here. Another huge congratulations! 3 S tier tournaments and 3 S tier tournament wins. I guess maybe one final question. There is another tournament coming up. I believe it's end of Jan, early Feb with EGCTV. I don't know when your farming season starts. Is there any intention to play, or is it just wait and see at this point?
I think it's wait and see. Like if it, I won't be able to play in March 100%, and I won't. I don't know if I'll be able to play like end of February. I can definitely play if the tournament finishes like before the end of February. I'm pretty sure it's doable. It's like 80%. But if it's after that, it's not doable. I cannot maintain practice. I can't maintain. I don't have the time. I don't have the energy.
Yeah.
We will see. I'll obviously
Well, we'll
take
put it on
another.
the
Mm.
So it's
yeah. We'll
starting
put it on
February
the maybe.
22nd and running through mid-March. That's when it's gonna
Yeah,
be.
yeah.
Uh,
That's unfortunately, I don't think it's. Then it's more like it's like 40%. I will play it and like 60 I won't.
hmm.
It has to do with the weather. As soon as we go into like March, it's all about the weather. If it rains, I can't work. Therefore, I can play.
Yeah, of course EGC could
Okay.
move the
Well, I'm
tournament.
gonna. I'll just pray for rain and we get more of the Mister. But nonetheless,
Sick.
I want to thank everyone for all their time. Thanks Recon. Thanks Mister for coming in and saying some words after that. Congratulations again. Thanks for participating, everyone else.
Well done very much, both. That was great.
Thank you guys for watching, all the viewers, and thank you guys for casting this. I wish you a lovely evening, afternoon, morning.
All right, man.
Same
Bye
thing.
for now.
Same thing.
Bye.
All right then. Gamers all around the universe. This is it. This has been Wrath of the Gods, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining today. I've had a lot of fun. I hope you've had a lot of fun. Make sure to follow Boyd, Iron Maiden, Yodesla, Metaplace, and myself as well. That was so cool. We'll be back. There will be more tournaments, of course, and for our own stuff with MetaPlays. We'll be doing a deathmatch tournament in particular in January. So look out for that announcement, please. It will be super, super cool as well. That will be, again, in late January. So hopefully by mid-January, we'll be announcing it. And then I'll be casting that one at my new place, of course. All right, gamers. Thank you very much for watching. If you want to support directly, you can do so with the HelloFresh link that you can see in the About section or description section. There's also the MetaPlays subscriptions that you can check out. Make sure to like and subscribe and follow. And I'll see you in the next one, yeah?